Good morning. So our first speaker today will be Helen Molesworth. Helen has held leading roles in jewellery, academia and auction houses. And she is now a senior jewellery curator at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. And in 2024, her book Precious will be published by Penguin. So Helen is going to speak to us about gems and jewels since antiquity, giving us also a museum perspective from one of the world's leading museums. Thank you so much for being here, Helen, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Laurent. And actually, I wanted to start by saying a huge thanks to Laurent and to Inhorgenta and Trendfactory for inviting me here today. It's really lovely to be here. And a huge thanks to you all for coming to my talk on gems and jewels since antiquity in the V&A collection in London, where, as Laurent says, I'm now senior curator of jewellery, which means I get to look after, and yes, I'm biased, one of the best collections of jewellery in, I think, the world. It's a public collection, open to everybody. As someone said to me recently, created by the public for the public. So you are all very welcome to come whenever you like. Also, free tickets on me. It's free entry 7 days a week. So please do come and see what I'm talking about. I've got a few minutes today to whiz you through this wonderful collection. And so I'm going to start with showing you the entrance to our gallery. The gallery was funded by the Bollinger family. We were very lucky that we have some really wonderful jewellery patrons in London. And when you walk in, one of the most amazing things you see is the Townsend collection, this wonderful wheel of coloured gems. These were actually given to the museum in 1869 by the Reverend Townsend, Chauncey Hare Townsend was his full name. And he was described on Wikipedia, I love this, as a 19th century English poet, clergyman, mesmerist, collector, dilettante, and hypochondriac. He was great friends with Charles Dickens, who actually dedicated Great Expectations to him, and who gave him his crystal ball, which I think is lovely as a sort of gem thing. But the actual collection itself is over 150 coloured gemstones, ranging from everything from pink spinel, blue diamonds, emerald, yellow diamonds you see in the top, all the way through cat's eye, chrysoberyl, and quartz. It's a really stunning collection. Some of these gems were even in the Hope collection. I'm sure you've heard of the Hope diamond, the Hope pearl. He bought from that collection too. That's just when you walk into our gallery. Today, really, though, is my quick overview of the best from the beginning to contemporary jewels. And the earliest jewel that I think is our most spectacular is the Shannon Grove gorget. Now, it's called a gorget because it goes around the neck, all in hammered gold from the 8th century BC. It's one of only 11 that have ever been found in Ireland. Again, I'm biased. I think ours is the best. And it's really quite an incredible jewel when you think about that period of dating, because it is as old as the foundation of Rome in 753. I find that an incredible context for this piece. We think it, and I hate this word, it was probably ceremonial to some extent. You see this very big collar, what we see as sun discs around the back. Because when it was found, I don't know if you can see down the middle, there's a fold. It looks like it was bent. It was actually folded when it was buried. And it was quite likely, and we've seen this in other examples, they were folded on purpose to kind of signify the end of their life. So it was probably something that was used by someone, a high priest, a leader, and when they stopped using it, the gorget's life was ended too. So that's quite a spectacular thing. I was very lucky I got to see it in person. We don't often get to handle the jewels when they're in the cabinets. And the way it's made is one of the best examples of very early gold work I've ever seen. Moving into the Roman period, definitely one of my favorites, we have very unusual survival of a pair of Roman earrings. Roman earrings aren't that rare, but a pair you'd usually only get in grave context. So to have them surviving is great. Also the fact that they are so well preserved with gems. We've got pearls, emeralds, probably from maybe Austria, maybe Pakistan, and sapphires from Sri Lanka. And nearly all the gems are actually still there. I think there's only one pearl missing. These are from probably around the 2nd, 3rd century AD. And not only do we have the surviving examples, but we see this type of earrings in paintings of the period in Roman Egypt. So you see the lady on the bottom there. This is one of the Fayum portraits from Egypt that were painted for aristocratic sort of funerary portraits. And we see them often with these 3 drops. In addition to that, Pliny, who was writing in the 1st century AD, also talked about how Roman women loved wearing 3 drops of pearls because they could wear them and they jangled when they walked. So this is wonderful. We've got actual earrings, similar paintings, and literary references, all from the early Roman period. Moving into late Roman, early medieval, we're very lucky. This is quite an unusual strand of gemstones because it came originally from the Guaraza treasure in Toledo in Spain. You can see on the bottom, I've shown you what the original treasure actually looks like because there are many more of these votive crowns that survive. And they were made and given by the Visigoths to the Catholic Church in Spain in the 6th century. Now, I love this because the Visigoths were, of course, the invading Germanic tribe that conquered Gaul, beat the Romans in 410 AD, and by the 6th and 7th centuries were in Spain and Portugal. And it's this kind of credit to the Catholic Church. They gave these decorated crowns to be hung over the high altar in Toledo. We have 1 strand. We're very lucky. And you can see here we've got amethysts and emeralds, sapphires. Most of them are original. I think probably, though, we're looking at a couple that are later. The top and the bottom darker sapphires are faceted, so they look a bit later. We were even wondering the emeralds. They look a bit too nice. They look a bit like they might be later emeralds too. So this is something for testing one day. And there's 1 spinel in there too, which is very nice. I mean, we're very lucky. We have a lot of rare survivals in the gallery because, of course, if these pieces were not with us, they would have been broken up. One very good example of this is our diamond IHS pendant, the one on the left, which is stuffed full of what we call hogback diamonds because they look like the backs of pigs because they're slightly raised up and rounded. The IHS is obviously the abbreviation for Jesus, and this is a Catholic pendant that really is very unlikely to have survived in a British context were it not for the fact it had been kept in the family. And that family was very unusual because it belonged to William Howard, who was executed in 1680 for an alleged part of a fake plot by the Catholics to overturn the king. So, this is a completely made-up plot by Titus Oates. It was called the Popish Plot in Britain, and it was very much something that exemplified the end, the Reformation and the anti-Catholicism at the time. We have this surviving because it stayed in the family. And what's really special, it's not just the diamonds on the front, the cross, the 3 nails of the cross at the bottom with the Trinity representation, but the back is all enameled with the different armor Christi, so the different tools of the Passion of Christ. It's a very unusual thing. On the right, though, we have a slightly more magical pendant. And when I say magical, I mean quite literally, because this is supposed to be our unicorn horn that is called the Danny jewel from the village where it was found in England. It had magical properties. Unicorn could protect against poison and look after you. But of course, it's not actually a unicorn. It's a narwhal tusk. So, the sea creature with the long tusk at the front. They believed it was unicorn. But unusually, this pendant is actually mounted in enamel in what looks a bit like a boat setting. So I have wondered if maybe they did know where it came from when they made it. I want to show you now our big 3 of imperial and royal jewels in the collection. Here we have the ruby spray that belonged to Catherine the Great. And this is quite special because we actually know it was in her collection because it was recorded as being in the chamber of Catherine the Great in 1796. We know it was made a little earlier. Following the revolution in 1919, of course, all the pieces were catalogued and sold off. And it was described in the Christie's sale, the auction in 1927, where these pieces were sold, as an extraordinary jewel of exceptional beauty. I'm not going to argue with that. It's quite large, And it was probably either for the dress or maybe even a hair ornament. But if I'm going to talk about Catherine the Great, I have a collection of jewels I love even more. And these were a group of 46 dress jewels. We sort of call them shuttle shapes. They're sort of a slightly off-almond shape. And these were made in 1764 by a jeweler called Leopold Pfisterer. Some of them even have inventory numbers on the back. And we see these types of Russian jewels, sometimes very small, flowers, sort of floral motifs that survive maybe in pairs, one or two. We've got 46. And we've always assumed these were dress jewels. Really rather fun last year, we found a contemporary portrait from 1770. It's not the best portrait, but it'll do, of Catherine wearing them on her kokoshnik. I don't know if you can see that. They're actually, a group of them are sewn onto her headpiece. So now we have hair as well as dress jewels here, which is a really lovely discovery. The next imperial collection we have here are emeralds that came from Napoleon and Josephine. This is an amazing emerald and diamond set that was made by Nito and Fils, so the precursors to Chaumet, who was, of course, the crown jeweler for Napoleon and Josephine. And in 1806, this was made for Stephanie de Beauharnais for her wedding to the Duke of Baden as a gift by her adoptive parents, who were Napoleon and Josephine. What I love about this is always the context of these jewels and how we see they were worn. The picture at the bottom shows her wearing them. That's her Wikipedia portrait. I mean, how cool is that? Our jewels are the Wikipedia portrait for Stephanie de Beauharnais. And of our big three coloured gems, perhaps the most famous and the one that represents the museum the best is our coronet of Queen Victoria. This is really the piece that kind of sums up the V&A, because, of course, it's the Victoria and Albert Museum. And it was given to Victoria by her beloved Prince Albert in 1840, which was the year of their marriage. And he actually designed this. Secret to tell you, I have the designs. They will be with us at some point. And he drew it based on his own coat of arms. So this is the pattern at the top, is based on the Rautenkrantz, I think it's called. And it was very much a love jewel. It wasn't a crown jewel. It was given as part of a personal gift. And one of the things Victoria said in her journal was that Albert has such taste and arranges everything for me about my jewels. And he did this a lot. He made a lot of jewelry for her. This is just one of them. It's clearly a personal jewel when you look at it up close, because one of the very surprising things is that the sapphires are not amazing quality. They're actually quite dark, with quite a bit of zoning, which makes a bit of sense because they probably came from an earlier collection. So we think that the sapphires were possibly given to Victoria by King William IV and Queen Adelaide. It also explains why it was so cheap when it was made, because we have the invoice. And Joseph Kitchen, who was the jeweler who made it, charged Prince Albert £415. By comparison, a few years later, an emerald coronet was made, and that was over £1,000. So I think this is partly because the jewels were older ones given to be made up from an older collection. So one of the solutions to these slightly zoned and off-colour sapphires that I adore, I got to handle this before it was installed in the gallery. And what the jeweler did at the back, behind the central sapphire, he enamelled blue in the gold collet, so that from behind, the blue colour reflects into the sapphire to hide the zoning, which I just love, because you wouldn't imagine that for the queen and, the empress of the world to be wearing jewels that are, just a bit covered up. So I said to you, it's a love jewel. It really represents a lot for us at the V&A. She also said of Albert, "How is it that I have deserved so much love, so much affection? I cannot get used to the reality of all that I see and hear, and have to believe that heaven has sent me an angel," that's Prince Albert, "whose brightness shall illuminate my life." We see her as the young bride wearing it as a little sort of coronet behind the bun on her back of her head. After Albert died, she wore it quite a bit as an aging widow on top of her white widow's cap. She stayed in mourning for a very long time. So this is really not so much a royal jewel, but a real love jewel for us. I constantly say, these are my favourite things in the gallery. The Londonderry jewels really are. They're probably the best collection of aristocratic jewels in Britain, and we're very lucky to have them on loan. I'm lucky to show you them today because they're not online. and they are some of the most whopping gems you've ever seen. But they also come from a wonderful background because they belonged to a lady called Frances Anne Vane Stewart, who I just think is fabulous. The jewellery collection had already started in 1800s with the Marquess of Londonderry, but she married into the family, and that's when it really became big bling. She was so important that her husband changed his name to her surname, and she brought in all the jewels. She was rather amazing. We see the jewels here being worn down the front of her dress in a portrait from the 1800s. But just to go back to showing you the jewels, they came from very interesting backgrounds. The yellow diamond in the middle is 17 carats. The topaz at the bottom is 140. It may be the best topaz I've ever seen. And the emeralds at the top are Siberian amethysts. Because Alexander I, the Tsar of Russia, fell in love with her from a portrait and gave her jewelry. She wrote, "We came out of the affair free from guilt." But I've always wondered if you need to say that. He gave her these wonderful jewels. She bought the turquoises for herself, a very enlightened woman. And the story with the stomacher and the tiara at the bottom, I love. The tiara was made in 1854 for Garrard, by Garrards for the family. It was worn to the 1902 coronation and actually, apparently, fell down a toilet at the coronation and had to be pulled out with forceps. And the reason I tell you that is when you look at these gems, do you see how worn they look? The topaz, do you see the scratches on it? They were really, really used, and they were sewn on to clothes to be worn for balls, parties. You see the topaz at the bottom. Look, the yellow diamond is there as well, and so are all the different turquoises. And I love this because it shows us a collection that was really used, but also one that belonged to a really fabulous woman. Nearly done on the time. I'm being very good here. Just to bring you up to date with some of our most recent acquisitions, one that everyone loves. We were given beautiful Sarverite garnet and diamond butterfly ring, papillon ring made by Glenn Spiro that was actually belonged to Beyonce. Her husband bought it for her. It's very fun because when you wear it and you move your finger, the butterfly wings will flutter. So it's quite a cute piece. But perhaps the most spectacular piece I want to end with today is Cindy Chow's peony brooch, which is set with over 3,000 Burmese unheated rubies of hundreds of carats in a beautiful titanium mounting. And I'm hoping this is going to show the video. Yes. Good. This was actually made up on order from a client from an old necklace. The client wasn't very well, and she asked Cindy to make something that would help her. Peonies are an imperial symbol, but they're also considered very good luck. The client got better, apparently very pleased, and this won the Masterpiece Award in 2018 for an outstanding exhibit. So this is one of our most newest jewels, and we're very, very proud of this. So that just leaves me to thank you all for listening on my whistle-stop tour of our highlights at the V&A. If you've enjoyed the talk, please come and see us. Like I said, it's an open museum. The collection is open to all, Monday to Sunday. And please follow me on Instagram, follow the museum on Instagram, and my shameless plug, as you were very kind to mention, Laurent, my book comes out in May on a history of gemstones, and of course, I'd be delighted if you ordered it. Thank you so much.
Any questions from the audience? So I have a question, Helen.
Goody.
Why do people collect jewelry? I mean, you research this or gemstones. I know it's a bit of a strange question, but it's one we need to ask. You certainly researched this in your past work and also in this book. What is our fascination with jewelry, with gemstones? Why do we have 6 holes here? Why does all this keep going thousands of years?
Can I do
later?
that as a lecture next year? I mean, it's a brilliant question.
I mean, it's a big question, but
it is.
just
but
really...
there's lots of answers to it. I think the most instinctive one that I think of, going back to the early period, is that it's quite a tribal thing. You know, it kind of signifies that we are part of a group quite often. People would wear similar jewelry, or it makes you the priest to stand out as your group to make sure you're the most important person visible, right? So it's a signifier of position and rank and wealth. And of course, we see that in these aristocratic jewels too, which are then signifiers of your level of status in society, a queen's crown. But I think we've moved on a bit from it being purely that because, you know, as societies change, we wouldn't still wear it. And I think it comes down to a very simple fact that it makes us feel happy because it's beautiful and it's special and we understand rarity, the creativity that goes into it. It's a combination of the earth and human creation. It's completely free for the designs that we can bring into it. And sometimes those gems are just so special. How can you not just love that rarity? So for me, it's genuinely something that brings a lot of joy. That's what I think jewelry is about today. This makes me happy. I hope it makes you happy.
We need joy. We need joy, so it's great to have jewelry. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Helen.
Thank you so much.
It's perfect. Many things are perfect. Jewelry is perfect. You are perfect, Katja. I'm so pleased. I'm so pleased to welcome our next speaker, who's Katja Pinkanette, who I've had the joy of working with for a number of years. Katja is also the brains behind the jewels that you see in the exhibition behind this, which is on 5,000 years of jewelry. So she has hand-selected and hand-curated many of those jewels. And today for your presentation, you're going to talk about a topic which I have not seen very much about, which is the history of metals. We use a lot of metals in jewelry, and you're going to give us an overview of that. And before I come to that, I did want to mention that a little bit about your background. You're a specialist in the history of jewelry. You also worked for Christie's as a cataloger, Cartier Tradition, and some other brands. And you teach jewelry history as well. So thank you so much for coming to Munich, Katja. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Laurent. Just a small thing. Cartier prefers to be called a maison and not a brand, and all the other luxury houses as well. Well, history of metals, as you say, we don't see much of that. And when you ask me, what do you want to talk about? I was like, oh, I don't know anything about metals, and I always get asked questions about it. So let's do that. And then the more I read, the more confused I got. So these are the results of what I managed to collect. For me, human history is based on jewels and jewelry. Everything that is pretty, that makes us pretty, we love it. That's driving us for new technology, etc., etc. So the little cartoon, quite funny, but for me, this is a serious thing. Some native metals, because there are many alloys, so mix of metals that I'm not talking about, because otherwise, 25 minutes, I'm like, oh God, it's not enough. It's not enough time. So I'm only talking about native metals. That means they are found as it is, without having to break them down. Can you guess? Do you want to have a guess what these are from left to right? So top left. Copper, excellent. Next one. Excellent, it's gold. Next one. Silver, yes, please. And that one? Oh, yes, meteoric iron. Tip top, fantastic. So you can find, from meteors that come down on Earth, you can find little nuggets. And then when you slice it, you have these little structures that are really very characteristic for meteorite iron. So these are so-called the old metals. Bottom left. Platinum, thank you. This one. Middle. Oh. Anyone have a guess? Wild guess. No, no, no. A. A. No, aluminium? Oh, yeah. And this one? Last one? T. Yes, titanium. Thank you so much for going for it. Oh, God, a little bit of technique. Well, in order to actually work metal, temperature, of course, is important. So melting point is a reference, but actually it's not, you can work metal without actually melting it. So I put you the annealing temperature. That means you hammer it, you work a little bit, then you fire it. That means the structures inside of the metals, all those particles, they realign so that it doesn't break. If it gets a little hotter, then you take it out of the fire, you hammer more, and you can keep going, etc., etc. So the annealing temperature of a metal is basically, you can find it at 2/3 of the melting point. So the metals that we are talking about, there you just have a reference, the melting point. Campfire is up to 600 degrees. And then once in 4,400 or 4,000, charcoal was invented or found, or there you could really feel a difference, because then the fire gets up to 750, 1,000 degrees. And that helps. As I said, technology about metals, beauty, etc., drives us further for inventions. And they thought, okay, now we would like to make it hotter. We don't only want to anneal it, but we would like to make other things. So how can we make it hotter, the fire? Well, they discovered if you add air to it and oxygen, the temperature gets hotter. So there we have an Egyptian relief from about 2,450 BC. And with the blowpipes and a little kiln, so a closed little mini oven, let's put it that way, you blow into the reeds, and you need a lot of people doing that, and then you can get the temperature up to 1,100 degrees, more or less. Next development, bellows. So here you see the Egyptians working their bellows. So with their feet, they're pumping air into the kiln that has now holes and allows more airflow. So you get up to 1,200 degrees, and those two temperatures are really needed in order to smelt. That means when you have a compound of metal with, I don't know, many other elements, if you want to just get that particular metal out, that's called smelting. So this is what you need, and they already had it back then. Now, a few hard facts about metals. If you are into jewelry, or you make jewelry, or you are a customer of jewelry, weight is important, because if you like wearing earrings, you need to know, for them to be comfortable, they should weigh between not more than 15 to 20 grams per earring. So of course, you try not to take the heaviest, but maybe work in metals that are a little lighter if they're large. And hardness is, of course, also important, because you want your jewelry to last. 24-karat gold and pure silver, they are on the most hardness, 2.5, so that's the hardness of a fingernail, so you can scratch it. 18-karat gold is already a little harder, like aluminium, and there you have from softest to hardest, just to give you an idea. Just a reminder, Mohs scale is, of course, not linear, but suddenly it jumps, so you know these numbers are all a bit relative. Soft facts. Again, if you make jewelry or you want to buy jewelry, these are some soft facts to consider. For example, the environmental impact. Do I use new metal, use or buy, or recycled? And bearing in mind recycled metal, for example, aluminium, even recycling it is also quite toxic and has toxic byproducts. What about fair trade and sustainability? Things to consider. 25 minutes, we can't do all, so this is just ideas of what to think about. Health impact. The metal that I want to use or I want to buy, is it hypoallergenic? Do I have allergies? Is it maybe toxic? For example, lead is toxic and used to be used for jewelry. Financial impact. So the cost. Which metal would I like to use or buy? Which one is more expensive than the others? For example, titanium is super cheap as a metal, but it's actually really takes a lot of skill to work it, so that makes it a little more expensive again. And if I have decided for one, let's say silver or gold, which alloy? Because the lower the gold content, the cheaper, of course, the metal it is. Repairs are to consider. Is it something, the piece or the metal, that I might have to repair a lot? Can it be repaired? Because, for example, titanium cannot be resized if you have a titanium wedding ring. If you're into cheesy wedding anniversary celebrations, in the US and in the UK, you have different ones. But, for example, these are anniversaries that you can celebrate with a little metal gift or jewelry in that metal. Now, fun fact. In antiquity, clients had to supply the metal. How did they do it? Anyone? Sorry? You know that from yesterday. Yes, thank you for trying. So, in antiquity, client came to the goldsmith and supplied the metal by giving him the coins, money. And the earliest coins and the earliest silver was electrum. It's an alloy, a natural alloy between gold and silver. So there we have one of the really, really earliest coins in history. And because it's an alloy, electrum, okay, that's a bit confusing. So in 570 BC, they started to say, no, we're going to do single metal coins. So they became bullion. That means it's pretty much pure silver and pure gold. As you see there, almost pure gold, 95% gold. And pure silver in the Attic coin there, which throughout antiquity, this coin was a quality guarantee. Because it always had the precise weight, always the same weight, and the same quality amount of silver in it. So there we go. Coins are almost the first hallmarking of sorts, if you want to see it that way. Hallmarking afterwards then came from England. Okay, they were the first, let's put it that way. France was close behind, starting in 1238. And then for the silver standard, because in England the silver coins were of exceptional high quality. That's why it's called sterling silver still today. And in France, they were a little bit more focused on the gold, and that's why still today we call it the touche de Paris, because in 1313, the standard was 19 karat gold, or 80%. Now, let's dive into the metals. I always give you a little quick historic overview, and then we just look at jewelry. So copper was the first metal used in human history. It started out in Turkey, where the earliest native metal was found. Remember, native is like you find it, you can use it. It is copper, almost pure. So that's a very early copper bead. But then they realized, okay, if the patina turns green, then we can just as well use malachite. And for tools, copper being so soft, they were not more useful than stone tools or obsidian tools. So in a way, they discovered it, but then not really important. In 5000 BC, they realized how to smelter copper, and that started to be a bit more interesting. In North America, it's called the Old Copper Complex. From around 4000 BC, there's the Superior Lakes region. There's a huge, absolutely huge native copper deposit, big enough for really a proper industry to happen. And they also started to make jewelry and personal ornamentations. There we have a little bead from, 1500 BC onwards. Early copper jewelry, not easy to find because they tend to corrode, and bronze was a bit more convenient because more durable, etc. Bronze is an alloy of copper and tin, which we're not going to look at in detail. But then we have sort of like in the 19th century, copper is starting to be used again. On the left, on the top, and on the bottom, we have two alloys. It's very often called just shakudo. It's technique, a metal technique used in Japan for swords, very traditionally. And in the 19th century, these things came over to Europe, and we made little things with it, like, for example, the ring. In shakudo is copper with a little bit of gold, so usually 90% and 10%. And shibuichi is copper and silver, and usually 75%, 25%. Sorry, that's a typo there. Then, just to give you a visual little idea what else was done in copper. In the 1980s, late 70s, experimental again, hop, 78, 80, 81. 81 as well, really a very, at the time, big hit. It was the Wabi Sabi collection of Robert Lee Morris for Calvin Klein. That's what he did. And in 1992, Ja created the balls necklace because he had balls. And there we have silver, that's blackened, copper, the red one, and bronze, the yellowish. And nowadays, but Ja only used, I think it's probably the only piece. But then jewelers like Hemmeler were also using copper as they still do now. Next one, gold. Here just, the different carats, colors of different carats when they're polished and when they're satin finished. Because the carats make a change color of the gold. It's a quick history because it's all over the place, gold, and it has been traditionally really been the most sought after metal because you can work it extremely nicely, and it's just fantastic for early and modern goldsmiths to work with. Usually you don't have to smelt it from compounds. It's usually, you either fine it or you don't really have to smelt it, if I understand correctly. And then in 4600, that's the oldest gold bead so far found. And then 100 years later, more or less, we have a large gold find called the Varna gold. And then, of course, later on, big dates are Columbus arriving in America and just wanting the gold. And then later on, 19th century, we have the gold rush in the US. So this is the Varna gold. So already quite worked in detail. So clothes, things, etc. You even have a little, it's almost like a condom in gold. Plenty of gold was already in use. Then, and we're now really just time traveling, the Etruscans were extremely skilled goldsmiths, and they came up with a technique, it's called granulations. It's fixing, but tiny, absolutely tiny little gold beads onto a surface so that it looks like the beard and the hair. And you have to consider that this pendant, it's about this big. So the detail is absolutely minute, and still today, goldsmiths don't really know how did they do it. There are some experiments, but we don't know. Then the Greeks, they were absolutely amazing goldsmiths as well. And this is a pair of earrings. You have pretty much all the techniques, the traditional techniques that you still work with today. They already were masters of it. I'd like to see goldsmiths nowadays to try to really do it like they did. Considering that we don't know, they might be this big. What about a loop? I mean, microscope? No, they didn't work with that. Gold, we also find in pre-Columbian cultures, famous for that. So this is just one example. And then the Renaissance was another big period where gold was big. So you have chains and medallions. 19th century, Castellani, they found the ancient jewelry of the Etruscans. He thought, I'm just going to do the same. But as you can see, no, he does not quite manage to do the same little detail, and it's different. They're bigger, and then it's just not the same. And then Jules Viese in the 19th century was also famous for just using gold, and he cast his jewels. And then in the 1930s, and 40s, that's what you did. And then another period, 1960s and 70s. Real gold and diamonds the dress, quite something to wear. Silver, 12,000 BC, earliest smelting. Asia Minor, so that's again Turkey, but also India, China, Japan, but there's really nothing surviving in terms of sources. Initially in Egypt, silver was higher value than gold, and only later gold became double the value of silver. Then in Athens, they were mining 5.2 tons of silver per year. The Incas, in about 120, they started to mine silver. In Rome, about 10,000 tons of silver were in circulations. And when Rome fell in 476 AD, there was no more silver mining in Europe until Charlemagne 300 years later. Middle Ages, the ancient mines were all depleted, and the Southern European mines, and they were mining in Central Europe and Britain. Then in 1546, discovery of important mines in today's Mexico, still a very important mine. And in 1727, big date in the history of jewelry, they discover diamonds in Brazil, meaning diamond jewelry is worn. You have day-night jewelry. You want the diamonds to be set in a white metal. That's when really a lot of silver was used for diamond jewelry, and you would have it backed with gold. Antique jewelry, mostly silver and gold. Oldest silver bead I could find, 3,100 BC. One of the oldest silver jewels, Egyptian, 2,600 BC, more or less. Still on the left, we have Egypt. The scarab is interesting because it's the first time that you have the technique of metal-in-metal inlay. Greek and Roman silver, and then 18th, 19th century, as we just saw. You have the silver-backed gold. Here you have the side. You can just see the tiny, very slim layer of gold to protect the skin and clothes from tarnishing, because silver tarnishes. And then great silversmith, Georg Jensen, who did things always earlier than expected. So the bracelet is 1946, 1954, and 1968. Very, very progressive. And one of the greatest jewelry designers working at the start principally in silver, democratizing really the jewelry world at the time. Ja, again, revolutioned jewelry because he started to use silver as was used in the 18th, 19th century. So now this is maybe a technique, pavé, people do it. Yes, silver, that's now more accepted, but he really started it, and really right after starting. So probably already the end of the 70s, but definitely early 80s. He also used oxidized silver, and then different ways of how he used silver in the 80s and 90s. Next one, iron, quick. So meteoric iron comes from the sky. The Egyptians say metal from heaven. Fairly soft, maybe cold forged, so you can hammer it, etc. But it's quite brittle. So this is the earliest artifact that we have surviving of that iron. It's the dagger of Tutankhamun, about 1,300 BC. Then we have smelted iron ore, so they made iron. And then in Africa, and they also have it in the 750, that's just a little history. In 450, in China, they come up with a blast furnace, so cast iron is invented, so to speak. And then in 1709, there's a cheap way of reaching the same temperature, and now iron becomes cheaply available, and you have the Industrial Revolution that's starting. Earliest iron in jewelry, metal of heaven, Egypt. In Sparta and Rome, it was worn by men, so it was a very male, virile metal. And otherwise, it was used for wedding rings. You would use the iron ring at home and the gold ring when you get out. Next period of important period for it, Berlin iron, beginning of the 19th century. This is how you can work it. Cast. 19th century, still in use, because usually people think iron jewelry, yeah, Berlin iron, and that's it. Nowhere else used. But still in Africa, the Zulu people also used it, and Georg Jensen as well. And now really the one working in iron, and that's known for is Hemmerle, who started in the mid-90s. And there are some examples. Steel, similar to iron, basically, when you put it in the fire and the carbon and the ash in the fire actually mixes with the iron, then if you cool it and you do that several times, then it hardens and you have carbonized steel, so to speak. And as we said, in 1709, cheap way of producing it, there we go. So 18th century, they thought, let's cut it. So let's facet the iron, and you would have cut steel jewelry. Even Catherine the Great, as we have seen, is wearing it proudly. Here's some more example. That's a detail of how you actually cut it, and then they were all riveted together. All those little facets riveted together. Then in the 1980s, you have steel. Usually it's Bulgari used it famously, and Jar also a little bit. And now it's used more. I mean, I'm stopping because we're trying to focus on the important things. Platinum, quick question. When was platinum used for the first time? And by whom? Any idea? Quick? No. Well, usually people think, yeah, 19th century, but no way. The La Tolita in Ecuador, they could already do it around, antiquity. 200 BC to 800 AD, you had platinum plated gold and bicolored jewelry. They were doing it by sintering it. So now, technically, I don't really know. I can just tell you, they used powder, platinum powder, and then melted it together with a high silver content, silver gold alloy. And I don't know how they removed it then. It is so technical, I still can't get my head around it. But they managed to master platinum way before. When the Europeans thought, platinum, plata, platina, little silver. We only want the gold, the Spanish. We want the gold. This platinum thing, platina, no way. Not interested. We really only rediscovered it in the 18th century. And in the 19th century Industrial Revolution, the technology for high temperature furnaces meant that we could actually work with it. So one of the earliest jewelry, probably the first jewel in platinum, but we don't know, is the shell tiara in the Spanish, in possession of the Spanish royal family by Melerio. So that was made in 1867, super early, super early. Then very famous, Belle Époque, you have Cartier, you have Chaumet, the little knife edge use of it. Art Deco, big area for platinum jewelry. 1940s, you had the war. Platinum needed to be, I don't know, I think it was for weapons. So platinum, no use in the 1940s. And then post-war, you have the Court of Jewels, and there, 1950s, 1960s, platinum starts again, etc. Aluminium, discovered in 1824. First used as a commercial material in the mid-19th century, and it was regarded as precious. In the next year, the Paris exhibition was actually exhibited next to the crown jewels as a place of honor, just to get that idea. But late 19th century price drop, and that's it. Only in the 1940s, you know, after the war, in Germany, they revived aluminium jewelry. And in the 1980s, 90s, you have the Memphis movement. It's mostly cast. Some examples, 19th century. Lalique, great stage jewel because it was light. And 1900s, a fantastic little aigrette, all in platinum. Then 1940s, 60s, the German aluminium jewelry, and this is the Memphis movement. And then, to the big surprise of everyone, in 1997, JAR starts to really work it with the sheep. That caused quite a stir, as it's seen here, and then the lilac brooches as well in the early 2000s. Titanium, the history, discovered in 1791. But only in 1910 did they manage to really smelt pure titanium. Super complicated metal, it seems. In the Cold War, the Soviets then used it in the 1950s, 60s for military use because it's super, super light and has the highest ratio of strength and weight. So super light and it's almost as strong as steel. I mean. So great use for military, for jets, fighter jets that have to be light, of course, and for submarines. The USA during the Cold War considered it a strategic material and hoarded it, kept it aside, and only in the 2000s they let go of all that stock. So it became more available for jewelers. And then, as far as I know, at the time, 1987, this one was the first piece of jewelry in titanium by JAR. And then in 2013, he used it again. It's not something that he uses a lot, but revolutionary use of jewelry. And there we go. Well, that was our time travel with the metals. Thank you very much. In time, I mean,
thank you.
Magic.
It's the combo of the German with the Swiss.
Yes, it's, oh God, yes.
Perhaps time for one question. Does anybody have a question? Are there any metals that Katja may have missed that you want to highlight?
Plenty.
Okay, otherwise I think Katja's going to be around for a while longer. Do you want to say maybe 2-3 words about the pieces that are in the exhibition next door?
Yes, to my great, I'm very, very sad that I did not talk about bronze, because we have an absolutely fantastic, please look at it, fantastic bronze brooch dated from 900 BC, more or less. What you need to look at is, you look at the side and the catch of the pin, you see it. And then you think, how did they do it? The construction of it, it's one piece of wire. So that's definitely something to look at, absolutely fantastic. We also have a pair of Roman earrings, yeah, with imitation pearls and imitation emerald. There's only one surviving. And then we also have a pair of aluminium jar jewelry, earrings. And what else have we got that's really interesting for metals? Well, the others, if you just go through it, you start at the what? Front left, huh? And then you walk like this. You walk like this. And that's literally your time travel throughout the history of jewelry, with plenty of gaps still, but we're working on it. So enjoy.
Thank you. And if you have any questions about the exhibition, I'm sure Katja will still be
Oh, and
around
if you want to learn more about the history of jewelry, as Laurent mentioned, I teach at the SSEF the course, and we do jewelry design from prehistory to more or less now. So if you're interested in that, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Katja.
Thank you.
Now, our next speaker, I think, is also very important. We've learned a lot about the history of metals, the history of jewelry, and the history of gems. And the kind of overarching theme is craftsmanship. Katja also mentioned it about this brooch, craftsmanship. And the question now here today with Allegra Zerz, who's a fashion industry insider turned jewelry expert and who works with brands, both larger brands, but also younger brands, on their digital presence, is the question, if you're crafting your jewelry, how do you get that message across to consumers and to audiences in 2024? So we go from antiquity to the modern day, but there's still a link. So thank you so much for being here, Allegra.
Thank you so much.
And
thanks for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here today. Firstly, I will talk and try to analyze why craftsmanship is gaining popularity in the digital sphere. Then I will talk about what aspects of craftsmanship will add value to your jewelry brand, and then how to communicate it. If you search for hashtag craftsmanship on Instagram, you will find 4 million posts on Instagram. Over the past 2 years, hashtag craftsman shows an increase in views on TikTok. Hashtag fine jewelry shows even more, over 8 million posts on Instagram. And hashtag jewelry is on top of the hashtags used in conjunction with craftsmen on TikTok. Hashtag jewelry making has 4.5 million posts on Instagram. Handcrafted jewelry, 3.2 million posts on Instagram. Hashtag goldsmith, 1.8 million posts on Instagram, and so on. So craftsmanship is gaining popularity in the digital sphere, but why? Here, trend forecasters say that it's a counter trend to digitalization and artificial intelligence, because we are all digital fatigued. No wonder, because an average human person processes 74 gigabytes of information each day. To give you a more tangible number, it's like watching 16 movies a day. I don't know if you ever watched, I did a movie marathon or something, like watching all 8 films of Harry Potter in a row, but 60 movies is quite nuts, actually. And a study of 2017 goes even so far to say that every year it gets 5% more. There is a demand of transparency. We long for authenticity. We want to educate ourselves. We want to know materials. We want to know sustainability practices. We want to filter all that information that we see every day. And we search for experts that we can trust. What is the whole common sentiment of all this? Trend forecasters sum it up to a macro trend called seeking security, which is actually a basic human need. We live in uncertain times. There's a lot of instability. There's a lot of insecurity. And trend forecasters even draw a comparison to the Industrial Revolution and Romanticism, where you seek the familiar, you want to romanticize it, and craftsmanship is an antithesis to all the insecurities and instability. There's a lot of fear of technology, artificial intelligence, taking over jobs, and craftsmanship is something very tangible. Like, if you think of a craftsman, even if you don't know anything about the actual production process, you can understand or have an image in your mind about a craftsman and maybe an idea of what he does every day. I want to share a statement of one of the greatest trend forecasters of our time, Lee Edelcourt. And she says, to sum up the current mood, she says that she's craving fantasy, she's craving almost childish initiatives and design, she's craving color, motives, and she believes in the return of the arts and crafts movement as described by William Morris. What does she actually say with that? She encourages the personalized and creative outputs of the individual craftsman. She promotes local craftsmanship and sustainable materials. And she predicts a return to ethical and culturally rich production that values not only the final product, but also the process of production and the creator. So how does craftsmanship add value to a jewelry brand? First of all, because per definition of a luxury product, the human hand has to have an important role in the production. And I want to share with you a statement of Kapferer, one of the greatest luxury strategists out there. And it's a reminder that originally each luxury product was made by a craftsman or an artisan known to the client. If that is not possible anymore, it is, however, very important that the luxury product is not manufactured in an anonymous manner. It has at least one part of the production process has to be handmade because it adds soul to the product. Little imperfections that you can recognize it's handmade, it adds soul. And this must be well publicized. And I will talk about how to communicate it in just a bit, but I want to pinpoint out what kind of aspects of craftsmanship really add value to your jewelry brand. Personalization, it's the highest level of exclusivity. Bespoke creations, made-to-order commissions. Expertise, if you're an expert in craftsmanship, it just adds value to your jewelry brand because people can trust you. It's a bit about the same that I said before. People want to turn to experts that they can trust. It's something authentic, if you know what you're talking about and you're not just someone who produces stock products. Craftsmanship has a multi-sensory experience to it. I don't know if you ever watched a video of someone setting stones. It has something very soothing and something very like an active meditation kind of that adds value also. And a membership mentality, because craftsmanship and the world of craftsmen is still something very secret, and you can give people access to a very secret world, and it can create a mentality of kind of like a club membership. How to communicate the added value craftsmanship? There's this ongoing debate that digital and luxury doesn't go well hand in hand, because luxury is quiet and digital is loud. Digital is about good deals and discounts, and luxury is beyond price. Luxury is one-to-one, and digital is automated mass communication. But I believe that in 2024, if you know both worlds, there is a way to merge the two. And the first golden rule is, in luxury, you do not communicate to sell. Instead, your brand becomes a medium itself. And there are new rules of luxury communication. First of all, you need to see that all digital channels are the entry ticket. You open up the barrier to your brand world, and then again, it's about authentic storytelling. Here are some examples. We don't want to see perfectly manicured fingers and a final product, or someone polishing with perfectly clean hands. Doesn't make any sense. Then you need identifiable and shareable brand content. So Instagram, TikTok is becoming more of, obviously it's a shopping app, but it's also becoming a mood board. So people use brand content and repurpose it and use it in their own mood boards. So you want to have content that is shareable, but at the same time identifiable, so people can still see if it's reposted that it's your brand. You need to be culturally credible through collaborations and create a community. There's one example of the brand Lilian von Trapp, that she promoted her remodel service in collaboration with an influencer, showing the process of how she made, I think, a necklace out of her grandma's ring or something similar to that. And then you want to draw a backlink to the real world with intimate exclusive events. It helps if you have a Mayfair townhouse like Jesse McCormack, where you establish a craftsmanship workshop in the basement. So besides a secret garden where couples can view diamonds in the daylight, you can also see the craftsmanship in the store. It's part of the storytelling, which I find very alluring. But also the Australian brand Sarah and Sebastian, they did a pop-up tour through Australia with their soldering experience. So you could go to the pop-up, get a bracelet soldered directly to your wrist, and you could follow them through Australia. And then not a luxury brand, but they're really doing a good job in creating a community. They reach out, Alighieri reaches out to people that really interact on their social media. They invite them to their atelier. They do a meet and greet with their designers. They do pop-ups where you can personalize their talismans. So that is, I think, also a very smart strategy, how you can communicate craftsmanship. And if you're interested in finding a unique way and a strategy for your own brand, this is where you can find me. And if you have any questions, I'm here.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for this overview. Any questions on trends or things that are happening in the world of communication? I think your talk was so clear. We actually still have, I think, a number of minutes. So
it was a bit fast.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So are you hopeful that craftsmanship really is coming back? That it's a trend that is going to stick around?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, trend forecasters say it. So I think maybe not tomorrow, but in the next 5-10 years, I think there will be a huge comeback of craftsmanship. It's going to be more important than ever.
And if I may ask you the question that I asked Helen before, why do you think people buy jewelry? Why do people collect jewelry? What is it about jewelry? There's so many people setting up jewelry brands, but what is it in the human psyche that...
Yeah, I think it's, first of all, it's just beautiful. It's the most precious materials, doesn't ever go out of style, and if so, you can redo them, remodel them. It's never a mistake.
Okay, so it's about telling stories and inspiring people.
Yeah.
So, okay, great. Well,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much, Allegra.
Thank you.
Would you like us to start, Gaetano? It's 15 minutes. Let's start. Then if the conversation is a little bit longer, it'll be a little bit longer. But we have our next guest who is... we're just going to change. Would you like some sparkling water? Still? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to put the table on the side. Okay. So our next speaker, I mean, I'm incredibly honored that you're here, Gaetano. We've known each other for quite a number of years. We've also exchanged on topics of sustainability, and you've really been a pioneer in that sense. You're certainly one of the most eminent industry leaders. You've been working in this industry for many, many decades. Dr. Gaetano Cavalieri is president of SIBJO, the World Jewelry Confederation. And he's a prominent leader in the industry. He's also a board member of many associations, many organizations, and he has certainly been at the forefront of the industry's efforts to have a positive impact, to become more sustainable. And part of the conversation today was to try and understand and reflect on what has happened over the past few decades. So thank you so much for being here, Gaetano, with us. My first question might be, SIBJO, so the World Jewelry Confederation, plays a leading role in making the jewelry industry more sustainable. Can you talk about the beginnings of this? I believe you were involved in the Kimberley process and its beginnings in the early 2000s. Sustainability is nothing new. How did all this start for you? Or what, if you look back upon this, what historical trajectory has it taken and why is it important?
Thank you very much, Laura, and thank you for the friends here today with us and for those that are, I suppose, in streaming. Let's start with one simple statement, which is the jewelry business is a wonderful business. That's 100%. And just to follow what the previous speaker said, when you ask why the people buy jewelry, the people buy jewelry because give a lot of sensations, and the people buy jewelry because it's underlining and mark special periods and times in the life of each one of us. You know, when somebody is born, when you get married or engaged, when you celebrate whatever thing. I mean, having a piece of jewelry is always something that let the people smile. And today, if you go around, not many people are smiling. So if we may help the people smiling in this industry, then we're happy.
But you were smiling, so...
I always smile because, you know, as you said, we know each other since a long time. You were mentioning the year 2000 and this and that. And yes, my family is in the business since a few hundred years, exactly 203, starting in 1821. But I don't look so old, but I define myself several times young. Said that one of the elements in let the people smile when they get a piece of jewelry as a present or when they buy for themselves, is the fact that the people has to be aware what is a piece of jewelry, where the components are coming from, how the components were designed, how the components has been assembled, and what kind of expertise is behind. And one of the elements is the philosophy of sustainability. Why I'm saying philosophy of sustainability? Because sustainability is a way of life. In other words, if I walk on the street and I have a piece of paper, I put in my pocket. I don't throw the paper on the ground. If somebody is smoking, hopefully less people, and you have a cigarette, you put in the ashtray. So it's a way of respecting the processes and respecting the environment and respecting the humanity and give what has to be given to the society. In other words, what I'm saying is that sustainability is something that many people talk about it, but is something that is essential for the future of our generations and for the future of the incoming generation. And I'm referring to environment, I'm referring to human rights, I'm referring to decent work, I'm referring to medicines, I'm referring to take care. I mean, I can say what we in the organization I have the honor to chair have done, which obviously is not so public, not because we do not communicate, but we communicate to the trade. So we are an organization of association. So what we do is public because sometimes the people go to visit our website or there are occasions like this to talk. But on the other hand, when somebody, I give an example, is probably a stupid example. If each one of us go to the supermarket and buy, I don't know, tomatoes or salads or meat, there is a label that say this product is coming from, was produced by, has been packed by, has been traded by. So all the information are there. When you buy a piece of jewelry, if you do not have those information, the diamond is a natural diamond. I mean, we have here Raluca that is there. She is the next speaker, and she will talk about Natural Diamond Council, which is important, or otherwise is so-called laboratory-grown diamond or synthetic, as the recent statement from the Minister of Finance in France that has been reiterated that a diamond which is not natural is synthetic, but give the meaning of fake. Well, we have always said that it's essential to have full disclosure in everything we do. So,
this has really been something that Sibjo's been working on for many decades, right? Full disclosure with the blue books and everything. So if we bring that back to sustainability, and for example, the example of the Kimberley process, how did you see these beginnings kind of come about? Because I think there's a lot of good intentions, and then how do you bring this into actionable and concrete actions, which is a lot of the work that you've done over the past 2 decades?
Good intention are not enough. The action
Yeah.
that you do on the field, the way that you communicate, the way that you let our traders and retailers from mine to retail to tell the people, to tell the story of the components of a piece of jewelry. Because here we are talking about jewelry itself. In other words, a Kimberley process that was born in the year 2000, I don't know if you may remember, but it looks that you are too young under this point of view, so you have read. But the industry was attacked by a group of NGOs saying in the 1998, 1999, said, well, diamonds are linked to revolution, are linked to terrorism, are doing this and this and that. And the industry came together and said, well, but we do not recognize ourselves in this kind of statement. So that means that if the people is attacking the industry, there is something wrong. So we, the industry, accepted what they were saying. So, okay, said what we have to do to defend our reputation and to reaffirm our reputation. Why I'm saying that? I would like to link what I'm saying to what I said previously. The jewelry industry is a beautiful industry. And why is a beautiful industry? For several reasons. One of those reasons is the fact that the people base, since the very beginning, meaning few thousand years ago, the trade on reputation. In other words, if you look years ago, many years ago, the people, and still today, but many years ago in particular, the people was making business just shaking hands and honor the word given. So the sense of honorability, the sense of honesty, the sense of reputation, the sense of respect, and when I say all these senses, meaning that all of them together are done towards the final consumer. Because at the end is the final consumer. We all here simply because there are consumers, otherwise there is no reason to be here. In all these halls, beautiful, wonderful jewelry, wonderful stones, wonderful design, wonderful activity, everything, it looks to be sparkling, but whatever we do is done towards the consumer. And we have to respect the consumer in bringing those jewelry, and is the element of fantasy, of intellect, of study, of architecture, of designing, of capacity of assembling, of setting, and so on, in order to bring something that is beautiful. We have heard Ellen and Katia are talking about the V&A museum, or talking about precious metals. Well, all those are components that has to be brought together and making something that let the people smile.
In confidence, right? So in maintaining consumer confidence.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So one of the other things that you were instrumental in is working very closely with different UN organizations over the years. Can you maybe share why this was important to you, or why you felt that the jewelry industry, or SIBJO specifically, needed to work together with them and could kind of partner with different UN initiatives?
Well, I tell you the story, which is a funny story. I was in the year 2000 in a very important meeting in New York with, gathering the entire leadership of the industry at the time. And obviously the NGO were invited, and we had, let's say, few person representing NGO that attack us. And then I said, okay, I put in a coffee break myself in a side, and I asked these people, said, could you please tell me why you attack us with so heavy passion, which I like it, but I would like to understand. So they start telling me, and I said, well, in order to be, I would say, play in the same ground, in the same fields, if they are NGO, we have to become NGO. And the industry became NGO. After that meeting, I went to the UN, I went to the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, and I said, how may SIBJO become an NGO recognized within the United Nations? So they said, who are you? I said, well, I am this, this, and that. I represent this jewelry business. Please go. I said, excuse me, please go. And I left. I went to my ambassador, who was, still is a very good friend of mine, the ambassador of Italy, representing the permanent mission to the UN. I said, this and this happened it's impossible because we represent what we represent. And by the way, just for your information, we represent 47 countries in the world. Through our membership, we represent over 7 million companies all around the world in this business, and some 100 million people working in this business. So our capacity to represent is there because it's recognized by government, each government, and by the United Nations, where after that episode, we start the process, took several years. Our chief financial officer and ex-president of SSCF made a pile of documents for years going back and forwards. And after so long time, in 2006, meaning 6 years later, we became, after a very deep interrogation in front of the Assembly of the ECOSOC, United Nations Economic and Social Council representative, meaning the representative of the government at the level of ambassadors. Then finally, we were granted with special consultative status. What does it mean? That we are, since then, the voice of the entire jewelry industry from mine to retailing to the UN, where I and other colleagues are going every year. I had the honor to speak last year twice at the General Assembly, and every year we are going there to deliver the status of health of the jewelry industry, both in New York and in Geneva. So the activity that we do is obviously, could sound a little bit boring, but is important for the final consumer. Is essential for the final consumer because we have to protect the final consumer, protecting their consumer confidence, their confidence, and by protecting them, we protect the industry. So it's a simple equation that we have to consider in a very wide way.
So tell me, Gaetano, because you say that since 2006 you've been delivering annual reports, how do you see the industry? How has it changed? This is nearly 20 years ago. How do you see that? Also, when you report on the health of the industry, how do you see it today?
Well, the industry has changed dramatically, and this is a dynamic industry, and we are lucky, dynamic in every single sense. I truly believe that this industry today is much more mature than what it was 50 years ago. But this is the normal evolution of new achievement, new goals, new technologies, new elements, new study, and is highly, under a certain point of view, sophisticated when we talk about this industry. But I believe that this industry, as it has been proven, has brought much more attention to the issues related to transparency, sustainability, origin, and all these elements that are bringing, obviously, human rights, gender equality, labor conditions, environment. So there are all the elements of the 17 Millennium Sustainable Development Goals, which are essential to work. Because if you don't work and have relation with your environment, your supplier, and your clients, you cannot have all those elements. There is a key element which is KYC, know your counterpart, which is essential in all these kind of relations. Otherwise, if you don't know your counterpart, how can you do that?
So the more information, the more knowledge, the more transparency, the more exchange, the more partnerships there are, the more of benefit it is to everybody or to all stakeholders.
Absolutely.
And that's one of the things I think it was a part of the title for this panel was to say that you were really covering all stakeholders in the industry.
Sibjo, not me.
No,
I'm covering because my size.
Yeah.
But
Sorry, I'm speaking to Sibjo. You were not the only person in Sibjo, but I meant to say Sibjo really represents absolutely every single actor in the industry.
Yes.
And this is a mandate that you've really been very, very passionate about and bringing that forward as well, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And the fact that, as you know, in CIBJO, all the officers and members are all volunteer. So we are there voluntarily to serve the industry, and none of us is paid. So we do for dedication, we do for passion. But overall, what is important to underline is the fact that CIBJO, since 1926, when it was born, has produced the so-called blue books, which are called blue books simply because originally the cover of the book was blue, where all the technical tools were put together. And the blue books are recognized by the Court of Justice. And the blue books are in some countries, and a good number of countries, including France, a national law. Yeah. So that means that those elements are very, very, very specific and technical, and because are too technical, we have organized, just launched last year, the so-called Academy, where one of our prominent member and now vice president and president of the sector is the dean of the so-called academy, because it is important and essential that everybody is aware what is going on, how is going on. In other words, translate what has been and still is a very technical let's say, number of books, because are divided in diamond, colorstone, pearls, coral, precious metal, and so on, including the Sustainable Development Commission, including the Responsible Sourcing Commission, and the Responsible Sourcing book. So there are a number which are freely downloadable from the website. So no need to pay. You go in the website, you download, and that's it.
They're a great resource. I would also encourage anybody to download them all. And a lot of hard work goes into them. So
you know yourself for professional reasons, but we are there to support. We are there to support. We are there to support our member. I am happy that Mr. Guido Groman is here, a representative of the organizations in Germany, that I don't pronounce because I don't speak German, but in any case, my pronunciation in German is very bad. But the fact that he is here and the people here belong to the association, or the association of the association, is important, because that is the role. The role of the association is to produce whatever tool in terms of services, in terms of knowledge, in terms of delivering, in terms of information, in terms of being there at disposal of the industry and through the industry toward the consumer. That is, at the end, what is the capacity to represent from mine to retail as we do.
So one of the challenges I see right now, or for the last few years, is that terms like sustainability, ethics, responsible sourcing have been very widely used in different ways. And, you know, CIBJO really being a leader in terms of terminology and bringing people together. Can you perhaps kind of share your experience on the challenges of people using different terms to mean different things, and what CIBJO is working on right now?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for this question. But again, everything is based on few elements. Element number one is honesty. Because the people has to be honest. You can make a lot of money, be honest. But the element of honesty is paying in the long term. So it's something that you have to invest. And honesty means also the fact that knowledge is essential to be delivered with full transparency. So there are several elements that are linked together, And when you know, it's like a boy, a girl that is starting to go to the school and start from the kindergarten, primary school, and then finish as a doctor as you are, and specialized in many things. I mean, you have done a lot of stuff in terms of sustainability yourself. And it's essential that all these elements that are brought together, they are delivered to the people. So knowledge and competence, informations, and share this knowledge and this competence in a way that the people may understand, and is up to the speaker, in this case me or you or the others, that have to use a plain language in order to give to the audience the exact meaning what we want to say. Because sometimes, you know, I can see people that say, wow, speak, you know, like a top professor. I'm not. In fact, I don't speak as a professor. I am not at all. I am still a student, despite my several young number of years. But still it's like this, because if the people speak in a plain language and show that there is the knowledge of the element we said, gold, silver, platinum, copper, whatever, and they know about soldering, and the people knows how a simple piece of jewelry is made, that is essentially is important, because it not only the fact that a piece of jewelry is precious or is beautiful, because a piece of jewelry is precious by nature, not by definition, by nature. A simple gold band is precious by nature. And when we see about pearls, for instance, you know, the pearls, you are a great expert in pearls. When I went to see the South Sea pearls, or in the Philippines, in Australia, in French Polynesia, and you see how the pearls are cultured, you know, it's incredible, because there are all these ships, small and big, where the pearls are taken every 3 weeks. Many 100,000 of pearls every 3 weeks are taken out from the water. They are cleaned. Somebody's opened the oyster, talked to the pearl. How are you? I saw myself. I mean, it's incredible. So when you say and when you see something like this, you have to think that everything, you know, goes in a certain direction, and the quality of the water is much better than what was, you know, 30 years ago. The species of new fishes, I saw myself more than 150 species of fishes that apparently were disappeared are back. That means that the quality of the water is what it is. You go underwater, that you like, I don't. But
well, just to follow up on that, two terms that are widely used in pearl farming are nursery and husbandry. So there's kind of a love relationship also with the oyster and taking care, and that maybe comes back to your message from before, that jewelry should be beautiful, and the way we make jewelry should also be beautiful, and that links back to the previous talk on craftsmanship, or your own family's history of over 200 years.
Absolutely.
This is about doing things the good way in the long term.
But if the people think how 1 gram of gold is made, how many kilos of rocks you have to take in order to produce, or one simple diamond is coming from the ground. You know, somebody say, well, I'm sorry, I go back. But when you take from the ground, meaning the nature, and that's why, you know, the stones, diamond, sapphires, emeralds, or others, or the precious metal are coming up, you know, is something that is, to me, is giving enthusiasm. I have been visiting many mines around the world, and we are in this industry very lucky that those miners are mining ethically.
Yeah.
Those miners. Those, as happened to me, that were not doing, has been reported. And they had somebody closed, or somebody has been reported and changed completely the way of mining. So it is essential, the role of the industry to control how all the things, not police, but at least control what is happening all around the industry.
So in 2007, you had a congress, or sorry, SIPJO had a congress in South Africa, and you came out with a declaration called the Cape Town Declaration. Why was this important? I mean, South Africa is a producing country, both of platinum, gold, diamonds. It seemed to be quite a monumental moment and quite a statement to do this in a producing country and come out and say the industry feels that this is the declaration. Can you perhaps share a little bit about that?
Yes, absolutely. The declaration, so-called Cape Town Declaration, went because there were a number of representatives of several countries in the area, from South Saharan to South Africa's governments. We have initiated years before the way of talking with our members, miners, in order to take care of what was going on in that part of the world, meaning taking care of the miners, taking care of their family, taking care of the women, taking care of the children. So meaning that in the mines, in the mines area, there were hospitals, there were schools, there were kindergarten, there were medical control, IDS, and the number of people working was increasing also because this, but were taken off from other, let's say, negative ways to go forward. And that was an element that took off the people from what was, let's say, problematic into something that was giving the possibility to grow happily, and was clearly stated that the jewelry industry, largely meaning, was a peace asset. Why? Because giving them the opportunity and the tools to work properly and honestly and transparently was getting every single war away, as we did with the Kimberley process in Sierra Leone 2003, that with the system that we put in place, we took the money out from that, and without that, nothing can be done.
Yeah. Thank you. Perhaps one of the final questions would be, 2 decades later after all this KP thing, what are the lessons learned from you? Or I don't want to guess how many decades you have been working on all these subjects, quite a few, and your family's been working on this for centuries. Where do you see the jewelry industry going?
The jewelry industry will grow every day. There is no doubt, because, I don't want to start from the very beginning, Adam and Eve, but today, the jewelry industry, we live in a world that is giving the possibility to live in a certain way and to enjoy life. Too many negative things are happening around the world today. I mean, just during this day, there is in Munich this convention about security. The world needs to be secure. The people need to be secure and live happily toward the future. The jewelry industry is absolutely, without any doubt, one of the components to let the people be happy, maybe be even happier.
Thank you, Gaetano. So maybe my final question would be, given that we have a lot of young people in the audience, you're very passionate about these subjects. I mean, you have Sicilian blood and DNA, but where do you find the energy, the passion, and the enthusiasm to, keep on working on all these projects?
I sleep in the fridge, so...
Of course. Just bring him a fridge and it'll be okay.
I am bringing a fridge.
Just bring me a fridge.
So, I just recharge myself.
Okay. Well, thank you for your passion.
Thank you very much.
And if there's any questions from the audience for Dr. Gaetano Cavalieri, we're happy to take them, and otherwise I'm sure he'll be around for a little while longer.
Thank you very much.
we're ensuring gender balance.
let me introduce our next speaker. Very pleased to have Raluca Angel come here to speak. She works for the Natural Diamond Council. She's the head of Europe and the global head of external affairs and industrial relations at the Natural Diamond Council. So you represent a very big industry, which is the natural diamond industry. And you're going to be speaking to us a little bit about changes that are happening both in the US and more specifically the EU. So very relevant for some of you operating in the EU. And it is, how can the diamond industry navigate upcoming green legislation, so laws, whilst addressing the conscious consumers? Thank you very much, Raluca, for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and hello, Inhorgenta. Thank you. I hope you all enjoyed and you read a little bit of this. Perhaps it's the reality that a lot of us are already facing today, which is a bit of mixed messages, and you always have to read in the small print that you have over there. And I think you will see that a lot of the points that I will be making are so connected to what you've heard, showing very reinforced unitary message. So this is a typical example of beautiful greenwashing, also known as green hugging, where you get the reality being presented in different ways according to the choice of words that people actually have. So it's a pleasure for me to speak to you on how is it that widely the jewelry industry can navigate some of the green legislation and some of the green changes that are definitely coming our way. You will see that I have focused a lot of my presentation on the European Union because that's the first market that is going to impact you. But changes are happening across the world. So I think now that we especially live and work in a unitary digitized world, this is more important than ever. But now a little bit about us. And because images and visuals are 10 times more important than words, I will invite you to watch a video that explains what is it that the Natural Diamond Council does. Thank you for stepping a little bit into our world, which is the mesmerizing world of the new diamond dream and the jewelry, beauty, and love for this very precious stone. What is it that we are in a snippet from all the images that you've seen there? We call ourselves the Vogue for Diamonds, which is the go-to place for you to get inspiration, and get to understand brands, get to see styles, and definitely get to experience a lot of the diversity and versatility that this beautiful stone brings. We have 28,000 unique daily visitors to our website, which means that we're getting to consumers every day, 365 days a year, and we can see that they're very much in love with a lot of the information that we're providing that is basically about you, the jewelry world. We are on absolutely any single social media platform that you can imagine have been across the world. And it's very important for us to be there because this is where a lot of the conversations of our consumers are taking place and where they're going to seek for this inspiration. And this actually has the most updated information on our achievements. But I'm here to talk to you about the consumer, and I would say a bit of a predicament that our consumer definitely finds itself. And it's very much on the messaging around where is it that our world is going, focus on the green agenda. What the European institutions have highlighted is that 75% of the products that you can find on the EU market contain a version of a claim related to green steps that those organizations or products might have taken. The bad news about it is that between 53 and 58%, which is a staggering percentage, are actually claims that are not to be founded. They provide very vague, very misleading information. And to make things a little bit even tougher, 40% of them are completely unsubstantiated. That basically means that action needs to be taken. Action needs to be taken because, of course, our world needs to go to a much better, much stronger area. And for that, we need to actually not only have words, but we actually need to have action. And the consumer needs to be informed, needs to know how is it that they can have access to the best products to make the choices that they want to make, with all the information that is verified out there. So not only buying words, but actually buying and associating themselves to the real values and real action of those organizations. What I wanted to highlight for you, and I will go through these pieces of legislation, and I definitely encourage each and every one of you that is interested in a specific piece of legislation, or you want to go a step further, I'll be here until tomorrow afternoon, but you'll see at the end of the presentation, I'm also sharing my email address. Please feel free to reach out, because there is certainly change in the market that you need to be aware of, whether according to the size of your organization, you're not directly targeted by these pieces of legislation, you will certainly do so through the environment that you're actually part of. So the first rule, and I have to give you a warning of a couple of slides that will have more text, so bear with me as I go through that one. The first one is the empowering consumers towards the green transition. This, I would say, is one of the most important pieces of law that is brand new. In January this year, the European Parliament has voted on this piece of law. The second the EU Council is also going to have it approved, this is going to enter into force and will be applied across all of the European markets. This is a piece of law that strengthens the position in which our consumers will find themselves because it will help them get that direct access to information. The second law you see there, also called the Green Claims Directive, and directive refers to a piece of law from the European Union that is given to the EU member states, is on the substantiation that those companies need to make in order to respect the consumer and in order to give them that information that they need. The reporting directive speaks for itself from the title. It's focused on the reporting that each and every organization needs to make. And the last one refers to especially the largest of the organizations on the due diligence that they need to make on their entire value chain and their entire supply chain. For sure, the last piece is not going to affect the vast majority of you here in the audience, but you're going to be indirectly affected because those organizations that you might be working with need to actually meet this law. All these are going to be made available also to the organizers for Inhorgenta, so you will have access to this info, so don't worry about taking notes. What you need to know is that as of now, generic environmental claims are banned by the European Union. Things like environmentally friendly, eco-friendly, forever green, nature's friend. These are generic claims that are banned. What you need to understand from these is they're not stopping you or us all to communicate about the impact that we have, but they just need to know that every single claim is substantiated. And it's not just generalized, passed on to the audience without any explanation of what is it that they're referring to. What is a conscious product? Where is a carbon-friendly product? You need to go into the details and break it into several pieces for the consumer so that they understand the product that they're buying. What is also very interesting is, one, you need to have the performance substantiated, is also if you're comparing products, you need to provide the same information on the product that you're comparing yourself to as you would for yourself. That entails more honest comparisons between products, or for you to understand the aspects that actually some of your competitors might have. This is all done so businesses do not mislead, of course, and consumers will be able to be much more grateful by, one, their values being associated to the values of the companies, but also resting assured that what they've decided to invest in has actually concrete implementation. The Green Claims Directive thankfully comes with how is it that companies do that? Because, of course, just creating the framework is not the first element, but it's how you need to do that. This is really hot off the press because on the 15th of this month of February, the European Parliament's two leading committees that work on this piece of law have just voted on the report, which means that the conversations are actually moving quite fast within the European institutions, and probably a lot of the negotiation between the institutions will take place for the vast majority of this year. One element that I wanted to highlight for you there is that from the position that the European Parliament currently has, is that companies will need to submit any future environmental marketing claims for approval before being able to use them. Why is that? Is that they need to actually come and show how is it that they walk the talk. Micro-enterprises are excluded from the scope of this law, and SMEs will probably be given an extra year for the implementation of the law so that they can get all of their systems in place to be able to do that. But again, I think it's clear for all of us that once you have organizations being able to provide this information to consumers, consumers are going to ask all of us to be able to provide the same things and to speak in the same way. And that's going to ensure a much stronger level playing field. These are examples of assessments that a company actually needs to go through when they're going to need to make the verification of the claims that they're making, the marketing claims that they're making. And as you can see, they're absolutely grounded in clear information, verified information. Third-party verification is instrumental. And that's why I would definitely, you will see, I will have also later on some suggestions for you. You definitely need to already, as of now, get in touch with standard-setting organizations, such as the Responsible Jewelry Council for us here in the jewelry world. It's instrumental to be able to use standards that are accredited internationally that will already help you start walking the talk and prepare for these pieces of law that are coming our way. Now, this law has been approved. It's passed from the European institutions, and in 2025, we are going to see the first large organizations reporting into this framework. This, I would say, is one of the leading laws because it's actually going to touch around 50,000 companies with the rules on how is it that they are requested to report. This is thankfully an element, again, of unification and clarification of what is it that these companies are doing with their efforts within environmental protection, as you see there. They're including elements of social responsibility, human rights, and one element that I absolutely love, diversity on company boards. An interesting concept that they're introducing, and to the ones of you that are looking into reporting standards, these are very much aligned with the GRI guidelines, but an element that the European Union has included is that double materiality concept. That's new and that's beautiful. because it's not only the impact that you have on the environment, on the sustainability of everything that is going on around you, but also the impact that any change out there is going to have into your business. This strong partnership, this unification actually means the integration of doing things, doing them better, and you as a company growing alongside you, fulfilling those practices. So it's a crucial piece of reporting, and it's the first time that finally there is such a framework from the European institutions for this. And last but not the least, the due diligence. A lot of you know the OECD due diligence guidelines. These are very much aligned with these, and they've integrated some updated elements that are going to be essential for the largest of companies. Of course, SMEs are excluding from the direct scope of due diligence because this really refers to bigger impact, larger level of companies. However, because you might be part of the value chain, of the supply chain of those organizations, you are going to be affected, impacted by the rules that they will need to respect. So definitely do keep an eye on this. This piece of law is still under negotiation. The European Parliament and the European Commission have agreed on a text. However, now, of course, it needs to be discussed and finally approved by the two legislative bodies of the European Union. Now, the advice, because all of this is a lot of information, very important information for you to definitely read on. I wanted to make sure that you do have this on your agenda, but there are concrete elements that you can already do and prepare yourself for that. And I would always support words matter. How you choose and how you choose to implement them is absolutely instrumental. Therefore, and I wanted to highlight a message that Gaetano has very kindly shared with you. Be transparent and absolutely communicate your values. This transparency and being accurate to your core is the most important element that you do. All these pieces of law are not there to stop you from communicating the great things that you can do for community, for the society around you, for the environment, but it's actually to get you more focused. Where you can make a difference, pick those topics. Those are going to be the truest to you as well as to your customers. And I promise you, this is the symbiosis that you're looking for your customers, because they will forever value and they will enforce it to continue fulfilling those steps. Get certified. If you get certified, I mentioned standard setting organizations, they already help you get ready, be able to confirm, share all the information on the work that you're doing, and this certification is going to help you set your business in absolutely the right direction. Diamond nomenclature is key, of course. I'm working a lot on natural diamonds terminology. Gaetano was mentioning earlier various phrases, sustainably created diamonds. Well, that's a very generic term that does not speak to the essence of a product. You need to be very careful. That is a generic information that is put out there. You need to be specific on the choice of words that you do. And you need to listen to what's the legislation or what are the guidelines in each country that you need to respect. Gaetano mentioned France. There, of course, you need to use specific terminology already. Germany has same systems in place, and there are a lot of other countries across the world that do that. So make sure you're informed in your key areas. CIBJO guidelines. Again, they are there for you. They're there for your access, whether there are guidelines, the blue books, the do's and don'ts, very clearly described on all the elements and the initiatives that you need to take on. Also fresh from the print, Diamantwissen.de, established by the 3 leading German jewelry, gemstone, and diamond associations, will be able to provide a lot of information on the legislative elements, what are the guidelines that the trade needs to respect here in Germany, in the direct market that you are working on, and they will constantly be able to update that website for you to get the latest information. And last but not the least, work with us. And this is a nice intro for me to share a little bit about the work that we've done that follows the lines of be specific with the things that, with the statements that you're making, with the impact that you're having. All of the information that we're sharing is grounded into third-party verified sources, and we've chosen topics that are closest to our hearts. What we've seen from a recent study that we've done, it's done for the US market, but you will see it definitely also applies for the international markets. The moment in which your customers get the full story of the products, of the beautiful jewelry that you're actually bringing them. You get a lot of the impact information that you can share with them. Those customers are going to be much more understanding of the work that you're doing, and you will definitely increase their sense of comfort and their sense of collaboration, stronger sense of collaboration that they would like to have with you. So do not underestimate the power of the green communication done well. You've heard or seen our Hollywood actress, our U.S. global ambassador, for the Diamond World, actress Lily James. She's a fantastic ambassador of our industry, and what we've decided to do with her is actually invite her at the same time as we've invited our consumers through her to come and delve a little bit deeper in the real world of diamonds. So I'll invite you to watch a bit of her reflection from her first visit in Botswana.
High expectations based on what I'd learned as being the ambassador for Natural Diamond Council. I knew the story of the diamond mines in Botswana and the impact that they have on the country, but seeing it firsthand was really completely beyond what I expected, and the profound nature of it really hits home once you're in Botswana. I feel so lucky, and it's so incredible to be here and to learn from OP, our guide, about all the work they're doing here, and it's breathtaking.
This place is called Pala Center, and this is one of our main water holes where our animal drinks.
It's the work they do is so incredible, and over this trip getting to see right now the conservation and how they're protecting the animals. When I landed into Arapa, you see the mine. The first thing that hit me when I went to this mine was there was Ira, the CEO, who is so inspiring. She has been at that mine since the very beginning, was the one, saw the potential, and they've mined the biggest rocks out there. Their speciality is these big raw diamonds, and she is sort of running things alongside Nassim, who's the manager of the mine, and they were just so incredibly powerful. We went to De Beers headquarters, which was the vault of Botswana, and within there they have all these rough diamonds. I was led round by this woman, Pat, and two other women who are completely the highest senior positions. She was just telling me how when she looks at a mine, she sees the future. She sees schooling, she sees this, she's witnessed the growth of Botswana and how it's changed since these mines were discovered. And I was walking around, having this incredible tour and seeing all these rough diamonds in their pure form. And they are being sorted into size and color and into type. It was incredible holding them. You feel this energy. I toured around KGK, which is a polishing and cutting facility for diamonds. It's in Botswana. They're doing it all on site, bringing the business into Botswana, the country of the mining. Their ambition is for locality to employ as many people from Botswana. They have an education system on site, which I saw, which is training up students to be able to, and they're 100% absorbed into the company, so they've got guaranteed work. It was incredible witnessing the skill and the technology that goes into these diamonds. And this facility has its own gardens, which feed the employees, run by this incredible woman who's so passionate about the vegetables. And they have solar panels, they're recycling the water. There's a creche so that if mothers are working there, they are able to bring their small children. And I also went and visited these incredible kids, like 2-year-olds. One of my favorite experiences was visiting a school in Arapa, and I met this class of 10 and 11-year-old kids, and they were just so bright, so ambitious. I was asking them all what they wanted to do, and there was presidents, there was vets, doctors, rappers, and I just felt so privileged to share in that day with them and their amazing teacher, Emily, who just dedicates everything to these kids. She calls them her babies. And the school is incredible. The children in Botswana have access to free education. The experience I've had in Botswana and witnessing these schools, hospitals, and conservation, and really the communities has really increased the value of these diamonds. There's such depth and emotion and meaning and a story behind them.
So Lily was able to share with our consumers, our global consumers, a lot of what she's learned. We are going to continue these trips and these introductions in the natural diamond world, and you will see a lot of updated and very beautiful content coming out already in March from her next trip. What we've done, of course, is that we've taken her message, one, through her own platforms as well as through all of ours. And this is definitely also out there for use for the members of industry and trade that are interested in this. We've brought this closer to consumers, and we were able to share specific messages on the impact on wildlife and protection on wildlife, the impact of community, where 80% of the value actually remains within communities in various forms, from employment creation, taxes paid, infrastructure investments. So all these stories marked on very concrete information can be shared in a beautiful and seamless way with consumers. A campaign that we've developed on these topics was launched back in 2021 and is still a campaign that is going very strong, and you will see some updates later on this year on it. We were basically thanking consumers for their contribution, for their choice that enabled the natural diamond world to have a considerate impact and contribution to communities. We have various forms in which we were able to also share this content. And again, all of this is available and is using globally by retailers with their consumers. They're very important stories. And again, you can choose the ones that fit your organization the most, the values that you're connected to in the best possible way. Here is an example of one of the ads that we had placed in China with key partners, and you can see it's absolutely seamless, beautiful, and I can tell you the feedback we've received from consumers was instrumental, because you're bringing them a reality that they were not aware of, and they feel much better about the purchase that they have already of their key, close to their heart piece of jewelry. This is an ad that we had placed over Christmas on the Opera House in Paris. It was an incredible moment to actually see and receive pictures from a lot of our key partners and international consumers across the world, sharing this with us as they just randomly passed by the opera, and they've noticed that their diamonds actually had an impact that they were not aware of. These are other examples of where we've been working with retailers, and of course RGC was one of our key partners there in bringing this message to the world consumers. But it was a very important way of also collaborating with trades across the world that were able, through a model of cooperative marketing, to also add their messages and bring this to their direct consumers. We've created a series of materials for members of trade. Here you see some examples of materials in store. Of course, this was also used whether they went to trades or in any other moments or places where they interacted with their consumers. In addition to the brightest campaigns that you've seen just earlier, we also wanted to address some of the facts. And I have the Diamond Facts report, which is something that our organization wanted to address, especially in this moment, is to actually address a lot of the misinformation and misconceptions that are out there. Here are 11 topics that we decided to address, where we use secondary sources, verifiable sources, to address those and explain a lot of the background. You can find all this on our website, and if you're interested in copies of the report, or even we even have a shorter version, because this is indeed a hefty report for which I'm not sure where when you have the time to actually put your book on the side and read this. If you're passionate, you will do it. I read it many times and it's gorgeous. But you can absolutely use that in one briefing, for example, your customers in a snippet, more digestible way. We have that as well. We have videos that explain a lot of these topics that you can, one, find on our website, and we can also provide that to you if you want to use it on your social media channels. We also have a series of educational modules that we're using to bring to the attention of retail and other trade partners to be able to inform their consumers. Because an informed consumer, an educated consumer, is one that will always come back to you for all the elements that are key for them and to share the love that they have for jewelry. Thank you so much for indulging me to invite you in the world of green and to make sure that we can bring the beautiful diamond dream to our consumers now and for a very long time. Feel free to email me at raluca@naturaldiamonds.com. Dankeschön.
Thank you, Raluca. We even have time for a question or two if somebody has a question. No. Wow.
Going once, going twice.
Going once, going twice. It's free. Chris?
So thank you, Raluca, for the fantastic presentation. You mentioned a little bit at the beginning that marketing material or for the sustainability and green subject has to be submitted. Where does it have to be submitted to?
The European institutions are going to give a clear description of the framework. They're building the framework for a third-party verifier that will be able to do that. So you will have an office stipulated and probably either run or generated with guidelines by the European institutions. So once the law is passed, they're going to create that framework that will be shared with consumers and with organizations across the world, because it's very important to do that.
So the basic idea, every time I do an ad, I have to run it by them first?
No, it's actually the claim that you're making. You need to prove. If you want to make a certain claim, you need to prove why is it that you're making that claim. Do you have all the documentation? Do you have all the verification in place to be able to make that claim? So they're basically assessing, are you walking the talk or not? And once they've assessed that, again, the law hasn't passed, so I can't tell you with the exact detail on how is it that they're going to do that. But it's basically analyzing if you have all the systems in place to be able to make that claim. I don't think you need to submit all the ads, because that is definitely going to add a lot of work, but they can tell you the essence. Can you do it or can you not do it?
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Great question, Chris.
Thank you. Okay, well, if there's no more questions, then we're going to hand over to Yves Peitzner, who will introduce our next speaker. Thank you again, Raluca.
All right, thanks for staying. That's great. Our next speaker is far away from London. It's Ash Alibai. He's the lead lecturer at the London College of Contemporary Arts and also contributing fashion director at F-Trend. He will be talking about iconic jewelry moments today and also much more. So please have the stage, Ash Alibai. All right. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Can you all hear me? Perfect. As Eve mentioned, my name is Ash Alibai. I am the lead lecturer at the London College of Contemporary Arts, and I also contribute as a fashion director for F-Trend, which is an online fashion platform for the fashion industry. This presentation today has been put together by myself, but also researched by some of my students at the London College of Contemporary Arts, forecasting students. And what we decided to do is put together a presentation which is basically looking at jewelry's impact in the world of fashion, entertainment, music, culturally, a little bit of trends, and hopefully talking about a celebration of like designs in Germany as well. Okay, can we go to the next slide? Oh, it's here. Oh, perfect. So let's start by looking at the world of jewelry and celebrity. So obviously this world has been intertwined with celebrity and fame. So from royal engagements to bespoke pieces for today's biggest stars on the red carpet. We can go to the next slide. Oh, I've got a clicker. Oh, wow, fabulous. I've arrived. Okay, so the first part of here, as you can see in the corner, does anyone know who or have heard of Wallis Simpson? Yeah. So Wallis Simpson was renowned as a bit of a jewelry icon back in the day. Some would say she was the OG Meghan Markle in terms of obviously what happened in the royal family. But Wallis Simpson, as I say, was a bit of an icon in terms of jewelry. And then next we can see Kate Middleton and Princess Diana wearing the sapphire engagement ring. With Princess Diana's, it was very much an engagement ring which was made, which was in celebration of her husband's love for, well, her ex-husband at the time now, love for golf. And obviously, the similar ring was recreated by Prince William for Kate Middleton. In the middle here, you can see the trilogy engagement ring, which is made by for Meghan Markle, which was actually designed by Prince Harry, using diamond cuts from Botswana as well. And then you've got Lewis Hamilton, who, again, I think has really revolutionised how men's jewellery is worn and sewn as well. So anything from like crosses and chains. And then German designer David Morris has been known to create bespoke pieces. As you can see, there's a piece here worn by Kim Kardashian. His pieces are also worn around the runway across the world as well. Okay. So moving from jewelry and celebrities leads on to jewelry and film. As you can see, there's been a lot of historical moments with jewelry and film. From The Great Gatsby to Black Panther, obviously Cleopatra with Elizabeth Taylor, Marlene Dietrich, and so on. But looking at jewelry and film and television, as you can see, there's a lot of iconic pieces. So Marilyn Monroe, everyone knows the film Gentleman Prefers Blondes. Obviously, the biggest iconic moment there is diamonds are a girl's best friend. It's also Ash's best friend too. So again, that's an iconic reference there. And then you've got a lot of the older people may remember. So Dynasty, which was like a massive show in the 80s, famed for big shoulder pads, but also it created its own iconic jewelry moments as well. So looking at, big sort of colorful gemstones, structured pieces. But then we've moved forward within the times, obviously, shows like Ugly Betty and Empire, which featured Cookie Lion, took the excess and inspiration of Dynasty, but obviously created lines, fusing it with modern hip-hop culture as well. And then in the right-hand, the left corner here, the iconic Titanic necklace, again, with the blue diamond. Obviously, they went to the sea. You know the story about Titanic. I don't need to go through that. So yes, this is some of the pieces of obviously jewelry in film and television. I love the piece at the right top-hand corner, which is the Carrie Bradshaw necklace, which is basically a necklace for self-empowerment and also just, showcasing about... it came out at a time when obviously self-purchasing was a big thing for women in jewelry. So a lot of people were getting like necklaces. I don't know if you remember, there was a trend in the early 2000s, sort of late 90s, where there was a trend where women were buying pieces of jewelry with their names on, whether it's a bracelet or a necklace or what have you. And a lot of that was getting inspiration from the Carrie necklace from Sex and the City. Okay. We're now going to our next slide, which we're going to look at moments in jewelry as well and music. Music and jewelry, again, go hand in hand, very much similar to music and film. Jewelry and film. And there's been a lot of iconic moments. As you can see, a couple of images on the slide here, through Erykah Badu to Lady Gaga and the piece of jewelry that she's wearing with the meat dress. So there's been a lot of iconic moments. To talk about some of the things here as well. So Janet Jackson, obviously, a lot of her recent film images have been shown with her love of tribal jewelry. So a lot of references of African-inspired jewelry, African art pieces, again, put together in what she's wearing. Erykah Badu, I don't know if anyone is familiar with Erykah Badu. She's an amazing artist, but also known for collaborating with up-and-coming jewelry designers to make big, bold statement pieces, hair jewelry pieces as well. Billie Eilish is obviously representing for this generation, looking at jewelry and accessory pieces. But this is going back, I've put in the corner, on the top left-hand corner, I don't know if anyone remembers or knows of Rick James. Put your hand up if you know who Rick James is. Great. Rick James was the precursor to Prince. So he was very much known for his fabulous flamboyant style, ostentatious fashions. But he was also known for wearing a lot of big jewelry pieces in terms of earrings, dripped in terms of chains, etc. So that was a precursor to Prince, of which you can see with the next slide, which I'm going to show you in a second, how men and male pop stars obviously incorporated with jewelry. Obviously, that's an iconic picture with Queen Bee, Beyonce, wearing Schiaparelli. Okay. Music and hip hop go together. Sorry, jewelry and hip hop go together. So, like the late 90s, early 2000s. Does anyone remember? For those of you who are old enough to remember, does anyone remember Bling Bling and Ice and all that sort of stuff? So again, throwing references back to the hip hop culture. So Notorious B.I.G. or Biggie Smalls or whatever you want to call him, they're representing. And if we go to the next slide, the top middle, Little Kim, also a very iconic figure, wearing lots of jewelry, chains. And again, the big thing in the sort of like late 90s, early 2000s was when hip hop artists were very much with their fashion wearing, and they talked about labels of what they're wearing. There's a reference in Little Kim's song, I can't remember which one it was, but she talks about wearing ice around her neck. And again, that's basically represented there. Obviously looking at labeling like with Chanel and things like that also. If you remember, I talked about jewelry and film, the Gentleman Prefers Blondes with Marilyn Monroe. Obviously, that has been re-referenced again with Madonna in the Material Girl video. I don't know if anyone has seen that. And I believe another artist has done another version of I think it was Megan Thee Stallion, who's done a version of that particular look, but obviously with a different type of dress. Again, paying homage to the older films that should come out. Men's jewelry, obviously with musicians, obviously Lenny Kravitz, Justin Bieber, and Harry Styles. So again, playing with gender lines a little bit in terms of jewelry also, but obviously giving it a bit of a different expression. Okay. This is my world now, jewelry and fashion. There's been so many iconic advancements with jewelry and fashion. One of the biggest partnerships that came through was with Sean Lean. I don't know if anyone's familiar with the jewelry designer Sean Lean and his partnership with Alexander McQueen. They have created so many iconic moments on the runway. So from structured and sculptural pieces of like bodices to oversized jewels, there was fantastic collaboration which went on through time. And then obviously there's a collection of collaboration with Karl Lagerfeld and Swarovski, Jean-Paul Gaultier and Swarovski, and even if we're moving it to more modern times, Jacob & Co. with the brand, which obviously is the infamous watch brand, which is again linked to hip hop and street culture, have partnered up with sportswear brand or streetwear brand Supreme. A couple of other references of jewelry and the runway. These two images here on the right relate to, they don't really do it anymore, but does anyone remember Runway Rocks that Swarovski used to put together? So these were shows where they would do really sort of avant-garde statement piece jewelry, working with people, as I mentioned, like Sean Lean, Johnny Rocket, amongst others. And these are kind of like really out there pieces which they would celebrate, okay? And a couple more pieces. So the lady on the left there is, let me just check my notes so I can get the name right, is... It's a collaboration with Anna Della Rosso and H&M. They did a collaboration a while ago showcasing oversized jewels and accessory pieces. Again, making jewelry and fashion accessible, okay? Jewelry and culture now. Obviously, jewelry has different types of meanings depending on what culture you're in. From, in Native America, the wearing of like topaz represents kind of protection. And they use like certain animals like hawks, etc., which represents protection. In African culture, my mum is African, from Tanzania. A lot of people wear a lot of big tribal pieces, and that kind of reflects on status. So I just want to kind of quickly guide you through these a little bit. And some reference points here to look at as well, in terms of jewelry and culture. As I mentioned, African jewelry features fabrics. As you can see, they sometimes mix with different types of metals. Native American jewelry includes sacred imagery like wolves and turquoise for protection. And on my next slide, I've got it on there. In Chinese culture, they wear a lot of sort of like red and mystical, like with dragons and again, looking at sort of like protection and status as well. Okay. It's worth noting that in Indian culture, like Indian gold and Indian jewelry pieces, that's much more a representation of status. So again, the bigger the gold or the collection of the heritage of it is the status factor that they have in India, okay? Leading into cultures, we've got subcultures and street style. A lot of people, obviously, again, I love looking at street style and I love looking at subcultures because this is where a lot of the emerging trends come from as well. Again, I've mentioned about hip hop, a lot of hip hop culture in terms of like early hip hop with music and videos with people like LL Cool J, Run DMC with the big oversized gold chains. That's now coming back. I don't know. What's really interesting is, because I'm Gen X, but put your hand up if everyone's Gen X here. Anyone? Or just me? Okay, so I'm Gen X. So what's interesting is my students happen to be Gen Z. And what's really interesting is that they're getting a lot of references from what I used to wear when I was younger. So I used to, not so much now, but I used to dress very similar to LL Cool J with the, the hats and the oversized chains. And I'm coming into my classes and I'm seeing students replicating that because, again, it's that nostalgia and obviously giving it a bit more of a modern twist. Again, with different types of subcultures, punk obviously was synonymous with like chains, padlocks, pins, etc. Again, that's kind of re-referencing back and forward as well. And I had a very interesting conversation with my dear friend in the audience, Kyle, where we were talking about new romantics and how brooches are coming back into fashion. If you remember the old Spandau Ballet videos or Duran Duran, where they used to wear really big oversized shirts, and they would use like a pin brooch or pins to kind of like add as a decorative piece, okay? And then moving it forward in terms of like more around sort of subcultures in terms of queer culture, again, the kind of blending of the gender lines with drag and also, again, jewelry, which has become a bit more sort of genderless and men or women can wear it, okay? I thought this was interesting to look at as well because not only has obviously jewelry got a cultural reference, it's also been involved in politics. Now, does anyone remember a while ago, I think it was, I can't remember the exact election, but Michelle Obama was being interviewed and she had a necklace on. Oh, you can't really see it on the image because it was the way it's cropped, but there was a necklace that she's wearing. It's a very famous image, actually. It's a necklace, I can't remember the designer. I think it's Balmain, I'm not sure. But she had a necklace on that said, vote. So subliminally telling people, like, through the interview that she's doing, during the run-up of an election with wearing a necklace saying vote. But also, jewelry has been used for, again, political movements. There's a brand, a small London-based designer, that basically does a lot of work around sort of like queer and sort of trans rights. And again, using jewelry as like a political motion or political statement. In ancient Egyptian times, jewelry was referred to, again, with status and political alignments. And again, I've got a couple of like famous politicians there with like brooches and so on as well, okay? So it's really interesting. You would think that something which is so small that we wear as like a day-to-day piece of, an accessory or an item that we wear on a daily basis has gone through so many different sort of transitions and have been involved in so many different sort of areas in life, which I find it interesting when we're researching this. The image here was obviously looking at peace signs. This represents from during the time at the Vietnam War. Again, jewelry being worn as a statement for a political statement in terms of like, make peace, not war during the Vietnam War. Okay, I work in trends, so I've got to give you a little bit of trend insight, which is, that's what you're here for. So just to talk a little bit about some of the key things which are happening. So you're seeing there's a whole rise of body jewelry, adornments, kind of like, kind of covering the body. Minimalism seems to be a big thing as well. There was a previous speaker that was talking about the notion of personalization and novelty and nostalgia. Which I actually think is quite true, actually, because we are, especially with Gen Z and some millennials as well, we are getting to the point now where we want to have our own individuality. We want to have our own point of difference. So Again, there's a whole reference and love affair with nostalgia, you know, going back from things like brooches, pins, etc. Okay? And also there's a brand here which is called Crystal Haze even. And I love what they do. It's like taking like small sort of like kids pieces and making them into like jewels, which is quite fabulous. Okay? As we are in Germany, I thought we'll celebrate some jewelry designers in Germany as well, what they're doing. There's a whole thing with German design. I think generally when people think about German design, they think about excellence, clean designs, very sort of like minimalistic. But I wanted to take a showcase just to kind of pay homage to some of the German designers that are out there. And there's a whole rich heritage of German design as well, like from the Fabergé eggs right down to, you know, the clean designs which are coming through as well. And here's just a few sort of selections of jewels here. The item in the middle is by on the top middle is by Thomas Sabo. Again, it's kind of like fusing like craftsmanship and technicality. And again, it's just looking at different movements and history of jewelry. Okay, so for those of you who are out here in the audience, how do you create your own jewelry store moment? Pretty easy. Like, it's about partnering up with people like stylists. I've been a stylist for a number of years. So it's working with stylists, getting them involved around getting your items, whether you're a jewelry designer or whether you're an upcoming designer or whether you are a retailer that wants to have your items mentioned or worn in certain programs or influencers. Getting involved with a stylist enables you to do that, but also keeping an eye on the zeitgeist as well. So what I mean by zeitgeist is like what's happening, what's hot, what's now. So keeping your eyes and keeping your fingers on the pulse will enable you to find moments which you can jump on and create for yourselves. Okay. Partnering up with influencers. So if you are a brand that wants to target a younger consumer, partnering up with influencers that obviously aligns with your brand, because let's not forget, people are very suspicious when they are doing partnerships, which are like, well, hold on a second, why are they talking to them for? So if you are going to partner with an influencer, make sure that the brand and the partnership is actually something which is superficial, as beneficial, and obviously not superficial. Okay. So I'm going to give you some summaries and tempo. Oh, this went quicker than I expected. Some summaries and takeaways. Obviously, jewelry is an expression. It's all about self-expression. Well, obviously, we looked at the history of jewelry, again, looking at the spanning history of cultures and politics and how it's obviously seen as a status, as a fashion changes. Jewelry also endures a personal reflection to the wearer as well. Okay? That's my presentation. Thank you very much. Very short and sweet. But I am open for questions. Oh.
Thank you so much, Ash. Really love that talk.
Thank you.
Is there any questions in the audience? Any questions? I'm sure Kyle has a question.
Hi.
Hello.
Ash. So I'm really curious to know, since you're in London,
Yeah.
how much lecturing do you do where you're talking to them about history and fashion history and jewelry history? And is that a big part of your agenda?
Oh, absolutely. So I lecture across various different modules. So from fashion forecasting, I always talk about, in order for us to move forward to the future, we need to understand where we currently are in terms of our past and reference our past. Then look at our present context, which will enable the future development. But I also teach contextual studies, which is like fashion history.
Do you assign, is there like reading assignments
Yeah,
and
there's
whatnot,
reading
so they
assignments.
actually have to
Yeah.
know history? Because I have a kid who's 25 and he like knows nothing
Yeah.
of history. So I'm really concerned about how it seems like the younger generation, because they've grown up with phones and digital everything, they're not reading books and they can't sit still and like.
Yeah. I think I think with anything which you're going, any sort of design discipline, whether it's art, whether it's fashion, whether it's jewelry design, I think that, you've got to have that kind of reference. You've got to know what has happened previously. And I can't speak for other universities, but for LCCA where I lecture, it's very much ingrained in the syllabus. Like, when we talk about contextual studies, we've got to look at primary research. So that's obviously looking at books, art exhibitions. When we were talking this morning, taking students to the V&A, looking at like costumes from Bob Mackie, for example. Not that I wanted to go there for myself, honest, but, just kind of showcasing what was out there. I think it's really important for students or young people in general, or anyone in general working in the creative world, to really kind of have that kind of knowledge of history, because that enables you to really understand where things have come from and where things have evolved, but also having a look from a cultural index as well. So, different cultures have their own sort of ways of like incorporating different styles and so on. So having that understanding and that meaning and learning of that helps you move forward in terms of your own sort of like design and direction. I hope that answers your question.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Don't be shy. I'm on a roll.
Any other questions? No? Do I see a raised hand there? No? Okay. I have another question.
Of course.
You were talking about collaborations, and I think that's, in times of today, there's hardly nothing anymore without collaboration, right?
Yeah.
And where do you see further? I mean, obviously, fashion brands and jewelry brands is a very obvious collaboration.
Yeah.
But do you see any other interesting mixes? I don't know, which is like totally out of context. I don't know, say a car brand or...
Do you know, it's funny that you should say that, because I find that now, especially that we're working in a society, there's been a lot of collaborations with like fashion brands and car brands, fashion and beauty brands, fashion and obviously like fashion and jewelry kind of go hand in hand, doesn't it? Even with watch brands and car brands. So if the synergy is there, then there's definitely something to happen there for sure.
Yeah, because I saw that the image of Lewis Hamilton being a Formula One driver, obviously, and Formula One drivers probably not so known for their outgoing fashion style, and I think he's a real icon in this.
Yeah, no, of course.
Reminded me very much of the LL Cool J.
Yeah.
Kind of, what he does.
But that's where people take their own cultural references and their kind of understandings, and they take that in terms of their own personality. It's clearly evident that somebody like Lewis Hamilton is very much inspired by hip-hop culture. So obviously he's bringing hip-hop culture, what he knows, into his sport. And obviously that's allowing people to dress in the way that they're dressing also. So... But yeah, I definitely think there's definitely room for collaborations. But again, it's got to be authentic. You can't have a collaboration for the sake of having a collaboration. So
yeah, exactly. As you said, with the social media, if you're with an influencer, I think it's super important that it's.
No, of course, right? And it's and it's aligning with the right influencer as well. Like if their brand values align with your brand values and their core values align, then obviously it's a partnership which has been made well. There's been so many. I know a lot of partnership with influencers in fashion, for example. I know Lizzo's done quite a lot of like stuff working with various fashion brands and kind of putting like plus size fashion onto the map. So it's just gotta align. That's the key thing. So
all right, thank you very much. Any more questions before we hand over to the next speaker relatively soon anyways? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're just going to wait another few minutes, 2-3 minutes before the next speaker comes, because we're a little ahead of time to make sure that everybody... You spoke too fast, Ash. I know, absolutely. Do I have another question? Put you on the spot. For me, kind of an ongoing question is, how do you see, because you also work in the world of fashion, how do you see fashion and jewelry interacting? Will they interact more or less? They kind of sometimes avoid each other, perhaps not in a trend kind of way, but just a business kind of way. Any thoughts on that?
I think that for any brand to survive now, you've got to kind of like, look at everything. So not just design, oh, I'm specifically a fashion designer. What I love about new emerging designers coming through, not only are they're partnering up and say, oh, okay, I'm a new fashion designer, I'm going to partner up with a young jewelry designer. Very much similar to the relationship to Sean Mean and Alexander McQueen. From a creative point of view, they both were Central St. Martin students. They both collaborated together, had a really successful collaboration partnership. And I know that Sean still does, has done some stuff at Alexander McQueen. I think it's just about collaboration. Yeah. And I think that it's not being afraid. I mean, we as a world are so stuck in our silos in terms of like, this is my lane and I'm sticking to it. But in order for the world to move forward, I think you've got to take chances and kind of think outside the box a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing it actually here, like, you know, through some of the work that I've seen exhibited, like there's definitely people moving forward. And like looking at some of the younger people in the audience, I know that, again, fusing like fashion. I mean, I'm obsessed with what you're wearing at the moment. I love, yeah, you look fabulous. So yeah, fusing like fashion together with jewelry is absolutely like, it's a thing, so.
We just need to be bold.
We need to be bold and beautiful. Yes, okay. Now this has inspired a question.
Sure.
Let me get back on stage. Sorry, I'm not hogging the line, honest.
Hi, hello.
Hello.
I have a question for you. As being from London or being a fashion lecturer or designer, maybe, how do you feel about AI coming to your industry?
Oh.
Do you feel like threatened or inspired? Or
Oh, that's a really good question. And it's a question that I get asked to my students on a regular basis. Look, AI is here. I think we just need to kind of get used to the fact that AI is here. But I think that AI can't do what we can, and that's basically, you know, design through emotions and feeling. I think AI is a fantastic tool, but we just need to kind of incorporate it in a way that's beneficial. Like an AI design isn't going to, you know, I can't design a dress on an AI because it's not going to be real. It's not going to, like, you know, they're not going to know about the fabrications of the material. They're not going to know about the fabrications of, you know, the facets of the stone. It's very different compared to, you know, where we are now. So I think that AI is a very useful tool, but I think it's like something which, you know, it should be seen as something that benefits what you're doing, not actually standing against it, if that makes sense.
do you use it like on a daily basis or at all?
Do I use AI? Yes, when I'm writing complaint letters, I use ChatGPT, just to kind of like, especially when I'm comparing it to A-lines and stuff like that, because it takes the emotion out of it, so it just kind of is very factual. Yeah. Sorry, that's an insight to my world.
Thanks.
Sorry, I'm literally eating into your time. Is there any other questions? Oh, fine.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
You open a very huge perspective to the jewelry selling. When we sell the jewelry to the customer, it is not about asking marriage or celebrating the anniversary or a gift for Christmas. Huge world you open.
Yeah.
My question is there any reference book or something like that, any source that I can read more information than your presentation?
So, a lot of it is just basically like looking at what's going on right now. And obviously, I work as a forecaster for a company called Trend. We're a small company based out in India. So there's like trend information. The social media is amazing. It's an amazing tool where you can look at trends and track trends as they happen. Because obviously things are tracking, things are happening. So aligning yourself with someone who's just of a Gen Z generation, that's going to help, like, again, change the narrative in terms of what's going on. Because you want to hear different stories and points of views. I think that's something which can kind of open up and, you know, continue the dialogue. But as I say, there's so many different research points out there from trend books and things like that. But mainly, your main source is basically what's going on around you. Understanding your environment, understanding who your customers are, getting an understanding what their desires are, their needs, their wants, their values. That's what's going to help you sell stories. That's what's going to help you make that connection. When you make that connection, then you're like, you know, opportunities. Thank you.
And perhaps in the future there may be an AI for that.
Probably, yes. I'm developing it now. Okay.
All right,
thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ash. Our next speaker is Moritz Kettler. Moritz has over 15 years of system design and user experience innovation, having worked a lot for a big agency in New York called Code and Theory. A lot of his clients included big brands such as National Geographic, Cartier, BBC. And for the past few years, he has been a director of product design at Zalando, which is one of the world's leading e-commerce platforms and is a German company. And the reason for inviting Moritz was also to get insights from how other businesses and industries work with design, work with desire, work with also marketing. And your talk is entitled Crafting Desire, Unboxing the Emotional Journey, because jewelry is all about emotion, from jewel to story. Thank you so much for being here, Moritz, and the floor is yours.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. Before I get started, can everyone look at who you're sitting next to? Turn your head and look at who you're sitting next to. Okay, great. Now that the focus is of me, I can get started. So I wanted to give you a little bit of context for who I am before I get going. I'm a German-Canadian. I grew up in Lengries, which is not so far from here. And I'm currently living in Berlin after a long stint in New York. Career-wise, I'm a product designer. And I've spent a lot of my career working a lot across a lot of different industries. Whether that's hospitality or finance, education, government. But I want to focus on the right-hand side of this quadrant. This side because this is where I've spent the majority of my career. And this is where I think I can bring my experience into this exhibition and maybe create some relevance. So I did a lot of experience design for BBC, the entire NBC family, National Geographic, and around the storytelling. And when I say storytelling here, what I mean is the tools that allow you to express opinion and create emotion, right? So it's designing the customer experience. What does that look like? What does that feel like? How expressive can you be? But actually, more critically, a lot of my work has focused on the product systems, the back-end work that sits behind all of that. Because in the end, it doesn't really matter if you have a really nice box to put content in. If you don't have an organization or you don't have people that can fill that box on a regular basis and consistently, it doesn't really matter. You're going to fall short of delivering on your customer. So I want to sort of connect this thread today. And so to do that, I think I'm going to keep it quite simple and just talk you through the what, who, how, and where of storytelling from my perspective. And I just want to say before we go any deeper that I am not a marketer. I'm a product designer. But when you spend a lot of time in the space and you spend a lot of time sort of crafting the experiences that define a brand, you end up adopting a lot of the same terminology. So for some of you who are maybe familiar with some of these topics, my apologies if I butcher these concepts, but I sincerely hope you're going to get something interesting out of this, and at the very least, maybe see some pretty pictures and hear some fun anecdotes. Okay, so reflections. What is your brand story? I want you to keep this image in mind, and if you haven't already, check out the Reflections booth right behind us after this talk. So there's a very buzzy term in brand marketing. It's brand universes. And there's a lot of definitions, like this one up here. And they all really boil down to this synchronization of touch points, right? That's the simplest way. But to really get real with what that means, it's actually when the internal elements of your brand, like your images, your values, your codes, meet the outside world. That's what we're talking about. Whether that's through storytelling, through entertainment, through collaborations. And I think a very resonant quote that kind of captures this really well is from the former CEO of Patagonia, Krishna Nikhil, who said that creating a modern brand universe is about finding something that is uniquely yours, finding your point of view for your community, and then do it relentlessly and repeatedly with the broadest surface area possible. Okay, I want to show you what that looks like. Nike sneakers feed, okay? as a product designer, this is a great page. I love this page. It's totally uncluttered. There's no pricing. Love that. And it heroes the product. So that's great. But there's also something unusual, right? There's a man on the stoop holding a saxophone. And if you click on it, it launches this video. Beautiful, right? It's nice. But why is there a video of sort of a Bed-Stuy tapestry on this page? And how is it that a sneaker is, by all definition, now a luxury item? That sneaker to the right, the Air Jordan 4, which was just re-released, retails for $215 US if you can get it, which you can't because it's scarce. And it resells for $315 to $615 on secondary markets, depending on your size. And so the question is, like, how is that? How did we get here? And I think to understand that, you have to understand the cultural context in which this product sits. So this product was released in 1989. And that year, it was also iconically captured in this Sports Illustrated edition, when Michael Jordan, in a last-ditch heroic effort, bested the Cavaliers, I believe, in the NBA playoffs. And they didn't go on to win the championship, but the Nike Air 4 became one of the best-selling sneakers of all time. The other thing that happened around this time was Do the Right Thing came out, a Spike Lee cult classic set in Brooklyn, in Bed-Stuy. And for those of you who have seen it or those who know, this movie really sort of really captured the obsession of a generation with sneakers. And so if you're Nike and you're re-releasing this classic shoe that has a story history for your brand, what do? Well, you commission Satchel Lee, the daughter of Spike Lee, to do that video. And you reimagine the sneaker and the scenes that made it famous from Do the Right Thing in a modern context. And to me, that's really artful storytelling. And it's not a one-off. Like, if you scroll through this page, you can tell it's part of Nike's DNA. They're storytellers. They're not just selling product. And that's what, in the end, makes their product a luxury item. And so the first takeaway I think I want to leave you with is when crafting your brand story, there's an emotional design philosophy that has sort of three tenets. It's visceral, behavioral, and reflective design. And the reflective is really about what does the customer, the consumer, take away with the product? What's the story they carry with them after they've purchased it? And I think this is particularly relevant for the jewelry space. OK, so we've established the what. Now we're going to talk about the who. So I do a lot of work with Highsnobiety. Some of you might know them. They're a publisher and thought leader, retailer in the new luxury space. And one of a recent report that they did on new luxury, I think, highlights this idea that your brand story is actually one, if you want to cut through in this very, very busy media landscape, one that you need to allow others to tell on your behalf. So quite recently, it was Paris Fashion Week. And I want to ask you, what do you think was the most talked about product at that event? OK, so it's a rhetorical question, obviously. But yeah, it was a product, a family-owned business that makes workwear boots based out of Stratham, New Hampshire, family owned. And it's this guy right here, this yellow boot. The most talked about item at a couture fashion event. And why is that? Because it featured in Pharrell's Louis Vuitton collection. And what the brand did is allow Pharrell to reinterpret their brand codes and introduce those aesthetics, those attention to craft to an entirely new audience. In my own experience, I work, like Laurent mentioned, for Zalando, so biggest fashion and beauty retailer in Europe. And there's probably not a lot of overlaps to your lives here, but I do think there's an interesting intersection between fashion and jewelry, which is that it plays a role in culture. I think that the previous talk also touched on that. And the voices that sort of deliver those messages. And so we built this platform, we call it Stories, and where before we were a very transactional environment, you can now sort of consume stories. And we leverage the voices of others to contextualize the products in the culture that they sit. And this is, I think, super important for us as a brand, because as a marketplace, we have the same challenge as any brand, which is how do you go from a purely transactional relationship with your customer that's fleeting to a lasting one. And so you want to make those impressions. And for us, you have this experience that doesn't look like a traditional commerce experience where you've got a story feed, you've got a social first sort of consumption mode, and you can really dive in and shop the products that are being put forward by other voices than our own. And in that way, we've created a framework that gives our brand a voice. Who we curate, who shows up on our platform says a lot about who we are and what our values are. And so I want to talk about that bit. It's not about the intersection of content and commerce, but that you have to create a system that allows you to connect with a consumer in this way. And that's what we have done at Zalando. And I want to leave you with this thought that I think the limiting function of building your brand is always going to be the systems and the workflows that underpin the experience you create. So if you can't do that at scale, if you can't do it repeatedly, if you can't do it consistently, you will limit your growth. And it doesn't matter if you're small or big. These are principles that apply regardless. OK, so hope you're still with me. We talked about the what, the who, and now the how. I think to really understand the how, we have to reimagine or recontextualize the consumer. What drives them? What motivates them? What context do they sit in? And the way I think it's helpful to do that in is to frame the customer not as someone, a reflection of what's in their basket, but rather of the cultural context that drives them. And if you think about like what is culture, it's literally everything. It's watching a Netflix show or series. It's going to a product launch party. It's going on holidays. It's living it up at a trade show. And we're increasingly sort of defined by the platforms and the mediums that are delivering these experiences to us. And that translates also into what we bring into the commerce journey. And this is particularly relevant because by 2030, 70% of Europe will be Gen Z or millennial, right? So that's a staggering stat. What's more, some recent research by High Society shows that even Gen X, I'm sort of on the cusp, I'm like a geriatric millennial, but even Gen X, is that we're adopting the same behaviors that are being introduced by Gen Z. And it's not that we're getting physically younger, I'm certainly not, but we are adopting these new behaviors, these new consumption modes that are shaping the way we discover brands and connect with brands. And it's not just about awareness, right? So, I mean, the stat on the right here, when surveyed, this customer segment, the Gen Z segment, says they like seeing niche cultural references in branded content and entertainment, but it's actually also about the commerce journey. So 50% of their time is spent either getting inspired or inspiring others, and not related to direct purchase activities. 70% of them make purchasing decisions while seeking inspiration. So if you look ahead, you kind of need to realize that you need to work in this space and understand where your customer is discovering your brand. Not everybody is a cultural consumer in the same way. So I think it's helpful to look at this distribution. I think if I asked everyone to raise their hands, like who would define themselves as a pioneer or who is a laggard, probably not very few arms would go up. But so when I sort of, this classification is one that we use, I think it's helpful. So the pioneers, this is, they sort of embody culture, they create it. Whereas the practitioners, we define them as the ones who live it. They're the ones who are really projecting those images out and amplifying them. The participants are buying it. These are people that care about culture in the sense that they want to be on trend. They want to be relevant. They want to know what's new. They're interested. So they'll buy into it. And the spectators are not going to buy into it. And that's fine, but they consume it. They consume culture. It's entertainment for them. But that's still equally important for you because it amplifies your brand. And we won't talk about the laggards. So when you think about the strategy, I think there was a question earlier about collaborations. I think it's really important to identify in your space who are the pioneers and who are the practitioners, and how can you co-create and curate with them, because ultimately that's your strategy to speak to and package your brand for the participants and the spectators. That's how you engage, and that's how you sell. So the takeaway, again, I just want you to walk away with is how we shop and the cues that we take from our rapidly changing. So to reach bigger audiences, you're not just selling, you're inspiring, and you're also entertaining. Okay, we are almost there. Wow, time's flying. Okay, so where do you place it? Okay, I hope I don't disappoint you here, because honestly, this is a really, really hard answer. I just talked to you about how important it is to be relevant in culture, that this is how this generation is discovering and consuming content. But I'm also here to tell you that it's also very fragmented. And brands that really want to cut through have to do a ton of different things. And so I don't have like a real good answer for you. So I'm going to do a little bit of a plot twist. So instead of imagining all of the surfaces that exist outside of your brand, outside of your walls, I'm going to ask you to be a little bit introspective and look in versus out. So I'm going to show you a product I designed for Cartier. And I want you to imagine, as soon as you see it, who is this for? Okay, if your instant reaction was, this is for a relatively small back office audience, kudos. I mean, I think that's probably not the first guess for most people. It looks like sort of a highly bespoke branded environment for Cartier clients, but it's actually for their sales staff. And we built this experience for the Cartier sales staff because they understood that the medium, how their brand is expressed at the sales floor level, where really their brand story meets the customer. The majority of their value is being generated on the sales floor. That the way they deliver those codes, the images, the history, the product context matters a lot. And you need the people who are delivering those stories to understand those design codes. And the salespeople at the end are storytellers. And so we built this tool to not only give them the information to insert those stories and contextualize them for their clients, but also to exchange with each other on what works. And like any good product design, you want to incorporate it into the way people are already working. So in this instance, Cartier has this ritual. They call them morning briefings. It's before the boutique opens. They all meet and they kind of discuss what's new and what is there to talk about, what's a priority, challenges, what have you. It's all boutique specific. And so we built a digital tool to allow the sales manager to basically curate the stories and the information that's most relevant to that boutique. And it's as easy as working in any interface, right? It's as easy as posting to social media. It's mobile first. I had another sort of privilege with Cartier to work on the redesign of their flagship maison in 13 Rue de la Paix in Paris. And again, it's five stories, this maison. And again, it was incredible, the attention to detail when it comes to creating a customer journey through the storied history of the brand. And the reason that really matters, especially for a brand as big as Cartier, especially when you're talking about 5 floors, is just the grandness and the depth of story needs to be curated, orchestrated, synchronized. So you can really start to think about this idea of brand universe being manifest here. But what if you're not Cartier? What if you're a small independent, right? Not everybody gets to be as big as Cartier. Like, do those things still matter? And I think they do. And this is just by pure chance that I'm showing you this brand, honestly. While I was doing research for this presentation and putting the material together, I happened to talk to an old colleague from New York, and he told me he just got engaged. And I was like, oh, that's fantastic. And I immediately jumped into asking him about, well, why? What did you pick? What was your process? Why did you what was your, decision-making process for your engagement ring? I later on went to also congratulate him on getting engaged. What was really fascinating to me when I heard his explanation was this relatively small boutique in Paris recreated for him an experience we designed for Cartier for their most exclusive premium customers, which is a tour through the boutique, a one-to-one with the gemologist to understand the philosophy and to understand what he was buying, a peek behind the curtain to talk to the craftsman, the artisan that was ultimately going to set the stone, and in this instance, a staff that didn't take themselves too seriously, and what Amantis gave my colleague was knowledge. They gave him context and story for why they do things the way they do. And they invited him in. And you can see here on their site, they're also inviting others in, and it's clear that what you get there is an experience. And so the last thought I want to leave you with is that the most important placement of your stories is on the premises that you own. It always starts from the center. So you need to, I think, ask yourself, what are the mechanisms that you have in place to invite the customer in and explore your craft and knowledge? All right, so just to recap. 4 themes. When crafting your brand story, consider the visceral, behavioral, and reflective elements of your product. And I think in jewelry, the reflective part is about the context and the story and the knowledge that sits behind it. The limiting function is going to be the systems that you have in place to allow you to meet the customer and build the experience. And so this is about enabling anyone that is customer facing to deliver a consistent message. Our shopping behaviors are changing. It's just what's happening. And so we need, I think anyone working with the brand needs to think about reaching a broader set of audience by embracing not just the selling, but also the entertaining and inspiring. And yeah, I think most importantly, it starts from within. So really pay attention to your own premise. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Moritz, for this very kind of clear and inspirational talk. Any questions from the audience? I think Eve might have a question, no? Eve, an experiential design question. How does...
Yeah, I'd be quite interested. Do you have any imagery of the store you designed for Cartier in Paris? Do you have any images for what you did
on my
there?
laptop? No. I'm also like not sure what of that I can show. But it was very interesting, right? Because obviously each floor had a different theme, a different purpose. The one that was the most fun to work on was like where you go in to get your jewelry repaired, which tends to be maybe a kind of frustrating moment. And it was really about like exposing the artistry and craftsmanship that was happening literally like the floor above, creating a window into that. Yeah, I think there's tons of little elements like that where depending on the room, which could have been at Louis Cartier's old office, what do you insert in there that just sort of tells the story of this very enigmatic character? Yeah, I don't know what else I can say about it, but it was fascinating. Yes, you can visit.
That's right. I don't have to buy anything, right?
No, you can just visit. I have another question, Moritz. I mean, people often talk about digital versus brick and mortar. In what you kind of addressed, do you think that even matters anymore? If it's really about something that's coming from the inside, is it possible in a purely digital world to create or recreate experiences that we somehow assume can only happen in a physical space because we're sentient beings? I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it does. It makes perfect sense. Look, I work for an online retailer that was born digital, and we try to create physical experiences because they're just more resonant. They are. It's just there's no way around it. And when you create shared experiences where it's not just you experiencing that in front of your little box, and it's just you're feeling it, but other people are feeling it with you. It's just more resonant. And so I think it is important to try to create a physical experience. I mean, but you can do a lot to still, do that without having a physical experience, but it definitely helps.
And so things like VR, AR, metaverse that were hot a little bit of time ago, do you think, is that still hugely relevant? Do you, what's your, be it for jewelry or fashion or anything?
Again, I think it comes down to the same fundamental issue. When you're in the metaverse, you're still there by yourself. Yes, you can interact with other people, but you're in a room by yourself. I recently went to I have two little girls, they're 9 and 11. I went to a Dali exhibit in Berlin, and it was about his art, and it was interesting. Like none of his actual art was there. It was just kind of like this multimedia experience. And they had this VR experience where my wife and I were wearing these headsets and the kids, and we're walking through this Dali space together as a family. And they had never experienced VR before. So it was like a double whammy. They're in a Dali world and they're experiencing VR for the first time. And they won't forget that, I guarantee it. It's this shared visceral experience that I think matters. So I do think it plays a role, but I think in a shared context.
Connected concept, yeah. Thank you so much, Moritz.
Awesome.
Let me see where our next speakers are. They are already here. So the next panel discussion will be in German. There are headsets available over there if you want simultaneous translation. Nächster Vortrag und Diskussion findet auf Deutsch statt. Und wollt ihr stehen? Wollt ihr sitzen? Okay, wollt ihr Wasser? Ihr habt Wasser, dann habt ihr schon alles. Noch nicht alles, aber wir haben noch ein bisschen Zeit. Der dritte, der ist online, schaltet er zu. Der hat selber Wasser. Also, hoffentlich. Regnet es gerade und so. Wissen wir gar nicht. Okay. Also, los geht die Reise, Jan. Nimmst du den Koffer mit, oder? Okay. Es freut mich sehr, die nächste Panel-Diskussion, den nächsten Vortrag einzuführen. Jan Spiller aus Hamburg, Goldschmied und Pionier für alles, was Fairtrade, Schmuck und ethischen Schmuck betrifft. Und Peter Janowski von Ceylons Munich, die auch hier ausstellen, der schon lange sich mit dem Abbau von Saphiren in Sri Lanka mit beschäftigt. Und Mevan Gunawardena, der leider nicht heute hier sein kann, der aber später für die Diskussion via Zoom eingeschaltet wird. Und der Vortrag heute, der Titel ist Eine Vision für fair abgebaute und gehandelte Edelsteine. Und wir freuen uns sehr auf diese Reise nach Sri Lanka.
Vielen Dank. Ihr könnt uns gut verstehen? Scheinbar perfekt. Also, einen wunderschönen guten Tag. Hallo. Ich darf die Einführung machen für unseren Vortrag Ecomine, Vision of Fairtrade Gemstone Mining. Und ich werde auch uns nochmal in Teilen vorstellen. Dr. Peter Janowski von Ceylons Munich, der sich gleich auch nochmal vorstellt. Dann Mevan Gunawardena, der leider heute persönlich nicht dabei sein kann, was eigentlich geplant wird, aber er wird später zugeschaltet werden auf den Screen, wenn wir nachher in die Diskussion überleiten. Wir hoffen, dass ihr nachher viele, viele spannende Fragen habt, die ihr einbringen wollt. Und da wird Mevan dann auch dabei sein. Und du wirst dich gleich noch vorstellen. Ich würde uns noch mal ganz kurz vorstellen. Ich bin Jan Spille, Geschäftsführer von Jan Spille Schmuck in Hamburg. Wir sind ein Schmuckatelier, das sehr hochwertigen Schmuck, Trauringe und Verlobungsringe herstellt. Unser Team besteht aus 15 Mitarbeiter und Kolleginnen. Wir sind Edelsteinfasser, wir sind Goldschmiede, wir sind Schmuckdesigner, Produktdesigner und wir machen sowas da. Das Besondere bei uns ist, wir verarbeiten Eco-Fairtrade Gold und Silber jetzt schon seit 20 Jahren. Wir sind das erste Unternehmen in Deutschland, die das gemacht haben und wir waren das erste Unternehmen, welches damals 2015 Fairtrade zertifiziert wurde und ein Jahr später 2016 Fairmined. Für uns ist Transparenz in den Lieferketten das A und O. Deswegen machen wir regelmäßige Bergbaureisen und besuchen immer die MinenarbeiterInnen, die genau das Material abbauen, welches wir nachher später zu Schmuck verarbeiten. Wir waren schon in Afrika, Asien und Südamerika unterwegs und das ist auch der Grund, warum wir heute hier stehen, weil wir im letzten Jahr mit den Ceylons in Sri Lanka waren, um die neue Mine Ecomine für Fairtrade-Saphire zu besuchen, die letztes Jahr 2023 ihren Stapellauf hatte, würden wir in Hamburg sagen. Sie wurde eingeführt. Für uns ist das schon die zweite Bergbaureise, also ihr wart da schon, ihr seid ja immer da.
Genau.
Immer. Genau. Für uns war schon die zweite Bergbaureise nach Sri Lanka. Wir waren schon 2019 da und haben die MinenarbeiterInnen besucht und deswegen war es für uns extrem spannend, im letzten Jahr nochmal vor Ort zu sein und die ganzen neuen Entwicklungsschritte, die neuen Goals, die erreicht werden sollten, zu begutachten. Und wir waren, schon mal vorweggenommen, begeistert. Wir waren nicht nur alleine da, sondern wir hatten in dem Fall ein Filmteam vom ZDF dabei, die die ganze Reise dokumentiert haben, die auch mit auf diesem Slide sind. Ich würde sie einmal kurz vorstellen. Einmal haben wir links Mewan, den wir nachher in der Diskussion zuschalten von Cylons Colombo. Da haben wir Leander, der dein Kompagnon ist. Dann haben wir mich, dann haben wir Jasmin, die Redakteurin vom ZDF, Peter und die Kamerafrau und den Kameramann. Wer nachher sagt, super, das war ja ein interessanter Vortrag, aber jetzt wollen wir es nochmal genau im Detail wissen, der geht nachher in die Mediatheken von Arte und ZDF. Die Reisedokumentation ist kurz vor Weihnachten rausgekommen und der Titel ist Nachhaltiger Schmuck, Gold und faire Edelsteine. An der Stelle würde ich überleiten an dich.
Dankeschön. Genau, ich bin Peter Janowski, einer der Gründer von Cylons Munich. Hier sehen wir genau, Mewan ist unser Joint Venture Partner in Sri Lanka und Leander in der Mitte und meinerseits auf der linken Seite zu sehen, sind die Gründer sozusagen von Cylons München. Und wir sind spezialisiert auf faire und feine Saphire aus Sri Lanka. Wir haben direkten Minenzugang in Sri Lanka, eine eigene Schleiferei und sitzen sozusagen ohne Zwischenhandel hier in München. Genau, unsere Spezialität, und daher kommen wir, ist halt dieser direkte Minenzugang. Und das haben wir über längere Zeit aufgebaut und in kleinen Sachen verbessert und hatten jetzt halt die Möglichkeit, wirklich auf dem frischen Land unsere Konzepte, die wir über Jahre entwickelt haben, ins Leben zu rufen. Und so hat das Ganze dann angefangen mit der Ecomine.
Ja. Wir haben in Sri Lanka nicht nur die Ecomine besucht und die faire Edelsteinschleiferei, wir haben uns auch konventionellen Edelsteinbergbau angeguckt und konventionelle Schleifereien. Warum machen wir das? Für uns ist es immer wichtig zu verstehen, wie normalerweise Bergbau stattfindet und davon eine Idee zu bekommen, welche Herausforderungen wir eigentlich haben, mit denen wir es so zu tun haben, wenn wir so etwas wie einen fairen und ökologischen Bergbau sinnvoll neu gestalten wollen. Die folgenden Bilder, die wir also jetzt sehen, sind gerade eben nicht die Ecomine, sondern stammen aus diesem konventionellen Bergbau. Was sind die Probleme im Kleinbergbau für Edelsteine? Die Arbeit im Kleinbergbau ist einer der gefährlichsten Jobs, die man überhaupt so machen kann. Und dabei ist es egal, ob es um Gold geht und Edelsteine. Das, was wir jetzt sehen, das ist sehr vergleichbar in weiten Teilen, wie auch der Goldbergbau stattfindet. Im Kleinbergbau für Gold und für Edelsteine haben wir ungefähr 40 Millionen KleinschürferInnen, die weltweit die Rohstoffe abbauen. Davon haben wir einen Großteil auch Frauen und Kinder. Farbedelsteine werden zum größten Teil in dieser Art des Bergbaus gewonnen. Also es gibt ja auch Large-Scale Mining, also industriellen Großbergbau, aber das ist kein Thema, jedenfalls nicht das ganz große Thema für Farbedelsteine, die zu ungefähr 80% in diesem Bergbau gewonnen werden, genauso auch Saphire. Also wenn wir uns fragen, was in diesen Messerhallen verkauft wird, dann ist es meistens das hier der Ursprung. Genau, Farbedelsteine werden in ungefähr 50 Ländern abgebaut und das überall auf allen Kontinenten. Was sind die großen Probleme? Die großen Probleme sind, dass wir diese Minen haben, die wenig abgestützt und wenig belüftet sind. Das ist jetzt eine Tagebaumine, das heißt, da brauchen wir keine Belüftung. Aber sobald es unter Tage geht, in die Schächte, dann brauchen wir unbedingt auch eine vernünftige Belüftungsanlage. Das haben wir in der Regel nicht. Es kommt immer wieder zu Grubenunglücken. Die Todesraten in diesen Minen sind tatsächlich sehr hoch. Wir haben keine Arbeitsschutzkleidung, Helme wären das Wenigste, was man hier haben müsste. Sowas gibt es nicht. Stattdessen haben wir es mit sehr vielen Berufskrankheiten zu tun, unter anderem Silikose, Staublunge. Es gibt aber auch viele weitere Krankheiten, die als Begleitkrankheiten auftreten, unter anderem, weil es keine vernünftigen sanitären Einrichtungen häufig gibt, wie zum Beispiel Toiletten, Duschen, all das gibt es leider nicht. Das führt zu Krankheiten wie Typhus, Cholera und auch HIV. Außerdem gibt es sehr viele Kinderarbeit in diesen Minen und die gibt es auch in Sri Lanka. Wobei man sagen muss, Sri Lanka ist jetzt nicht das ganz doofe Beispiel für Bergbau, weil in Sri Lanka der Kleinbergbau doch auf eine viel bessere Art und Weise gestaltet wird, schon auch von politischer Seite her, als in vielen anderen Ländern. Wenn man mal Stichwort Kongo, Sierra Leone, Liberia oder sowas gehört hat, dann weiß man, dass es da noch viel übler zugehen kann. Grundsätzlich kann man sagen, ist die Lage in den Minengebieten weltweit aber doof und je nachdem, wo man, in welche Abbauregion man kommt, kann das Ganze noch unglücklicher gestaltet sein als woanders. Probleme sind immer Prostitution, auch Zwangsprostitution von Kindern, soziale Ausbeutung, bewaffnete Konflikte und Menschenrechtsverletzungen. Ihr merkt, mein Part ist hier, den Finger in die Wunde zu legen und zu sagen, ist doof. Es wird gleich besser. Genau. Wir haben aber auch massive gravierende Umweltzerstörung, und zwar das Abholzen der Regenwälder. Bodenerosion sind ein großes Thema. Ganz großes Thema ist immer Wasserverschmutzung, ein Riesenproblem. Es geht auf Kosten des Trinkwassers, aber vor allen Dingen auch auf Kosten der Landwirtschaft und damit auch der Nahrungsmittelversorgung. Und das Ganze findet für einen Hungerlohn statt. Alle träumen immer davon, den ganz, ganz großen Edelstein zu finden, aber am Ende wird dann doch wieder keiner reich. Ganz im Gegenteil, die Armut treibt die Menschen in die Minen. Da setzen sie ihr Leben aufs Spiel und zerstören gleichzeitig das Land, von dem sie eigentlich sich ernähren sollten, müssten. Das wäre doch schön. Das ist die letzte Folie aus dem konventionellen Edelsteinbergbau. Dann ersparen wir euch das Thema. Es wird gleich schöner. Genau, als wir da waren, und das kommt vielleicht auf diesem Bild nicht so richtig raus, aber was wir hier gerade hatten, war die Situation, dass als wir an der Mine waren, dass tatsächlich die Grube eingestürzt ist. Schon als wir ankamen, haben wir Risse gesehen und es hatte sich schon abgezeichnet, dass das tatsächlich irgendwann stattfinden wird. Wir haben zum Mittag mit den MinenarbeiterInnen gesessen, weil es ging nicht darum zu sagen, ihr seid doof, weil das, was ihr da macht, sondern die Frage war natürlich, wie können wir das in Zukunft gemeinsam besser gestalten? Also wir saßen zum Mittagessen zusammen und haben uns besprochen und dann gab es einen großen Krach und dann alle sind zur Mine, oh Gott, oh Gott, oh Gott, oh Gott. Genau, und wir können vor Glück sagen, dass da gerade kein Mensch in der Mine war, weil das dann die Situation ist, wo man dann auf die Kollegen hoffen muss, die einen dann hoffentlich noch rausziehen. Ein wenig Dramatik. Das ist die doofe Geschichte. Jetzt wird Peter uns erzählen, wie es bei der Ecomine besser läuft, wie es fair und ökologisch, wie diese Art des Bergbaus fair und ökologisch gestaltet werden kann.
Dankeschön. Genau, das ist eine kleine Bird's-Eye-View auf unsere Ecomine, die wir jetzt im letzten September fertiggestellt haben. Wir haben 5 Ziele eigentlich mit der Ecomine gehabt. Das ist einmal CO2-neutrales Mining und Operations zu haben, durch Solarenergie und Wasserspeicher, Hydroenergy sozusagen. Zweite Ziel war ein Zero-Waste-Approach, wo wir sagen, versuchen alles in Kreisläufen zu denken und versuchen alles wieder zu benutzen, was sozusagen aus der Mine oder was man selber als Abfall produziert. Das dritte war, alternative Einkommen für die Familien zu generieren durch, wir sehen hier ein Gewächshaus, das ist eine Aquaponikanlage, die ist 3-mal effektiver als normales Gewächshaus. Und vierte Ziel war natürlich Arbeitssicherheit, auch nochmal auf einen höheren Standard, den wir zuvor hatten, einzuführen. Und das 5. war, einen Raum zu schaffen, also ein Wellbeing für die Miners, wo sie gerne arbeiten. Und ich glaube, bei uns in der westlichen Welt kennt es jeder, dass jeder einen Arbeitsplatz haben möchte, der human ist, von höhenverstellbaren Schreibtischen zum Beispiel. Aber hier geht es auch einfach darum, dass man denen einen Arbeitsplatz gibt, wo sie gerne arbeiten. Und das war das Ziel von der Ecomine. Wenn wir jetzt hier reingucken, das ist unser Headminer. Der steht gerade beim Wassertank und guckt über die Solarenergie. Wir laufen alle jeglichen Energiebedarf über die Solarpanels, die wir haben. Also die ganze Aquaponikanlage mit den ganzen Pumpen, die große Pumpe, um die Minen täglich mit Wasser auszupumpen, läuft alles über die Energie. Wir haben auch Wi-Fi sozusagen an der Mine, das läuft alles über die Sonnenenergie, also komplett autark. Und das war auch ein großes Problem während der Financial Crisis vor 2 Jahren, 1,5 Jahren. Da gab es kein Gas, kein Diesel, ist keine Mining Operation und viele Leute sind abhängig von den Mining Operation. lief für ein gutes Jahr kaum eine Operation im Mining und da einfach autark zu sein und einfach von der doch sehr vielen Sonne zu profitieren, sind wir auf Solarenergie gestiegen. Und da haben wir auch eine Batterie, da können wir für gute drei Tage ohne Sonne theoretisch arbeiten. Das ist ein wichtiger Punkt gewesen. Der zweite Punkt, in Kreisläufen zu denken, Zero Waste Management, ein kleiner Teil, wir unterrichten, also für uns ist es selbstverständlich, Mülltrennung zu betreiben. Das sieht leider ja auch in Sri Lanka nicht immer so aus, liegt eigentlich doch vieles auf dem Boden. Das ist ein wichtiges Teil natürlich, dass wir Recycle Management bei denen einführen. Das sind 2 Schritte vorwärts, 1 zurück, aber wenn man hartnäckig dranbleibt, funktioniert das auch. Weiteres Sache, die wir in Kreisläufen denken, ist zum Beispiel das Wasser. Soll ich kurz warten wegen der Durchsage? Wir warten mal eine Runde. Na gut, jetzt schon durch. Das Wasser, was täglich aus der Mine gepumpt wird, verwenden wir zu Trinkwasser. Wir haben eine Wasseraufbereitungsanlage in der Ecomine, die den Bedarf, also einen 1000-Liter-Tank, immer konstant voll haben an Trinkwasser. Das wird für den täglichen Bedarf natürlich genutzt, aber auch zum Duschen, zum Kochen und für die Aquaponic-Anlage, wo durch die Wärme natürlich haben wir ungefähr 100 Liter am Tag, das evaporiert, wieder neu aufgefüllt wird. Da kommen wir auch zum dritten Punkt, was wir machen, alternative Einkommen. Also man muss sich so vorstellen, in Sri Lanka ist es, dass die Minenarbeiter beteiligt sind an der Mine, also es ist wie eine AG. Die profitieren von den Funden, sind aber auch abhängig von den Funden. Das heißt, das, was gefunden wird, geht auch nicht direkt sozusagen in die Tasche des Minenbesitzers oder den operativen Firmen. Es wird über eine Auktion dann versteigert und dann sozusagen bekommt jeder seinen Anteil. Aber um die Minenarbeiter unabhängiger von den Funden oder auch die Familien unabhängiger von den Funden zu machen, haben wir uns das Konzept der Aquaponic-Anlage ausgedacht, wo wir gerne, das ist jetzt ein schönes Bild von Johannes, das ist ein deutscher Aquaponik-Experte, der für 2 Monate das Projekt begleitet hat und die Anlage aufgebaut hat, mit der Frau von einem der Minenarbeiter, die 100 Meter von der Anlage wohnt und lebt. Die kümmert sich sozusagen um die ganze Anlage und wir möchten denen sozusagen eine Selbstständigkeit beibringen, auch wenn mal irgendwie das Mining vorbei ist, dass sie was gelernt haben, eigenständig zu arbeiten, zu erwirtschaften. Und das ist der Grund der Aquaponic-Anlage. Da haben wir nämlich eine Pflanzenzucht und eine Fischzucht zusammen. Ich glaube, wir haben auch ein Bild hier genau von den Fischen. Da sind ungefähr 600 Tilapia drin. Das ist ein geschlossener Kreislauf. Die Fische geben Nährstoffe in den Kreislauf rein. Die Pflanzen ziehen das wieder raus und ein geschlossener Kreislauf. Und wir haben ungefähr 650 Pflanzen, Platz für Pflanzen dort, wo wir momentan verschiedenste Pflanzen ausprobieren, was am besten funktioniert, von Salat, Chili, Erdbeeren haben wir ausprobiert. Die funktionieren leider nicht so gut, weil die konstant gegessen werden, wenn da eine rote Erdbeere ist. Und das macht sich momentan noch nicht so gut für eine Wirtschaftlichkeit. Genau, und die komplette Anlage ist für die Minenarbeiter gedacht. Alles, was sie da erwirtschaften, also für den Eigenbedarf einmal, für den eigenen Konsum verwenden, von den Fischen natürlich oder auch von den Pflanzen, wird entweder für den eigenen Konsum genommen oder auf dem Markt verkauft. Heißt, die Einnahmen von den Pflanzen oder Fischen geht wieder direkt zu den Minenarbeitern zurück. Genau, Arbeitssicherheit, bei uns Standard, einen Helm zu tragen und auch das Minimalste, würde ich sagen, auch für dort denkt man, ist aber nicht gang und gäbe. Wir haben es einigermaßen gut geschafft, wirklich bei den wichtigsten Arbeitsprozessen, dass die Minenarbeiter immer einen Helm tragen und so doch das Risiko für Verletzungen doch stark reduziert werden. Was anderes, eine Electric Winch erleichtert natürlich auch, also von der Solarenergie betrieben, wenn die Arbeitsblöcke und dieses Mining passiert noch im traditionellen Sinne. Das ist Handarbeit und es gibt eine Arbeitsweise, die sehr sicher ist in Sri Lanka, die sich halt über wirklich Jahrhundert von Jahren entwickelt hat, mit großen Stämmen zu arbeiten und die sind natürlich wiegen bis zu 300 Kilo, ein großer Stamm und wenn man sowas per Hand in die Mine rein transportiert, ist das natürlich, birgt das eine Gefahr. Hier haben wir auch, wir sind immer versuchen mit den Minenarbeitern sehr praktische Lösungen zu finden, weil alles, was denen das Leben komplizierter macht, wird dann auch nicht genutzt. Und das ist ein Arbeitsschritt, der sehr gefährlich ist. Hier bereiten sie sozusagen die Baumstämme für einen Minengang Erweiterung vor. Und viele Arbeitsunfälle passieren hier, dass die Herren sich mit der Axt ins Schienbein hauen. Und da haben wir relativ einfach, aber es funktioniert und die Minenarbeiter verwenden es aus dem Kickboxing-Laden Polster geholt, die verstärkt mit Plastik, mit hartem Plastik, sodass da eigentlich keine Unfälle mehr passieren. Und es sind so einfache Lösungen, die dann auch angenommen werden, wenn es nicht zu kompliziert sind. Einfach anzuziehen, einfach auszuziehen und man hat ein Problem weniger. Das nächste ist wichtiges Thema, was du auch schon genannt hattest, ist einfach Hygiene. Wenn man aus einer Mine kommt, ist man dreckig, es ist harte Arbeit. Es gibt ich habe noch nie eine Mine in Sri Lanka gesehen, die Duschen vor Ort haben. Und das ist natürlich mit dem aufbereiteten Trinkwasser, es ist sauberes Wasser, um sich gleich zu duschen. Es ist auch eine Toilette direkt vor Ort mit aufgebaut, sodass die Minenarbeiter auch das, was wir für selbstverständlich sehen, direkt an der Mine sozusagen haben. Das ist unsere Terrasse auf der Mine für die Minenarbeiter, wo sie halt einfach, wenn sie einen Tee trinken, wenn sie eine Pause machen, wie ein kleines Hotel, eigentlich eine Terrasse mit wunderschönem Ausblick, wo die einfach auch entspannen können und sich es gut gehen lassen können. Und das war auch das Ziel von der ganzen Anlage. Wir haben uns in unsere Lage versetzt, wo würden wir uns wohlfühlen, wie würden wir es aufbauen, würden wir die harte Arbeit in der Mine nicht meiden sozusagen. Und das war das Ziel sozusagen vom Design dieser ganzen Eco-Mine Hut. Und natürlich auch, wir sehen es hier, zum Großteil mit Bambus gebaut, was ein sehr nachhaltiges Rohstoff ist, schnell wieder wachsend, wurde verwendet sozusagen. Hier haben wir auch ein kleines Bild, wie es von der Terrasse ausschaut. Und hier hatten wir ein kleines Community-Event mit den Familien der Minenarbeiter und haben denen sozusagen bei der Eröffnung auch die Mine gezeigt, wo es so eine offene Kultur sein soll, wo wir nicht uns abgrenzen, sondern auch, es sind in der Umgebung 5, 6 andere Minen, die wir direkt sehen. Das ist eine offene Kultur, dass die vielleicht was lernen oder gleich mitnehmen und vielleicht auch bei sich anwenden, wo wir nichts mit zu tun haben. Vielleicht nur für die Damen und Herren hier, die sich interessieren, wie sozusagen normalerweise, wenn Erde oder gutes Erdmaterial gefunden wird, wie sieht so eine, wir nennen es Produktionslinie oder Waschstraße, da wird das Erdgut in der ersten Filteranlage, wo es gewaschen wird, auch wieder mit der Solarenergie betriebene Pumpe, einen ersten Waschvorgang, das Gröbste sozusagen zu sondieren, gefiltert und dann geht es ins klassische, letzte Stufe des Waschens, wo dann durch eine Gewichtssondierung, durch Schwenken von den Körben ja, die Saphire hoffentlich gefunden werden. Und da sind Jan und wir zu sehen, wo wir uns ja, Korunde anschauen, die aus der Mine gekommen sind. Das sind jetzt ein paar Exemplare, wie die Rohsteine, also die rohen Korunde aussehen, bevor sie geschliffen werden, aber schon gut geputzt worden sind, damit man es auch erkennen kann. Und ja, dann würde ich gleich übergeben zu Jan.
Dankeschön. Was ich vielleicht noch ergänzen möchte, ich fand, was ich total spannend finde immer bei unseren Besuchen ist, dass das ja immer auch ein gegenseitiges Lernen ist. Und ich weiß nicht, ob es euch aufgefallen ist, aber bei vielen der Bilder haben die Minenarbeiter keine Schuhe getragen, sondern sie waren barfuß unterwegs. Und wenn man jetzt nach deutschen Arbeitsschutzbestimmungen vielleicht fragen würde, dann hätten wir in solchen Situationen Sicherheitsschuhe an, ja, und die hätten Stahlkappen und die hätten Stahlsohlen und dann wäre dann noch das eine oder andere mit drauf, was man noch mit abbildet. Und ich finde, das hat man auch ganz gut in dieser ZDF-Dokumentation mitbekommen. Wir stehen auch dann immer wieder vor der Frage, ziehen wir unsere Sicherheitsschuhe, mit denen wir als Deutsche anreisen, ziehen wir sie an, um dann in die Minen reinzugehen? Und wir haben genau solche Diskussionen dann mit den Menschen vor Ort geführt. Und die haben gesagt, das ist schön mit euren Sicherheitsschuhen so, aber wisst ihr, wir laufen hier alle barfuß rum. Und zwar traditionell schon lange, lange, lange. Und wir achten darauf, dass unten in der Mine, dass da gibt es keine Nägel oder sowas, was es vielleicht bei uns geben würde, Betonteil, das gibt es alles nicht. Das sind Naturmaterialien. Und du kannst dich in den Minen wirklich barfuß bewegen. So. Und sie sagen, dass wenn sie jetzt den Einstieg und den Ausstieg gehen, dass sie, weil Minen sind immer feucht, dass sie mit ihren nackten Füßen einen viel besseren Tritt haben. Also was haben wir gesagt? Nicht, aha, jetzt trägst du aber bitte trotzdem Arbeitsschutzschuhe, wie wir es von unserer Kultur erwarten würden, sondern nein. Wir versuchen, das, was ihr jetzt an dieser Stelle uns mitgebt, auch auszuprobieren und sind barfuß reingegangen in die Minen. Und der Erkenntnisgewinn war, es gibt unterschiedliche Kulturen, es gibt unterschiedliche Ansätze und der faire Behandel bedeutet nicht nur zu kommen und zu sagen, aha, wir erklären euch mal, wie die Welt funktioniert, sondern nein, es geht darum, voneinander gegenseitig zu lernen. Und wenn ihr mich fragen würdet, ob ich in der Werkstatt trotzdem die Arbeitsschutzbestimmungen durchziehe mit vernünftigem Schuhwerk, dann ja, natürlich. So, aber in die Mine in Sri Lanka würde ich immer wieder barfuß gehen. Aber meine Aufgabe ist ja eigentlich, das Dove darzustellen, damit euers im richtigen Glanz darstellen kann, beziehungsweise unsere Lieferkette. Wenn die Steine also abgebaut werden, dann müssen sie ja geschliffen werden, damit sie schön strahlen und funkeln und so weiter. Und dann kommen wir in die Edelsteinschleifereien. Und auch da haben wir auf unseren Bergbaureisen nach Sri Lanka die eine oder andere konventionelle Edelsteinschleiferei besucht. Und das ist genau so eine hier. Und auch hier immer mit der gleichen Fragestellung, wo liegen eigentlich die Herausforderungen und was wollen wir eigentlich besser machen und was müssen wir auch besser machen? Also, was sind die Probleme? Es gibt tatsächlich ExpertInnen, die behaupten, dass es mehr Menschen gibt, die durch das Schleifen sterben, als beim Abbau der Steine in den Minen selber. Es wird davon ausgegangen, dass ungefähr 80% aller auf dem Markt befindlicher Farbedelsteine genau in diesen Schleifereien geschliffen werden und auch wieder nicht in irgendwelchen Hightech-Schleifereien in Antwerpen oder Tel Aviv oder sonst wo auf der Welt, sondern nein, das findet dort statt. Die Schleifer sind auch hier häufig giftigen Chemikalien ausgesetzt, auch hier wieder Siliziumdioxid aus den Edelsteinen, was dann wiederum Silikose und Staublunge verursacht. Und auch hier gibt es Schätzungen, dass ungefähr 30% der SchleiferInnen weltweit aus diesen Edelsteinschleifereien ihr Leben frühzeitig beenden müssen, also an Silikose sterben. Auch hier haben wir schlechte Löhne und auch hier gibt es Kinderarbeit in den Schleifereien. Das sind die Schleifereien. Wenn wir von fairen Handel sprechen, dann meinen wir eigentlich einerseits den Abbau in den Minen, dann gibt es die Weiterverarbeitung der Edelsteine, wie in den Schleifereien oder bei Gold dann in den Raffinerien, in den Scheideanstalten. Was aber natürlich auch ein großer Teil ist dass, du hast mich abgelenkt, ist der Handel an sich. Also genau, wie kann man transparente Lieferketten vernünftig gestalten? Und auch da ist es bei konventionellen Edelsteinen sehr, sehr problematisch. Hier sind große Probleme immer Schmuggel, Geldwäsche, Korruption, nicht zuletzt auch das Thema Konfliktmineralien, Stichwort Blutdiamanten, was man auf so alle möglichen Rohstoffe, auch Saphire, aber auch auf Gold und so weiter anwenden kann und vor allen Dingen auch muss. Die grundsätzlichen Probleme sind, dass diese Lieferketten extrem komplex und intransparent sind. Es ist quasi nicht wenn es herkömmlich und konventionell abläuft, ist es quasi fast unmöglich nachzuvollziehen, woher kommen eigentlich die Steine, die ich hier irgendwie von irgendwelchen Tischen kaufe, um sie dann in meinen Schmuckstücken zu verarbeiten, außer ich lege wirklich explizit Wert darauf und frage nach. Genau, und das ist das, was wir hier unter anderem auch besser machen wollen.
Das ist vielleicht ein kleiner Sneak Preview auf, woran wir auch arbeiten. Wir haben eine neue Schleiferei ins Leben gerufen für Female Empowerment, wo wir junge Schleiferinnen unterstützen müssen, die gerade die einfache Ausbildung zum Schleifen gelernt haben, aber natürlich zum, sagen wir, westlichen Standards für die Schmuckindustrie sich zu entwickeln, ist es dann immer noch ein sehr weiter Weg. Und uns geht es darum, wir möchten den jungen Damen sozusagen eine Perspektive geben, zu einem sehr, sehr hohen Standard schleifen zu können und sich gegebenenfalls dann, was sicherlich kommt, wenn ein Schleifer sehr gut ist, sich selbstständig zu machen und dann um sich selber und die Familie sorgen zu können. Weil aus meiner Sicht wie sagt man dazu, die Value-Adding-Process sozusagen vom Rohstein zum facettierten Stein ist beim Schleifen geschieht das. Und ich würde ungern sozusagen, das ist ein anderes Thema, aber Frauen versuchen zu fördern, in die Mine zu gehen, weil es harte Arbeit ist und doch sehr einfach ist. Ich würde aus meiner Sicht, was Sinn macht, die sozusagen zum Verstehen vom Schleifen, weil da ist der größte Mehrwert und der größte Nutzen, um eine wirtschaftliche Unabhängigkeit später zu erlangen. Und das ist sozusagen das Projekt, was wir hier haben, auch CO2-neutral eine Schleiferei aufzubauen. Wir sind noch nicht ganz da, aber das ist die Vision von dem, was wir hier aufbauen. Das ist unser Mastercutter, der sich um die Damen kümmert. Und natürlich Arbeitssicherheit oder Arbeitsschutz bei uns nach westlichen Standards, wo es Masken gibt, wo es einen Haarschutz gibt, damit das nicht in die Maschinen reinkommt, wo es doch regelmäßig zu Unfällen kommen kann. Und das ist momentan unser Manager von der Lapidary, der begutachtet sozusagen qualitätsmäßig die Standards von den Saphiren. Und das ist ja ein kleiner Ausblick gewesen für unsere Lieferkette, die dann von der Mine nach München sozusagen vollendet wird. Und hier vielleicht ein kleines Fazit nochmal zur Ecomine. Die ganzen Konzepte, die ich angeschnitten hatte vorhin, dienen dazu, eine Plattform zu sein. Das ist die Idee dahinter, eine Plattform zum Lernen. Wir lernen auch noch momentan jeden Tag, was funktioniert, was nicht funktioniert, wie viele Solarpanels muss man haben, welche Pflanzen funktionieren in dieser Aquaponic-Anlage, welche Sicherheitsmaßnahmen können wir noch verbessern, worauf können wir noch aufbauen. Und die Ecomine dient dafür in dieser Art, wie sie jetzt erbaut worden ist, zum Lernen. Wir wollen lernen, wie wir das skalieren können. Wir wollen lernen, wie man in anderen Teilen der Welt vielleicht bestimmte Elemente aus dieser Ecomine nutzen kann, um den Small-Scale Mining, den Kleinbergbau voranzubringen und dass viele Menschen was davon haben. Das ist das Fazit sozusagen von meiner Seite zur Ecomine.
Und unser Fazit ist, weil das, was ihr hier gerade habt, ist einerseits quasi die Supplier, wenn ich euch nicht zu nahe trete, Supplier. Und ich bin vielleicht die Perspektive von der einen oder anderen hier, die Schmuckhersteller sind so. Und wenn wir als Unternehmen jetzt Jan Spille Schmuck Edelsteine einkaufen, dann ist es für uns immer wichtig, dass sie ökologisch und Fairtrade abgebaut sind. Wir verarbeiten keine konventionellen Edelsteine, was für uns bedeutet, dass wir die Lieferkette nicht kennen. Und wenn wir Edelsteine kaufen, dann haben wir immer verschiedene Kriterien, von denen wir sagen, die müssen unbedingt erfüllt sein. Und das bedeutet für uns immer 100% ökologische Edelsteine einzukaufen. Das heißt, für uns keine Verschmutzung von Erde, Wasser und Luft, keine Boden- und Landschaftszerstörung und wir wollen keine radioaktiv und nachbehandelten Steine haben. Gleichzeitig wollen wir Fairtrade-Edelsteine kaufen. Das bedeutet gleichberechtigtes Arbeiten von Männern und Frauen, faire Arbeitslöhne, ein hoher Arbeitsschutz, natürlich keine Kinderarbeit und die Steine müssen natürlich konfliktfrei sein und dürfen nicht aus irgendwelchen Krisenregionen starten. Hier haben wir das ist super. Bei den Fairtrade-Saphiren haben wir das erreicht, aber die Frage ist ja eigentlich, was ist der Ausblick? Also was haben wir jetzt hier? Und wir verstehen Bergbau immer als eine Entwicklung, genauso wie ihr auch. Und für uns als Hersteller ist dann die nächste Frage, okay, wenn wir das jetzt haben und wir wollen eine Traceability und ich weiß, weil ich da gewesen bin und weil wir diese Kette ja mehr oder weniger irgendwie auch gemeinsam gestalten, dass ich das hier habe. Aber wenn ich das Ganze skalieren möchte und das hier nur ein Anfang sein soll, weil unsere Vision ist ja, dass das skalierbar auf möglichst alle Edelsteinminen dieser Welt anwendbar ist. Und ich zeige mich an dieser Stelle bewusst ein wenig naiv, aber genau das wollen wir erreichen. Und damit wir das erreichen können, sagen wir, dass es so etwas wie ein Fairtrade-Siegel für Edelsteine und auch für Diamanten geben muss, und zwar ausgegeben von unabhängigen Fairtrade-Organisationen. Das, was wir im Goldbereich jetzt schon erreicht haben, dass wir Fairmined Eco-Gold haben, dass wir Fairmined Gold haben, dass wir Fairtrade-Gold haben, dass wir Fairtrade Eco-Gold haben. Es gibt hier die Hersteller, wir gehören nicht dazu, aber es gibt hier viele Hersteller und es gibt hier auch Unternehmen, wo man genau diese Edelsteine und auch das Gold kaufen kann. Und ja, für Gold haben wir das Siegel, für Edelsteine wollen wir das in Zukunft erreichen, weil das für uns die Voraussetzung ist, eine vernünftige Traceability, eine Rückverfolgbarkeit der Rohstoffe zu haben und das ist die Voraussetzung, überhaupt das ganze Thema skalieren zu können. An der Stelle sagen wir Danke.
Dankeschön.
Und wir erhoffen uns eine rege Diskussion und wir schalten jetzt Mewan zu. Ist das richtig?
Genau, das versuchen wir jetzt zu machen, aber das sollte gehen. Will er Video oder Video ist okay?
Video ist okay.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, Mevan.
Mevan, how are you? Wo ist die Kamera, da?
Is it loud and clear?
Can you just speak and say hello just so we test the sound?
Yeah, hi guys, can you hear?
Yeah, it's...
Hi, Mevan. Give yourself a little introduction, please.
Yeah, just 1 second. I'll just switch off the fan. It's probably loud. Yeah, hi. So I'm Mevan from Sri Lanka. I'm the partner of Ceylon. I am the Sri Lankan operation. So that includes sourcing as well as, of course, running our dream project, which is the Eco Mine.
Question not
And just to give
a little bit louder?
Yeah.
Vielleicht ein bisschen. Da ist. Okay.
Try and speak a little bit more into the microphone, please.
Yeah, is it any better?
Yeah, it's a little bit better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hi guys, I'm Mevan Gunawardana from Sri Lanka. I'm one of the partners of Ceylon. So I run the Sri Lankan side of the business, which includes sourcing and running our mines. So we started this eco mine sometime last year, and that is one of our biggest projects at the moment. And I'm sad I couldn't be there in person, but at least let's see what best we could do.
Yeah, well, thank you for joining us, even if it's just online. Should we take some questions from the audience? And
yes,
I can also, hat es Fragen? Also ich kann dann übersetzen für ihn und dann wieder zurück übersetzen. Fragen über die Ecomine? Da drüben.
Okay, dann guten Tag, mein Name ist Philipp Rank. Ich habe eine etwas vielleicht schwierigere Frage zur Nachhaltigkeit von Edelsteinen und wie man das den Endkonsumenten verkauft. Weil ich persönlich habe das Gefühl, dass es viele Menschen gibt, denen Nachhaltigkeit sehr wichtig ist. Gleichzeitig ist es aber kein, wie soll ich sagen, kein sexy Thema. Jetzt, wenn ich Schmuck kaufe, will ich ja was Schönes für mein Leben tun. Ich will mein Leben genießen mit dem, dass ich den Schmuck kaufe. Jetzt werde ich aber mit der ganzen Nachhaltigkeitsthematik eigentlich auf ein sehr negatives Thema hingewiesen. Das könnte vielleicht für den Verkaufsprozess, wenn ich Schmuck verkaufe, schwierig sein. Habt ihr euch über sowas mal Gedanken gemacht? Habt ihr da einen Ansatz, wie man das schwierige Thema Nachhaltigkeit wieder attraktiver, einfacher, lockerer gestalten kann?
Also es geht ja, glaube ich, hauptsächlich an mich, weil genau wir es ja mit den Endverbrauchern zu tun haben, mit denen wir da genau jeden Tag genau das hier diskutieren. Und ihr habt mich vielleicht heute ein bisschen kämpferisch erlebt und ich musste die Themen erklären, die eher negativ und die Voraussetzungen darüber nachzudenken, dass Nachhaltigkeit Sinn macht. Das machen wir im Atelier komplett gar nicht. So, bei uns im Atelier stellen wir das Ganze sehr, sehr positiv dar und stellen die positiven Dinge nach vorne. Und wir erleben unsere KundInnen, so, dass die genau das abfeiern. Und das ist genau der Grund, warum sie zu uns kommen. Und das macht ihr Schmuckstück nochmal eine Idee geiler, wenn ich das so salopp ausdrücken darf. Und das ist nachher auch der Grund, warum sie überhaupt bei uns kaufen. Also wir haben natürlich auch wunderschönen Schmuck, Ästhetik, wir sind nette Leute und so weiter. Man kauft gerne von uns Schmuck, aber der Schmuck, den kannst du mit einem guten Gewissen tragen und nicht nur mit einem guten Gewissen, sondern du weißt auch noch, du hast den richtigen Impact in Sri Lanka und in den Lieferketten. Und gleichzeitig kannst du global auch noch eine Idee unterstützen, die hoffentlich auch andere inspiriert, genau dasselbe zu tun. Nein, das ist überhaupt nichts Negatives. Es ist durch die Bank weg sehr, sehr positiv, wie wir den Schmuck darstellen. Und ich glaube, das kommt ganz gut an.
Man kann vielleicht auch hinzufügen, Jan, es war ja eine lange Reise. Also es ist ja ein Prozess. Also ja, viele Leute haben da ein bisschen vielleicht auch Angst, weil das scheint so groß zu sein. Eher unsexy als Thema, aber es ist ein langer Weg.
Das ist ein langer Weg, ja. Genau, wir machen das jetzt seit 2003, seit 20 Jahren. Und als wir angefangen haben, gab es, sag mal, wir hatten ja nichts so. Das stimmt nicht ganz. Wir hatten nämlich die ersten Bergbau-Kooperativen, die gesagt haben, so wie gerade abgebaut wird, Edelsteine, Edelmetalle, ist es doof. Wir machen uns bessere, also und doof ist nett ausgedrückt. Genau, und wir wollen es besser machen und wir setzen die ersten ökologischen und sozialen Standards auf. Und wir haben damals gesagt, super, genau das entspricht dem, was wir machen wollen. Deswegen basiert alles, was wir tun, auf diesen Rohstoffkonzepten. Und genau, und jetzt dann 10 Jahre später oder fast 15 Jahre später gab es erst die Fairtrade-Zertifizierung. Und wir haben uns sehr dafür bemüht, dass sie kommen, weltweit, aber auch Deutschland und so weiter. Und ich finde, das ist jetzt eigentlich die beste Voraussetzung, dass jeder hier keine Ausrede mehr hat, es besser zu machen, als wir es bisher gemacht haben. Habe ich die Frage beantwortet? Gab es eine Frage?
Ja, komm.
Aber vielleicht auch mal eine Frage an Mewan. Jetzt haben wir Mewan zugeschaltet.
Wenn ich noch ganz kurz was dazu sagen darf. Vielen Dank für den Input. Ich will auch noch mal zum Ausdruck bringen, ich finde es toll, dass es diese Initiativen gibt. Ich unterstütze das persönlich auch. Ich habe nur einmal, also ich komme aus Österreich und da hat ein großer Konzern mal Werbung zu biologischen Lebensmitteln gemacht, wo die gesagt haben, Bio kann auch einfach. Und ich habe das ganz lang nicht verstanden, bis ich gecheckt habe irgendwann mal. Viele Leute finden so nachhaltige biologische Sachen immer mit Aufwand, mit teuer, mit schwierig verbunden. Und vielleicht als Idee auch von meiner Seite, vielleicht kann man das einfach alles viel einfacher machen. So auf die Art, so, das ist alles kein Problem. Unser Produkt kaufst, das ist alles einfach. Mit anderen Produkten ist vielleicht schwieriger als Idee, ich weiß es auch nicht. Aber grundsätzlich ist es schön zu hören, dass es offensichtlich immer mehr und mehr Kunden gibt, die sich dafür interessieren und die das haben wollen. Also vielen Dank.
Aber vielleicht können wir die Frage auch an Mewan richten über, ist es einfach oder eben schwierig, sowas in Sri Lanka zu machen? So question for you, Mewan. I mean, how difficult is it to change the supply chain in Sri Lanka? Is what you're doing radically different from the way it's always been done? Have you been facing many challenges? Has it been an easy road? Can you share something from the Sri Lankan perspective on this?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say it's radically different. I mean, it's just that we are trying to implement some practices which are more environmental friendly and then sustainable. So, for example, when we had the idea of using solar panels to run the engines. I mean, it's a very simple, straightforward thing, right? But strangely, no one had done that up to that time. And there was a lot of resistance. I mean, even when we spoke to mine owners, they were like, no, that's not possible. It needs so much battery capacity. It needs so much capacity in terms of inverters, etc. So it was just that, people were reluctant to try something new. And obviously, there is resistance for change. So when we wanted to run an electrical engine, then they were not sure of the safety aspects of it. So I had to get down in the water and basically show them that it was safe. And once that was done, and I mean, it's super quiet. I mean, that alone is a huge advantage. So once we started showing them the advantages of what we are doing, then it was sort of easy for them to, I mean, it was an easy sell in that context. Initially, getting it started was difficult, but once we set it up in place, then from there, it was easy. Now, with the aquaponic, we are still running into certain difficulties because we haven't got the exact sort of product mix. So there is still a little bit of convincing that needs to be done. I mean, we haven't got let's be honest, we haven't got a bumper harvest yet. So we are still fine tuning it. We are in the process. I mean, we are learning as we do it. So, I mean, hopefully, again, like with the example of the solar panels, once we start showing them the benefits of it, we feel that it will be easy to get the buy-in of the community.
Thank you. Andere Fragen, other questions? Yeah.
Dankeschön. Ich hätte zwei Fragen. Die erste wäre, wie wird es denn von den Personen in Sri Lanka, sprich den Arbeitenden dort, angenommen? Also diese neue Form des Bergbaus, ist es Bergbau, oder des Abbaus?
I'll just translate. The question was, how has, let's say, this new way of working, how has it been received by the people who work in the mine and who have a long tradition of working in the mine? Are they surprised? Are they happy? Are they, again, have there been challenges? Has it been easy? Just really this kind of working together with the miners. What is your experience with that?
Yeah, so like with the previous answer, I mean, initially getting them to do something different is hard. But once we convince them to do it, and once they understand that, for example, using a winch, I mean, it's so much easier than having to manually pull the soil out. So once they do it once or twice, they understand. And also the example of introducing wheelbarrows. I mean, these are very simple things. But initially, there's a lot of reluctance and a lot of resistance. But once they start working with them, they understand the benefits, and also wearing the safety gear. Again, initially, there is resistance, but once they do it, they understand what we mean. And I mean, it's not too bad. It's just that getting that initial first couple of days and getting it to work.
That's a very human thing. I mean, changing habits for any of us is not always very easy. So I think there was another question, eine andere Frage da.
Basically, I was just wondering, how does this affect the families and the community? How does the mining actually affect the community as well? The children, the wives of the miners? What is the living environment? How has that changed now that the mine is functioning in an ecological way?
I mean, for the community, I would say one of the largest benefits is the reduction in noise pollution. I mean, if you walk into any of these mines, you could hear the noise of the engines for easily from a mile. So, I mean, our mine is very quiet. So, I mean, once again, see, these communities are not developed to, I mean, it's not like in Europe where people make a noise about sound pollution. But once we start doing it differently and once they understand how quietly it can be done, then they start appreciating it. I mean, another big benefit we want to give to the community is through our aquaponic operation, the system. But like I said, we haven't got we got the first harvest. It was all right, but it wasn't like a major bumper harvest. So we need some, I mean, we need to work. There's more work to be done there in order to get the product mix right. Yeah, and how much fish we need. I mean, these sort of things we are all ourselves learning on the process. So we feel once we can give to the neighborhood, I mean, give to the mining community the output from the aquaponic, we feel there will be more buying in.
Andere Fragen or other questions? Yeah, the second question, die zweite Frage.
Ja, die zweite richtet sich eher an Jan und Peter. Und zwar, ihr hattet, oder mein Fokus von dem, was ich mitbekommen habe, war jetzt eher, dass sich vor allem Arbeitsbedingungen ändern. Meine Frage wäre, inwieweit ändern sich auch Gehälter von den Arbeitenden, also SchleiferInnen und Abbauenden?
Das ist, glaube ich, eine Frage an mich. Also das Traditionelle, was ich vorhin versucht habe zu erwähnen, Minen in Sri Lanka sind AGs. Also die Minenarbeiter sind anteilig an den Funden beteiligt und so ist das normale operative Geschäft sozusagen von Minen. Wir haben schon verschiedene Sachen versucht, weil das eine Frage ist immer, wie ist die faire Belohnung, was heißt nicht Belohnung, Entlohnung, genau, von den Minenarbeitern. Und man muss es realistisch sehen. Alles, was wenn wir eine Zahl, ein Tageslohn ist bei 2500 Rupees, das sind gute 4 Euro, Tageslohn. Und wenn wir sagen würden, wir zahlen den 5, ich glaube, wäre auch keiner von euch zufrieden. Wenn wir sagen würden 6, hört sich immer noch zu wenig an. Und wir haben das versucht, wir haben gemerkt, dass dann gar nicht mehr gearbeitet worden ist, zum Beispiel, dass sich die Mentalität von den Minenarbeitern, dass das nicht funktioniert, um dann eine Mine laufen zu lassen. Deswegen auch hier das Konzept dieser Generierung von alternativen Einkommen für die Familie, dass die Frauen von den Minenarbeitern, die sonst oft zu Hause sitzen, in ein Doing, in eine Aktivität, auch eine Selbstständigkeit reinkommen, um wirtschaftlich was für die Familie beizutragen. Und das ist sozusagen das Konzept dahinter, wovon sie dann auch, wenn die Mine mal weg ist, leben können. Und das ist sozusagen das Konzept dahinter. Das ist aus unserer Sicht das zukunftsorientierteste, weil dieses Traditionelle, wie es ist, wird man auch nicht large-scale ändern können, aber man kann es versuchen, sozusagen die Familien unabhängiger zu machen von den Funden.
Danke.
Any other questions? I actually have a question. Jetzt weiß ich gar nicht, ob ihr auf Deutsch oder auf Englisch. I'll say it in English so that everyone can also understand. One of the reasons why gemstone mines are informal is that very often you don't know what is the life expectancy of a mine. So many miners have no interest in getting formal licenses because maybe after a year or 2 or 5, there's no more stones. How have you factored this into the EcoMine project? Do you know for how many years you will get stones? Or can you move the mine or the solar panels to another area? Ich sage es vielleicht ganz kurz auf Deutsch, eben die Lebenserwartung der Mine, das würde mich noch wundernehmen. Wie habt ihr das eingebaut ins System? Wisst ihr, ob es noch 5 oder 10 Jahre Steine gibt oder 50 Jahre? Oder vielleicht auch nicht? Kann die Mine dann woanders hin, also die Panels und so? Oder?
I mean, let's involve Mevan.
Let's hear
maybe,
Mevan.
Mining is like a lottery.
Mevan. Lottery,
yeah.
So.
Yes.
Yeah, so regarding the license, the license is given for 1 year and every year it needs to be renewed. So, I mean, we are operating with the same legal environment where, so for example, our mining license runs from May to May. So this May we will have to renew it again. So if we don't have findings here, we will not renew it. And regarding the ability to move it, yes. So the thing is with the solar panels, why a lot of people, I probably should have mentioned this earlier, why a lot of people are reluctant to implement solar panels for this is there's huge capital cost. But how we try to make this work is because we believe now these solar panels come with a 10-year warranty, same with the battery. So we believe we could use them for 10, 15 years. So once we're done here, like you correctly said, we don't know how long we will be here for. Maybe 1 year, maybe 10 years. But after we are done here, we can move this to another location. I mean, that's absolutely no problem. I mean, there will be some cost involved in transportation, etc. But the capital can be used over the next 10, 15 years.
So it's an eco mine and it's an agile mine as well. I mean, it's trying to do two concepts at the same time. Yeah.
I mean,
No, I mean agile in the sense the investment, the solar panels, the batteries, the inverters, those are agile. The engines, can move them. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
But I mean, the whole eco-mine is constructed because the mining pit, for example, this moves around as well. So if you one day you don't get the elam, that's a good material where you expect findings. If we can't find it, we have to move the mine entrance as well. And we located, for example, the community hut already in such a way that we know for this entire land plot, we're not going to be in the way, so we can always stick around it. So there's been thinking going into it, and we can later on move almost every component, the greenhouse as well. And maybe explain, since it's a secondary deposit, so it's in the old riverbeds, rice paddy fields, maybe how this is done with the farmers and how it's organized.
Yeah, so again, the local regulations are quite strict in that when you finish your mining, you have to bring the land back to its original condition. So that is, I mean, whether it's eco mine or any other mine, we will be doing that. And what's more interestingly, so this is a fairly large plot. It's about 1.5 to 2 acres. So in this, so usually the mining license are given to operate one mine while the paddy fields run. But here we had to write to the Agriculture Development Authority and get a special license to have the greenhouse on the paddy field. So again, like Peter said, once we are done, we will be moving everything out.
And then the rice paddy fields will be, the farmer will get back into the rice paddy field, which we have to compensate for the entire period while we're mining as well.
Okay, very interesting. Time for one last question. Yeah.
Ja, ich habe mich gerade gefragt, wenn wir davon ausgehen, dass wir in Zukunft alle solche Steine kaufen wollen, fair, super, genauso schön wie die anderen heute auch, wie kriegt ihr das in die Welt? Oder macht das wer anders? Also mich interessiert eigentlich, habt ihr eine Idee dazu, wie das weiter ausgerollt werden kann?
Bezüglich der Skalierung der einzelnen Mining Operation oder wie? Also
der Verkauf oder Distribution oder?
Also wir kaufen heute viele Edelsteine, wir kaufen sie nach Aussehen, Schönheit und so weiter. Und ja, wenn ich weiß, die sind fair, das gefällt mir, kaufe ich auch gerne. Aber damit das Ganze fliegt, nicht nur auf eurer Ebene oder für euer Unternehmen, müssten wir ja die Idee verteilen. Also wir müssten es ja ausweiten, dass andere Leute sagen, ey, wie kann ich das machen? Jan, du nix. Ich glaube, du hast irgendwie eine Idee, was ich meine, oder?
Ja, darf ich?
Ja.
Genau. Das war das, was ich vorhin meinte, als Laurent gefragt hat, ob es hart war. Als wir damit angefangen haben, vor 20 Jahren, da gab es noch keine Fairtrade-Zertifizierung für Edelmetalle und auch nicht für Edelsteine. Das sind wir jetzt noch nicht, aber für Edelmetalle haben wir das. Wir haben Lieferketten, die durch Fairtrade und Vermeint abgebildet werden. Und wir können uns darauf verlassen, dass die ökologischen und sozialen Standards eingehalten werden. Das heißt, hier ist die Skalierbarkeit gegeben. Und es gibt Unternehmen hier in der Halle, die bieten uns als Herstellern an, was weiß ich, mit einem Trauring-Konfigurator sich Vermeint oder Fairtrade Ringe anfertigen zu lassen, die ich dann wiederum verkaufen kann. Die haben Halbzeuge, die haben all das, was ein Goldschmiede Herz und ein Schmuckdesigner Innenherz und die Industrie befriedigt. Also all das, was wir eigentlich brauchen, das gibt es im Edelmetallbereich. Fast alles. Und bei Edelstein wäre der nächste Schritt, und das war das, was ich vorhin versuchte mitzugeben, ist jetzt auch eine Fairtrade-Zertifizierung für Diamanten und Edelsteine zu erreichen durch unabhängige Fairtrade-Organisationen, sodass dann irgendwann für dieses Pilotprojekt gesagt werden kann, toll, und hier habt ihr das Fairtrade-Siegel drauf. Das ist natürlich nicht so einfach, das sind Prozesse von Jahren, nicht nur für euch und eure Mine dann, sondern für alle anderen auch. Genau, aber diese Modelle gibt es und diese Modelle oder diese Wege müsste man nicht einfach so, sondern die müsste man gehen. Und das tun wir. Wir sitzen bei Fairtrade Deutschland, wir sitzen bei Fairtrade International, wir fragen bei der Alliance for Responsible Mining an, die den Fairmine-Standard für Gold abbildet. Und wir fragen, so, der nächste Schritt sind doch Edelsteine und natürlich auch Diamanten. Können wir das nicht mal machen? Und die sagen dann, ja, das weißt du selber, Jan, dass das eine große Nummer ist und jetzt müssen wir mal richtig mal die Standards ausarbeiten und so weiter und vielleicht nicht dieses Jahr, aber nächstes Jahr. Und so planen wir auf lange Sicht. Wie gesagt, als wir angefangen haben, Gold und Silber zu verarbeiten, kam es schon aus den richtigen Minen. Das Siegel dafür kam erst 12 Jahre später. Wir haben schon 12 Jahre etwas gemacht, bevor es überhaupt zertifiziert worden ist. Und das machen wir hier mit den Cylons und ihr macht das mit Mewan und die ganze Lieferkette stimmt. Und ihr seid nicht die Einzigen, weil genau da drüben, da gibt es weitere Pilotprojekte, die faire Edelsteine aus Brasilien anbieten. Da gibt es Pilotprojekte, die faire Edelsteine aus Madagaskar anbieten. Und ich habe hoffentlich jetzt gerade keinen vergessen. Aber das sind genauso Pilotprojekte, die hier beispielhaft stehen können.
Und vielleicht noch ergänzen dazu, weil Farbedelsteine aus Small-Scale Mining kommen, gibt es keine große Macht, die, sagen wir, was bewegen kann. Ich glaube, das Einzige, was jeder hier im Raum machen kann, ist nachzufragen, den Druck auf Lieferanten zu erhöhen, dass von allen Seiten sozusagen ein Bedürfnis dafür entsteht, dass die Welt doch besser ausschauen würde, würden mehr von diesen Steinen abgebaut und verkauft werden am Ende.
Leider haben wir keine Zeit mehr. Ja. Oder ganz schnelle Frage, ganz kurze Frage.
Nur Fairmind, die sind jetzt an Arbeiten, um auch vielleicht mit Edelsteinen zu anfangen, damit zu zertifizieren. Also sie möchten gerne in Kolumbien anfangen, weil die sind da basiert. Auf mein besten Deutsch. Sorry.
Merci, thank you very much. Danke an alle. Thank you, Mewan, for joining us, and I hope that you'll be here in person next year so that we can have more of these conversations. Danke an alle.
Dankeschön.
All right, thank you very much, guys.
Wenn es weitere Fragen gibt, dann seid ihr ja noch eine Zeit lang hier. Ja. Oder sonst hat es ja einen Stand dahinter.
Genau, perfekt.
Ja. Next speaker, we switch back to English. Also falls Sie simultane Übersetzung benötigen, es hat hinten Headsets. I think requires no introduction. You've spoken here before. Benjamin Guttery, who's a leading industry jewelry influencer, blogger, and opinion leader. And he will be speaking about how retailers of all sizes can increase their digital presence and beyond. And this is a little bit of a how-to masterclass. So thank you very much for sharing your expertise here, Benjamin. And the floor is yours.
Thank you for having me back. I am so happy to be here. This is my 5th Inhorgenta. Happy 50th to Inhorgenta. So as the slide says, today we're going to do a masterclass for retailers of all sizes, from someone who is maybe a concierge jeweler on social media to a retailer that has multiple locations. So this is me. I am also a gemologist. I've done extensive training in all types of gemology, including diamonds, jewelry making. So what is the #1 thing today on optimizing your digital presence? It's making sure that your website is optimized for mobile. All of the search engines today, Google, Bing, Yahoo, Yandex, they all are going to optimize websites that are mobile friendly. How do you make your website mobile friendly? Well, you can use certain applications such as Wix. You can even hire someone on Fiverr. I actually looked it up earlier. For as little as €100, you can pay someone on Fiverr to optimize your entire website for mobile. It is very, very easy today. You really don't even have to know what they're doing, but what they are doing is they're making sure that no matter what type of device your client and customer are opening up your website on, whether that be a mobile phone, an iPhone, a flip Samsung phone, tablet, laptop, desktop, that all of the images are going to automatically size right for the device, that all of your links, all of your text are going to show up correctly on the site. And so that's the #1 most important thing, is having your website mobile optimized. You also want to make sure that your website's on brand. What does that mean? If you are selling bridal jewelry, for example, you probably want to have some images of engagements and couples and happy things on your site, and not just have it be kind of a plain site. You also are going to want to, like it says, improve your website to meet your target audience's needs. One of the biggest things that I find with jewelers' websites is there's too many links. There's too many drop-down tabs. There's way too many options. You want to make it as not just clean as in making it look like modern, that's a brand thing, but you want to have it be easy to use. So what are your customers coming to you for? Are they coming to you for jewelry, for repairs, for custom design? You don't want to have many, many different things on the site for them to look at. And then, like we said, make sure mobile and desktop. Over 90% of customers today are shopping right here. And this isn't anything new. Being social. So I've given a couple presentations here before about social media, and today I want it just to be really a cog in the wheel of everything digital. Make sure that you have your profile claimed on all sites. So what does that mean? If you're going to be active on just, let's say, Facebook and Instagram and not really use Twitter, Pinterest, TikTok, you still want to have your company's name claimed on there. You can have your brand logo, a link to your website, and something like follow us on Instagram, something simple. That's always something that I always tell brands to do, even if they're not ready to be active on every single site, because let's face it, all of those logos at the bottom of the page, it's a lot to keep up with. And believe it or not, there's even more than what I've shown. You also want to make sure that your brand is interacting on the social sites that you are on and that you are active on, that you're doing more than just publishing content to the site. 5+ years ago, you could get away with growing on social media by just posting on the different apps. And today, you not only need to post, but you need to engage. Now, engagement, there's a couple different ways of that. I'm talking about more than just answering DMs and hearting comments on your posts. You need to also engage with the wider community. So let's use a retailer as an example. You're a retailer, you carry multiple different brands that are here at Inhorgenta. You work with several local stone setters and engravers, maybe a local florist does the flowers in your store. You work with a local caterer that maybe does things for your special events. You want to be following all of those accounts, and you want to be engaging with all of those accounts. In America, we have like a chocolate milk, and kids are kind of known for blowing bubbles into their chocolate milk, and they fill up the glass with bubbles. Think of social media like those bubbles, like that foam, that froth at the top of the glass, and every bubble is touching another bubble. And it's important, if you want your bubble to grow bigger, it has to touch more bubbles. So that's kind of how I explain it easiest. So today you cannot just publish on social media, you also have to engage. You also can now, there's so many different things that social media sites are giving marketers access to. So on the Meta Business Suite, which if you do Facebook ads, Instagram ads, WhatsApp ads, Meta is the company that owns all three of those sites. They also own Threads, kind of a Twitter competitor now. There is an app called Meta Business Suite, and you can actually upload your customer list. So if you're a retailer that's been around for 20 years, and you have names, emails, phone numbers, addresses of your customers, you can actually upload them now, that entire database, to the Meta Business Suite, and then Meta will find like customers just that are around your customers that you can target now in your Facebook ads. So it's a fairly new feature, but a lot of jewelers that I talk to and a lot of designers that I work with, their version of targeting is clicking all of the predetermined meta things like, okay, I want to sell engagement rings to more people in Munich. So I'm going to say Munich, jewelry, fashion, wedding, and they click those different boxes on the targeting suite. All you're going to get is other jewelers in the Munich area. You're not, or other bridal service people in the Munich area. You're not really going to be getting customers that are looking for wedding rings. What's most likely to work is a couple has come in to get engaged. Maybe their parents used to shop with you. You have their name, their email, their phone number. You upload this to Meta Business Suite. It targets their friends, their neighbors, their kids, their college buddies, their coworkers. A lot better targeting than before, where we would just click, certain predetermined things from Meta. So this goes to what I just said. So if maybe you have been around for 20 years, your customer list is a little older. Maybe you don't have emails for everyone. Maybe you don't have telephones for everyone. You want to make sure to build a current contact list. On many different sites, including on the social media sites I just mentioned, there are funnels to get contact information. Probably the easiest way on social media that a lot of people use is doing some sort of contest or giveaway of sorts. And you can get several hundred targeted emails that way. But at the store, it's as easy as having your salespeople remind your customers to give you that contact information. Also in North America, it's become really, really popular to do text marketing. I was talking with a few designers about this earlier today, and there are several like clothing brands. I'm 6'8". I'm a very tall person. I have, I wear size 17 shoes. There's not every store that I can find. I think in the EU size, it's like 52. I think that's what it is, but it's big. I can't go over here to the Rhyme Arcade and find shoes. It's very difficult. So I have a few brands that I've shopped with before, and they contact me via text. And it's not spammy. It's maybe once a month they'll send me something. I have to opt into it, that there's new designs, new colors. Maybe there's some sort of offer, free pair of socks, 10% off, something like that. There's many different ways that you can get a current contact list, but it's very, very important to try to get as much information about your existing customers, because as I spoke about in the last slide, you can use your existing customers to target new customers in your local area as well. Okay, now we're gonna run through a few tips. So, hire or partner influential people to bring eyes to your brand. So I've seen a lot of brands all around the world work with people like myself to get new eyeballs on their work. My audience is pretty trade focused, And so that might be good for a trade show that's looking to get new designers to come show, or a retailer that's looking for new designers to come in into their store to maybe do trunk shows or something like that. But you would actually be surprised that more direct sales through links can come through that local mommy blogger that maybe only has 10,000 followers in your local city, or that person that's a travel person. Don't think of influencers as just someone that is in that specific field. Think of it as someone that has an active audience that maybe is in many different fields that can bring more eyes to your brand. I know a retailer in New England, back in the States. They're a Rolex store, and they have 6 locations, and they have had a lot of success working with upscale vehicle dealers such as like Range Rover, Jaguar, and doing different men's events. They also worked with a cigar company. They worked with a liquor company to get new eyes on their brand. So make sure that it's something that's kind of in your wheelhouse, but you would be surprised. You can hire an agency to update your PLAs, product listing ads on Google. Remarketing is where someone clicks on something or looks at something, and then later on they're reading the newspaper on their tablet, and your store will pop up on it. That's what remarketing is. There are many, many different agencies out there that you can hire to help you with that. Always pay attention to analytics. So I know a lot of retailers these days are farming out their social media. I think 5 years ago, it was maybe the niece that's back home from college was kind of helping out with social media. And then maybe they had like a store salesperson or something doing the social media. Now they have kind of passed it off to an agency. You can still get analytics on your own. So look at Google Business Suite, look at Meta Business Suite, even on X, on Twitter, on LinkedIn. There are many different ways to get analytics and use that to your benefit, because you'd be very surprised some of the people that are seeing your work that aren't buying your jewelry or buying jewelry from you. Claim and update your listings on Google, Yelp, and elsewhere. One of the biggest things that I see with retailers is that they only focus on Google, Google, Google. Now, Google is king. 5-10 years ago, they had 98% of the European search market. I looked it up this morning. They're down to 90%. So they're not the total monopoly anymore. Bing actually has 8% of the German market. Why does Bing have 8%? Because everyone that's still going to the office, a lot of times they're on their office computers, their office devices when they're shopping, whenever they're checking out something or looking for something on a break at work in between a call. And Microsoft is embedded in all those devices. So don't be afraid to go and claim your listings and do advertising and search words and stuff on Bing, Yahoo. There's another popular search engine in Europe called Yandex. I think they were a little controversial because they had Russian ownership, and now they don't. Now they're based in Belgium. They have 3% of the market. It's a lot easier to be seen on a smaller search engine than on a big search engine with, that has 90% of the market. It also can be a lot more affordable too. So don't be afraid to check out smaller apps. The same thing with social media. Everyone talks about TikTok, TikTok, TikTok. Snapchat. There's a huge community of people on Snapchat, still on Twitter, on LinkedIn as well, when everyone just talks about TikTok and Instagram, really. You want to make sure to answer and respond to all customer queries and reviews. 5-star reviews is another big way to get higher on search engines. And that's another thing that you can do in your store and on social media. Have a little sign in your store at the register that says, leave us a review. Have your salespeople talk to the best clients and say, hey, you had a really good experience. Would you mind leaving us a review? Have it on the back of their business cards, along with all your social profiles for that matter. And I'm not a big fan of pop-ups on websites unless it's just one simple thing. So make sure that you have it targeted. Maybe for a quarter, you can have it be, give us your email. For the next quarter, it can be, leave us a review. For the next quarter, it can be, 10% off for Valentine's Day, whatever it is. But make sure that you have that as well. Okay, today with AI, you can have self-written blogs on your website. Every retailer needs to have at least one blog post a month posted on their website. So easy. You literally prompt the search engine, write me a story about the history of gold and wedding bands. Read over it, make sure you like the content, publish it. You need blog content on your website. At least once a month. And make sure it's something relevant to what you're selling and what you're doing, obviously, and add in a couple of fun keywords that you're also doing with your search engine searches to make sure that those come back to it. Backlinks is the last tip that I have. What a backlink is where your website's mentioned all around the web. So if there's a local newspaper that mentions you, make sure that they have your website and that they link it on the digital version of that. If you work with some influencer, make sure that they have your website on there. If you have like a local kind of a yellow pages guide of sorts, we have one called the Scout Guide in Texas where I'm from. Make sure that they have your up-to-date website link on there. Because backlinks are also going to bring up your SEO rankings. There's a lot of back doors. I know it's easy with everything that we do today just to kind of pay an agency to do things, but there's a lot of these tips that you or an employee can do that take very little time, very little effort, and will get the biggest bang for the buck, so to speak. And that's my presentation. Yeah, I'm Third Coast Gems on social media. If y'all have any more questions, you can DM me. And I think we might have a few moments for questions now, if I'm not mistaken. I don't see the MC. I'll take over. I don't see him. Do we have any questions? Anything digital, social media, websites? Hi. She's coming with a microphone.
I try to do my best.
Hi, thank you very much for the talk. I was just wondering, can Google not tell if your blog is written by AI?
So here's the thing. That's why I kind of prefaced it with make sure that it's relevant content to your site. And make sure that you can go through and add a few keywords about. So like, let's say, for example, you ask it to write an article about wedding bands, like I said. Your store only does handcrafted, made in jewelry, or made in Germany, goldsmith. Make sure that you have those keywords in there, and you should be fine. What Google's really looking for is to make sure that you're a real person, so that you're not a spam site. A lot of times those spam sites are going to have like ads. There's going to be banner ads and all sorts of links outside of the website. As long as you don't have that, it really doesn't matter that you're using AI. Yeah, but that's a good question for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're fine. Yeah. If I can hear you too, I'll answer the question as well, but yeah.
I was just wondering, sharing your customer information about your customers, if it's legal in Europe and if customers like it, because I think many people like to be private and discreet and wouldn't be liking it if you shared their email addresses and contacts and everything with Google.
So two things to remember. So one, I know that Europe is different when it comes to privacy. But remember, the people that have given you their email because they've done business with you, they've opted in, okay? So if they're already on your email list, that's where we're starting from. The second thing is what I actually spoke about uploading was to Meta. So that's Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. Yeah, I know. Just to make the difference between Google and them. And it's targeting for your posts and your ads. So no other company is going to be getting the information. It's part of your business suite. So I guarantee you, with how much scrutiny Meta's been under, if it's available to you here in Europe, then it's legal. So if the customer has opted into it, you're targeting other customers that are around them. It's what's the word I want to use? It's not like you're going to be sending them like a pop-up or something in their email or at their home. This is when they're scrolling on social media, they're more likely to see your ad. Because let's be honest, Aldi's doing it. All these other big, IKEA's doing it. All these other companies are doing what I just described. If someone buys a new set of cookware at IKEA and they opt in to get the email from IKEA, IKEA's digital marketing person is totally uploading their information into that. I guess it's scary here in Europe, and in the US, we are like bombarded with advertisements everywhere from the age of 2. We eat cereal and there's an ad in there, so I guess we're just more used to it. But I guarantee you European companies are targeting customers. So you should be as well. You don't want to be left behind, yeah. Any other questions? Social media? Okay. Thank you all so much for having me.
Thank you, Benjamin.
Yeah.
We're going to slowly begin. I'm going to introduce our next speaker, who is Molefi Letsiki. He is from South Africa. He is chairman of the Diamond Dealers Club of South Africa. He's also founder and director of the namesake brand. And importantly, he's a second-generation diamond cutter. And what I read in your biography is that initially you didn't really love diamonds all too much. And now I think you love them a lot. Yeah. So your title is on natural diamonds and the difference they make. And you're going to share some perspectives from South Africa. Thank you so much for having come all the way from South Africa, Molefi. And we look forward to your talk.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Laurent. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you. Congrats. For me, it's the first time here at Inhorgenta. Really loving it. And congratulations on the 50th anniversary. Like we said, natural diamonds and the difference they make. I stand here really to come and say, do they really make a difference? Firstly, as I stand on the stage, I think I can reassure that I'm a testament to the fact that diamonds really do make a difference. All the resources, any opportunity I've had, whether it's to study or every livelihood I've ever had in my life, came from the money that came from processing natural diamonds. Like Lauren just said, I'm a second generation diamantier. My father used to work as a diamond polisher. That's him there. He worked as a diamond master cutter for over 3 decades for different manufacturing companies in South Africa. And I'd say that, you know, I've got a great wealth of experience in cutting and polishing diamonds, as I spent many years learning how to cut and polish. But one thing I will always say is that, you know, diamonds, initially it's something that I didn't really like much. Why? Because my father used to work as a diamond polisher. He would talk about diamonds, and yet I had never seen or touched a diamond in my life, or it's something I would never see around the table at home, you know? And that hate came from the fact that I just felt like it was something that's taking my father away from home, you know? And my first encounter with diamonds would come totally unexpected, where every day after school, I'd have to go and wait for my father so that we can travel back home together. And you know those waits, you start waiting in the parking lot. Before you know it, you're waiting in the reception area. And before you know it, you're waiting in the factory with them, you know? And it was on one of the occasions while they were cutting and polishing where I saw one of the polishers picking up his tongue to look through the diamond. And for me, that caught my eye. And I wanted to see the shine that I saw as he picked up his tongue. And as I took that tongue and looked through it, I remember the scintillation that emanated from this piece of carbon that was set on a polishing tongue, you know? And that, for me, ignited something in me. You know, the sparkle that I saw on that day ignited the love that continues to burn for me about diamonds, you know? Today, I love diamonds. And ever since that day, I've committed myself to polishing diamonds that not only are polished to be set into jewelry, but diamonds that will be so beautiful that when jewelers look at them, would be inspired by just looking at those diamonds. The beginning of this love relationship is how I took it upon myself to learn more about diamonds, got into the factory to learn how to cut and polish diamonds, went even further, wanting to know how to buy rough diamonds, how to sell the diamonds and so forth, you know, and really got committed into wanting to know more about the industry. And long term of it, it resulted in the company Molefeletsiki Diamonds, which was established in 2005. In the beginning, the company employed just myself, and today we employ 15 people on a permanent basis with prospects of growth in the next few years. And through commitment and really wanting to play a difference and make a difference in the industry, we became the clients of the State Diamond Trader back in 2007. And in 2015, became the clients of Petra Diamonds. And in 2022, became the first majority black-owned De Beers site holder in the world. My love for diamonds also, so basically that's our factory in South Africa, where we cut and manufacture. And I think, you know, sometimes to really tell the essence of the difference they make, I look at a lot of faces of the people that work in our factory, and I can tell you, a lot of them has come back to say, you know, I really thank God for this company or the opportunity to work here because I've been able to buy myself a home or take my child through university, you know? And those are really, you know, things that make you really see the difference that the diamonds are making for their lives. And remember, with one family, that's lives changed. It's more than 5 people's lives that are affected, you know? And that's how much impact just through the manufacturing of the diamonds it has had on many families. My love for diamonds also meant that I got to experience what the diamond industry is and what it could further achieve. And this inspired me to play an active role in the industry, you know. The drive to tell the good that the diamonds do meant that I needed to be more involved in the industry and with industry organizations as well to really try to play an impact in how we can make a difference. This for me was to ensure that we don't only talk about the diamonds, the good they do, but it's to really get active in ensuring that we just don't talk the talk, but the ethics as well of also practicing it and so forth. So I joined the Diamond Dealers Club of South Africa, which today I sit as the president of, and then through that became an executive council member of the World Federation of Diamond Bosses, WFDB, which I'm sure a lot of us know about it, and also was one of the founding members of the Young Diamanteers and serve in the working committee currently there. And the South African Young Diamond Beneficiators Guild, which I co-founded, and I'm a former president of today. The SAYDBG, South African Young Diamond Beneficiators Guild, and this I want to touch on it a bit because passionately, one of the key things or one of the things we were trying to achieve through it was to see more diamonds being beneficiated locally in a producing country, you know? Why? Because we knew this will develop growth and self-sustainable for local companies, you know, so that they can be self-sustained themselves, and to encourage, you know, industry-relevant skills to develop the way of collaborating efforts with emerging and also bigger companies that already existed. Today, the organization is led by the vibrant lady, a woman they call Nomalungelo Stofile, who's an emerging entrepreneur as well in the diamond industry. She's a beneficiator back home in South Africa. This is just my story, but I can tell you there's many more stories like mine that speak of the amazing work and the impact of natural diamonds make, not just for individuals like myself, but for communities as well. I've had an opportunity to visit many mines, or quite a few mines in South Africa and Botswana and Namibia. And this is one of the mines, a Venetia mine, based in Limpopo, South Africa. And one thing that I've always been blown away by is how the mines have excelled in not telling the good that they do, you know? You go to many mines and you will see how, for example, health and safety is such a key thing in the mining environment, how it's insisted on where they're looking for zero tolerance, doing their best to make sure there are no injuries or anything like that within the mines, how there's proper working conditions or proper working environment created for the miners at work and so forth, and how the preservation of the environment around the mines, how is such a key thing. The mines don't tell these stories in most cases, and I think it's important as the natural diamond industry to really tell the good that we do. The schools that are being built, the hospitals, the sports facilities, and so forth. We are, most of the time, you never hear all about this when it comes to the natural diamond industry. This is Petra mine, right underground the mine. You can see just even from the environment, how it's well kept to make sure that the working conditions there are really great for the miners. There's some kimberlite being pulled out of the mine, Cullinan mine in Pretoria, South Africa there, just before it goes into crushing and so forth. Now, there's a lot of good that the difference and the stories that the mines make. I remember one time I visited Cullinan mine Venetia mine in Limpopo, and I had an opportunity to meet this lady by the name of Tibello Mikatane. She's part of the Zimele program, owner of Perekhon Transport Services, supply stationery to Venetia mine, as well as offices and schools in Musina, South Africa. So Zimele stands for Stand for Yourself, a program that supports emerging Black-owned businesses, empowers entrepreneurs, and supports job creation by providing funding, training, and mentorship. You know, she's one of the few that got opportunities, you know, to really be able to build businesses that first were supplying just the mine, but over time the businesses have grown to be able to supply other areas as well. Meaning that even the day the mine is not there, they will have a sustainable business that can continue to live for many years through that program. This is Tokana program in Botswana, where an entrepreneur was supported by the industry and able to build businesses that are self-sustained for the communities and so forth, you know. This is STEM South Africa, which is a program led in Botswana, Namibia, and South Africa, working in partnership with Wumeng, an award-winning organization with a mission to develop the next generation of highly skilled women in engineering and technology industries, you know. Through a partnership, they're investing more than $300,000 US dollars in the aim of encouraging young women to study STEM subjects and to pursue engineering careers. Through workshops, exhibitions, innovation, challenges, and potential, girls are supported by school age through university into their early careers with access to application and mentoring. So now this is really the industry looking just beyond the industry or beyond the mines itself to ensure that the communities where natural diamonds are being mined and beneficiated can live even beyond the mining times. And you can have the people really being upskilled in these communities. Now, this is, you know, just a few of the evidence of some of the goods that the natural diamond industry is doing in the mining communities. I'm sure many of us have heard about the Moving Giants project, which was a project where the number of elephants were outgrowing the area where they were in South Africa. And De Beers got involved in being able to move over 200 elephants to Mozambique, where the land was more open and there was no there was enough space to can accommodate more elephants. You know, this was a project by the a natural diamond industry, and what was nice was once the elephants moved there, we then saw more younger elephants being born, meaning that the elephants got to relax and really enjoy the new environment. Now, these are really excellent stories that the industry is not talking about or is not sharing. And this is really making a difference and an impact in many people's lives. And like I said, this is why we call and for beneficiation today, because this is a brilliance of what beneficiation is doing in many countries. In most producing countries, beneficiation has become the buzzword, you know, and in most cases, a lot of beneficiating countries will talk about how they never really benefit because most of the diamonds were being mined rough and taken away to be manufactured, most in first world countries. And because beneficiation in most instances was just seen as taking one stone, cutting and polishing it and selling it, you know. However, I disagree with that. You know, I think there's more to beneficiation. Beneficiation, for me, I describe it as cutting and polishing the diamond. But after having that diamond polished, you get into work with a designer who will design a piece, you know, a jewelry piece out of it. And then once that piece is done, you need a model to model that piece, or a photographer or a makeup. So a lot of other many industries are created by just being able to beneficiate the diamonds. And that benefits more than just one industry, you know. You see growth where it's not just the diamonds, but it's many other industries being developed. It's more people being upskilled, and that really speaks to the longevity of the diamond industry and so forth. So in essence, I always say, you know, beneficiations becomes a vehicle of economic development and building entrepreneurs who grow, employ, upskill people. And in so doing, they're not just beneficiating the diamonds itself, but you are beneficiating the true diamonds, which are the people. So in essence, with this, you're not just making a difference for today, but you're building a future of people that have skills, people that can be able to mend for themselves and be able to live beyond whether the mines are there or not. With that said, I thank you, and I will open the floor for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Molefi. Any questions? Yeah, Chris.
So what's your favorite part of the industry?
What's that?
What's your favorite part of the diamond industry? Is it the people? Is it the cutting? Is it the what's your favorite part?
Look, I think the manufacturing part, especially seeing the transformation of every diamond. You know, when you look at a diamond in a rough state and the processes that it goes through and the brilliance that you get to see at the end of the, once it's fully manufactured and so forth, always blows me away. So I think that transformation from the rough stone to the polish always blows me away.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Raluca, yeah.
Yes, first a comment, thank you so much for your presentation, because I think sharing firsthand from your experience is always so incredibly valuable. I think there are different perspectives. You know, whenever you're at an arm's length away from something, from a situation, a country, you don't necessarily understand the framework of it. So I think voices such as yours are incredibly important for us to hear so that we understand the impact that actually natural diamonds can have. So what would be the best way to pretty much hear your stories and make sure that our consumers in other markets understand that?
Thank you for that question. Look, I think it's a journey, and it's one of the things that the industry be saying. Let's come together and be able to tell the stories, because if there's one thing that we failed to do for many years is to tell those stories. So whether be it through social media, be it through websites, or be through I think collective marketing that is really needed. We are then able to tell those stories. But the call is also on us who are mining and beneficiating the diamonds to really be out there and tell the stories and show the difference that the diamonds are making. And I always say, you know, one of the key things is if you can visit a producing country, go get to visit a mine and go see really and meet the people at the mine, you'd be amazed at just how much it ignites inside you. One of the things we did last year, so August is Women's Month in South Africa, and what we did was we got an opportunity to sponsor a mining photo shoot where we went into a mine and got the women who work in the mine themselves. And for me, what was mind-blowing was how many of them have worked in a mine for over 10 or 20 years, and yet some had never touched the diamond themselves, because either they drive a truck inside the mine or they work in the kitchen or cranes or anything like that, and got them to actually wear the jewelry, you know, and did a photo shoot with them. And for most of them, they were blown away. They never, because some never thought they'll ever get to have or have a diamond on their body or anything like that, because it was something that they thought it's just too expensive or it's just only for a few. But it was heartwarming just to see how they were so taken away by that. So I think, you know, those experiences, because then it gives it a more essence to it, you know, and I think it's that is needed to tell the story. Yeah.
I have two questions for you, Molefi. The first one is, I mean, South Africa has a rich history of diamonds. What is it like for people who don't work in diamonds in South Africa? What is the image that South Africans have of diamonds? Has that improved? Has it changed? What is your experience with that? When you go to social gatherings and you say you work in diamonds, has the reaction changed over the years?
I think the reaction has changed over the years, mainly because, you know, like I was saying, as a kid, we could hardly see diamonds, you know, around our dinner tables. But today, that norm has changed. You know, we're able to see more diamonds. You know, the younger generation is understanding better, knowing that, you know, there's a diamond for every pocket. You know, to a certain extent. So that has changed. You know, the mindset where more and more people are now more keen on diamonds. But the key thing also is when you start showing people the difference it's made. You know, there's hospitals and schools that have been built by either the mining companies or diamantiers. And it's when people start seeing the difference they've made, also now taking more keen interest to wanting to buy diamonds, because for them, they get to see that with every diamond they get to buy, it's making a difference in some sort of way within the communities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then just the other question would be, I mean, we talk a lot about AI and automation. You talk about the importance of people. What do you think about, you know, fully automated diamond cutting? Is this a risk? Are you proud of the fact that your diamonds are cut by people in South Africa? I mean, your talk does talk about that, but where's the future of diamond cutting kind of going, and where would you like it to go?
Look, I think times are changing, and with AI coming into play, we're seeing a lot of that. But I think more than anything, the key thing is getting the people upskilled enough to be able to play a role even in that AI space, you know? Because, again, you know, the turnaround time for productions and so forth with machines, some you can get better. But the one thing I think about diamonds, and you know, to this day, no machine can fully cut a diamond. You'll still need a human being at some point to either build a stone or something like that. And I think, you know, until that happens, or that machine itself will always need somebody to work on it. So I think it's just a matter of and I think this is a key thing. When you look at a lot of what's being done by either the producers or the beneficiators and so forth, is to skill people beyond cutting and polishing diamonds, you know, skilling the people in other different areas, like with the STEM program, where the aim of the program is to teach more about maths and science and so forth, so that people can have a broader aspect in terms of where they can be employed, even outside just the cutting and polishing, you know, so that should technology or AI come into play so much, people have other things that they can be able to do.
And on the flip side, I say this because I quite like wine. I mean, there's a lot of high-end wines where the wineries are proud to say the grapes were harvested manually, and this is like a premium. So perhaps for diamonds, this will also be something to say, you know, it was crafted by this cutter or this cutter, and that is important or becomes more important.
Exactly, yeah.
And my final question, because we have a little bit more time, is how has South Africa kind of developed in terms of jewelry manufacturing? You have the metals, you have the diamond.
Yeah.
Have you seen that grow over the past few decades, or are you optimistic that it can grow further, that it can be a larger industry of really jewelry manufacturing?
Look, I think it's growing, and it's been growing. Firstly, South Africa itself, the consumption itself was not as much, you know, and I think that's why you would find that we don't have a lot of manufacturing back in the days. But now that more and more people are starting to wear jewelry, you're seeing a lot of growth in that space, and even now, jewelry manufacturing as a skill and so forth is being offered in a lot of universities, whereas in the past it wasn't at all. So that, in essence, you know, we've seen growth from that point of view, and I think also, you know, with your American market speaking so much provenance, we've seen a lot of jewelers wanting to come and buy fully fleshed pieces, you know, from the manufacturers locally, so that they can say the gold or the platinum came from South Africa, the diamonds came from South Africa, and it was produced in South Africa. I know companies like KGK is one of the companies that are working on such a project in Botswana and South Africa, you know, and I think we're seeing feathers of more and more of those coming into play. So I think potentially, yes, it's definitely growing, but it's got room to grow even furthermore. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing your perspectives, Molefi.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Will be in German, and for those who don't understand German, there are headsets behind. You can go and get one, and then you can listen to the simultaneous translation. talk. So for those that came a little bit later, if you want to, the presentation will be in German. There are headsets behind with simultaneous translation if you need it. Unser letzter Referent für heute ist Christopher Zöttl, kommt aus München, lokal, kennt sich schon lange mit Diamanten aus und kennt sich jetzt auch bestens aus mit dem Thema natürliche Diamanten, synthetische Diamanten und ist Mitglied von Young Diamantaires, von WFDB, von verschiedenen Boursen und wird uns einen Einblick geben über eben natürliche und synthetische Diamanten im Einzelhandel. Heiße Frage heutzutage. Konkurrenz oder vielleicht doch eine neue Verkaufschance?
Ja, vielen Dank, Laurent. Also man sieht es jetzt gerade in den ganzen Fachzeitschriften, ist ein heißes Thema. Soll ich Lab-Grown verkaufen, soll ich keine Lab-Grown verkaufen? Deswegen auch habe ich das für die Inhorgenta herausgesucht. Und kurz bevor wir loslegen, darf ich mich auch vorstellen, mein Name ist Christopher Zöttl. Ich bin 41 Jahre alt, wohne hier mit meiner Familie im Umland von München. Wir haben einen Familienbetrieb, Designer Diamonds, wo wir hauptsächlich Trauringe, Verlobungsringe mit natürlichen wie auch mit synthetischen Diamanten machen, ebenfalls im großen Einzelhandel, wenn wir das betrachten. Von dem Werdegang her bin ich GA Graduate Gemologist, da gibt es ja in Deutschland nicht so viele, und Mitglied an den Diamantbörsen in Antwerpen, der Diamant Club, und eben in Los Angeles, der Diamond Club West Coast dort. Ich bin mit Molefi hier, der hat einen tollen Vortrag vor mir gehalten. Bin ich Mitglied des Organisationskomitees, der Young Diamantaires. Die Young Diamantaires sind vom Weltverband der Diamantbörsen die Organisation, um eben jüngeren Menschen den Zugang zur Schmuck- und Diamantindustrie leichter zu machen. Ja? Und wenn das Geschäft mal nicht so gut läuft, brauche ich halt Bier, dann habe ich wenigstens noch ein zweites Standbein, wenn man so sagt. Bevor wir einsteigen, damit ich einfach ein bisschen Gefühl fürs Publikum bekomme. Ja, wer verkauft denn schon oder handelt mit Lab-Grown Diamonds? Hände hoch? Irgendjemand? Keiner? Okay. Dann andere Frage. Wer sagt, Lab-Grown Diamonds brauche ich nicht, finde ich nicht gut, werde ich nicht machen? Hände hoch? Okay, paar, danke, danke. Super. Und die wichtigste Frage, wer ist Fan vom FC Bayern München? Ja, ich sehe schon, ich bin der einzige Münchner hier, also kriegen wir alle hin. Steigen wir ein. Bevor man sagen kann, diese Frage beantworten, ob es im Einzelhandel eine neue Verkaufschance oder Konkurrenz ist, ja, muss man auch die Unterschiede ein bisschen verstehen. Was ist es denn überhaupt? Ja, und wenn man hier die Bilder anschaut, ich habe einen natürlichen Diamanten und einen Lab-Grown-Diamanten. Du wirst es mit den Augen nicht unterscheiden können. Lab-Grown-Diamanten und natürliche Diamanten haben die gleiche optischen und physikalischen Eigenschaften. Also gleiche Brechzahl, gleiche Härte, bestehen aus Carbon. Man kann es nur mit Laborbedingungen praktisch sehen. Die Herkunft, die ist natürlich eine andere. Ja, die natürlichen Diamanten über Milliarden von Jahren in der Natur geformt, einzigartig, ja, selten, und hier auch wieder anderer Entstehungsprozess bei den Lab-Grown-Diamanten. Die werden per Menschenhand gemacht. Man sieht hier eine Maschine, wie sowas ausschaut, wenn ein Lab-Grown entsteht. Ist ein industrieller Prozess, ein Massenprozess, wenn man das so sieht. Und da gibt es zwei Verfahren, CVD und HBHT. Im Endeffekt, kurz erklärt, man braucht viel Druck und viel Hitze, um diese Diamanten zu erzeugen. Und dass man sich mal das ein bisschen vorstellt, wie viel Druck da nötig ist. Man nimmt den Eiffelturm, dreht den einmal um, balanciert den auf der Spitze von einem Finger. Und das ist der Druck, den man braucht, um so einen Diamanten zu formen in so einer Kammer, wenn man es betrachtet. Also viele, viele Gigapascal, wenn man es so sieht. Dann das Thema, was immer heiß ist, Werterhalt, wo wir zu kommen. Wenn ich hier diese Zahlen anschaue, in 2016 war, sagen wir mal, ein schöner Einkaräter, ja, lag so ungefähr bei $6.500 im Naturdiamantbereich. Im synthetischen Diamantbereich waren wir so bei 5,5. Ja, also die Preisdifferenz war nicht so hoch. Wenn man sich die Zahlen, die recht aktuell sind, anschauen, dann bin ich ungefähr immer noch beim gleichen Preis für einen Einkaräter in der gleichen Qualität, während ich hier für einen Lab-Grown-Diamanten bin ich jetzt mittlerweile bei $1.500 oder sogar weniger. Es gibt gewisse Online-Händler wie Lightbox von De Beers, die verkaufen die mittlerweile für $800. Aber man sieht einfach, die Preisspanne ist deutlich auseinandergegangen. Ja? Und das ist natürlich, wenn man jetzt hier die nächsten Beispiele anschaut, ja, wie viel diese eigentlich mittlerweile verkauft werden zu Lab-Grown-Diamanten. Das hier auf der Seite ist von einem von einem deutschen Trauringhersteller, der eben auch Verlobungsringe anbietet. Und man sieht hier Halbkaräter 800 €. Ja? Man sieht die Amerikaner, Einkaräter 660 €. Und das natürlich darf man nicht vergessen, dass natürlich, wenn wir Juweliere das nicht schaffen, diese Produkte zu differenzieren, dann kann das natürlich auch zur Implosion der Juwelierbranche führen. Ja? Weil wir einfach, die Preise werden immer weiter sinken, wenn es um diese Sache geht. So, Werterhalt. Ja, ein Paradebeispiel von der natürlichen Diamantindustrie, das sagt, natürliche Diamanten werden immer einen Wert haben, werden eine Wertsteigerung haben. Und hier ist die gute Nachricht, ja, es ist auch so. Natürliche Diamanten werden immer einen Wert haben. Man wird immer dafür was bekommen. Seit dem Zweiten Weltkrieg sind auch die Diamantpreise stetig gestiegen. Ja, das ist eine Sache, wo man sagt, hier, natürliche Diamanten werden immer einen Wert haben. Und man muss aber natürlich ein bisschen unterscheiden. Ja? Ein Halbkaräter ist was anderes als ein Zweikaräter, wenn es um Werterhalt und Wertsteigerung geht. Ja, und im Vergleich zu Labordiamanten, die in Masse gefertigt werden, naja, da wird es halt ein bisschen schwieriger sein. Da wirst du wahrscheinlich nichts dafür bekommen. Ich hatte heute ein gutes Gespräch mit ein paar Trauringherstellern. Ja, da wurden ein paar Beispiele genannt. Da hieß es, und das ist ein heißes Eisen in der Juweliersbranche, sage ich jetzt mal dazu, mit Wert und Werterhalt. Man verkauft einen schönen Einkaräter, und ich rede jetzt immer hier von Verkaufspreise mit Mehrwertsteuer in Deutschland. Sagen wir, ein schöner Einkaräter, 12.000 €, ja, mit einem Solitaire-Ring. Und aus irgendwelchen Gründen, ein paar Wochen später, sagte der Mann, ach du, ich brauche den Ring nicht mehr, hat sich erledigt, wie auch immer, ich möchte ihn zurückgeben, ich will mein Geld wieder haben. Ja? Und was kriegt er für diesen Einkaräter im Goldankauf? 7.000 € vielleicht, ja? Weil wir müssen ja die Handwerksleistung, wir müssen die Mehrwertsteuer und so weiter rausgehen. Aber wir haben ihm ja gesagt, es gibt einen Werterhalt, ja? Die werden immer mehr wert. Und jetzt auf einmal kriegt er 5.000 € weniger. Und wenn du dann anschaust, ein Lab-Grown Einkaräter, schöner Ring, sagen wir mal 2.000 €, wo wir ihm klar und offen und ehrlich gesagt haben, für diesen Ring wirst du nichts mehr bekommen oder wenig bekommen, da verliert er 2.000 €. Also wie gesagt, erstes Beispiel 2.000 € Verlust, Entschuldigung, erstes Beispiel 5.000 € Verlust, zweites Beispiel 2.000 € Verlust. Ja? Und es gibt Produkte wie Investmentdiamanten, ja, die aber sehr spezifisch sind und wir hier über Wertsteigerung und Werterhaltung über Jahrzehnte sprechen. Also ich gebe da hier bloß einen Tipp aus der eigenen Erfahrung, wo man sagt, hier aufpassen mit Werterhalt und Wertsteigerung, weil es kommt auf den Diamanten drauf an. Und wenn es um 1 Punkt oder 2 Punkte an Trauringe geht, ja, da ist halt auch das Argument ein bisschen schwierig. Marktanteil. Und das sind sehr interessante Zahlen aus hauptsächlich den USA, die wir jetzt sehen. In den USA, jeder zweite lose Diamant, der verkauft wird, ist mittlerweile ein Lab-Grown Diamant. Ja, also heißt, der Diamant in der Mitte vom Verlobungsring reingeht, Kette, Ohrringe, der große Diamant, praktisch der Hauptdiamant von jedem Schmuckstück in den USA sind 50%. Wenn ich mich mit Freunden in Los Angeles unterhalte, die auch Juweliergeschäfte haben, die sind teilweise bei 80-90% Marktanteil von Lab-Grown-Diamanten. Ja, das hat den Markt natürlich sehr überrollt. Erfahrungsgemäß passieren Sachen hier bei uns in Europa, Deutschland speziell, so 3 bis 4 Jahre später. Deswegen habe ich da jetzt für Deutschland noch nicht so die Sache, dass es auf 50% hingeht. Aber wir werden wahrscheinlich so aus meinem Gefühl her so bei ungefähr 20-25% landen. Und wenn wir bei 20-25% Marktanteil von Lab-Grown-Diamanten sind in Deutschland, das heißt also jeder 4. Kunde. Und da muss ich mir halt dann überlegen als Juwelier, schicke ich jeden 4. Kunden weg, weil ich sage, ich mache es nicht. Ja? Und da geht es dann, wie gesagt, um ein paar Überlegungen. 50% in den USA hat natürlich auch mit dem hier zu tun. In Amerika 6.000, 7.000, 8.000 $ für einen Verlobungsring eher an der Tagesordnung. Ja? Man muss auch sagen, dass die Diamanten größer sind, 1, 2, 3 Karat locker. Und natürlich hier in Deutschland sind es eher die kleineren Diamanten, hauptsächlich alles unter 1 Karat. Und auch natürlich, man gibt in Deutschland viel weniger aus für einen Verlobungsring. Ja? Deswegen auch hier die Preisspanne, die Preisdifferenz zwischen einem Lab-Grown und natürlichen bei 1.000 € ist jetzt nicht der große Unterschied. Aber man muss ja auch fragen, wer kauft den Lab-Grown-Diamanten? Weil man hört ja oft, brauche ich nicht, will ich nicht. Ja, je nachdem, ich arbeite mit meinem Vater zusammen, der sagt, na, vergiss es, den Schmarrn brauchen wir nicht. Ja? Aber wir sind im Verlobungs- und Trauringbereich und meine Kunden sind halt immer so zwischen 25 und 35 Jahre alt. Ja? Das heißt also, in 10 Jahren werden die auch 25 bis 35 Jahre alt und dann stecke ich voll bei Gen Z drin. Also junge Millennials, Gen Z. Die finden die Produkte, sagen hier, ich habe ein anderes Kaufverhalten, ich lege auf andere Sachen Wert. Oft kaufen die auch die Lab-Growns, weil sie Technologie dahinter cool finden. Ich bin hier in München, in Moosach, wer sich ein bisschen auskennt, da ist ein bayerischer Autobauer und da sind viele Ingenieure und Entwickler und die kommen halt zu mir und sagen, hey, ich finde das coole Produkt, Ingenieurskunst und kaufen das aus dem Aspekt, wenn man es so sieht. Die Kunden, die ein bisschen größeren Diamanten zum bezahlbaren Preis sind auch so ein Faktor. Ja, wir haben hier auch in München viele Expats, die kommen rein, sagen 2, 3 Karäter, 5.000 € Budget. Da ergibt sich fast die Diskussion gar nicht, ob man hier über Lab-Grown oder über Naturdiamanten sprechen und so weiter. Und was ich leider oft auch merke, ist, dass das viel fehlgeleitet ist. Also sprich, man kauft oder beziehungsweise die Kunden denken, sie kaufen ein besseres und nachhaltigeres Produkt. Und das führt halt zur Frage, sind die Lab-Grown-Diamanten wirklich die umweltschonende Alternative? Ja? Und da kann man sagen, meistens nicht. Sie kommen aus Ländern, wo man nicht grüne Energie nimmt, um diese Diamanten herzustellen. Wir haben das Beispiel vorhin mit dem Eiffelturm gehabt. Ja, also ich brauche unheimlich viel Energie, um so einen Diamanten herzustellen. Und da hat man errechnet, dass ein Lab-Grown-Diamant ungefähr 3-mal höheren CO2-Ausstoß hat als ein Naturdiamant. Ja, also es sind nicht unbedingt die grüneren Sachen. Es gibt keine Kontrolle, wie diese Diamanten hergestellt werden. Ja, wir haben in anderen Bereichen Kontrollmechanismen bei den natürlichen Diamanten, aber nichts im Labordiamantbereich. Ja. Und natürlich, die Lab-Grown-Industrie hat hervorragendes Marketing gemacht. Wir haben Stars und Sternchen, die haben investiert in Lab-Grown-Diamantfirmen, das in den Medien waren. Wir haben, die werden auf Instagram und TikTok wird die junge Generation mit Lab-Grown-Diamanten beschallt. Und daher auch hier, man hat diese Generation schon ein bisschen auf dieses Lab-Grown gepolt. Und wenn man dann hergeht und man schaut sich an, was die Großen machen, LVMH hat jetzt angefangen, in ihre Luxusprodukte Lab-Grown-Diamanten einzubauen. Ja? Tag Heuer hat die Carrera Plasma rausgebracht. Ja? Und angefangen gesagt, hier, Lab-Grown-Uhr mit Ziffernblatt und Krone und so weiter. Ja? Weiß jemand, was diese Uhr kostet? Irgendeine Ahnung? Anyone know what this watch cost? Ja? 350.000 €. Für eine Lab-Grown-Uhr. Ja? Also man sieht, man versucht, die Lab-Growns jetzt auch in diesen Bereich des Luxus reinzupuschen. Breitling hat angefangen, nur noch Lab-Grown-Diamanten in ihre Uhren einzusetzen. Ja, also es wird auch hier gepusht, zu sagen, dem Endverbraucher, es ist auch Luxus. Ja, das versuchen diese Lab-Grown-Diamantproduzenten und auch manchmal sehr erfolgreich zu machen. Mainstream. Pandora benutzt nur noch Lab-Grown-Diamanten in ihren Schmuckstücken. Ja, Swarovski wird eine Lab-Grown-Diamant-Kollektion herausbringen. Ja, wir sind auch hier wieder dabei. Aber gute Neuigkeiten, die natürliche Diamantindustrie macht was dafür. Ja? Sie wird jetzt auch ein besseres und transparenteres und offenes Marketing machen. Wir haben den Natural Diamond Council. Raluca hier vom Natural Diamond Council. Thank you very much for the nice presentation today. Yeah. Die haben eben gezeigt, okay, die Story von den natürlichen Diamanten, die muss wieder erzählt werden. Molefi hat hier einen tollen Vortrag gehalten, was Gutes die Diamanten tun. Wir haben in der natürlichen Diamantindustrie ein Kimberley-Zertifikat, das dafür sorgt, dass, wenn Rohdiamanten von einem Land zum anderen gehen, eben kontrolliert wird. Sind das Diamanten aus konfliktfreien Zonen? Ja? Und auch hier wieder, die Story ist das Wichtigste. De Beers hat A Diamond is Forever zurückgebracht, nach 30 Jahren. Wollten die das wieder haben und sagen, hier, A Diamond is Forever. Und wenn man hier, Molefi hat es vorhin auch nochmal angesprochen, das Gute, was in der Diamantindustrie gekannt hat. Er hat ein bisschen, ich gehe jetzt nicht mehr so aufs Detail, aber wir haben das Projekt Moving Giants. Ich erzähle es einfach nochmal auf Deutsch, wo man hier die Elefantherden um die Diamantenminen wieder aufpäppelt, um die dann später auszuwildern. Die Young Diamanteers bauen für eine Schule in Südafrika ein Gebäude, damit jedes Kind eine warme Mahlzeit am Tag bekommt, für die Minenarbeiter, für deren Kinder, die da hingehen. Ja? Die Stories, die in dieser natürlichen Diamantindustrie, die viel zu lange nicht erzählt worden sind, werden jetzt dank Menschen wie Molefe oder Rauluca wieder hier erzählt. Und das ist eine sehr, sehr schöne Geschichte, wenn man es so betrachtet. Und wenn man überlegt, wie das bei den Lab-Grown-Diamanten ausschaut. Ja, es sind künstlich hergestellte Steine, kommen aus dem Labor. Man hat keinerlei Kontrolle, keine Übersicht. Es gibt keine Industrieorganisation, die das überwacht, wie die Arbeitsbedingungen der Diamantschleifer sind, wie die Arbeitsbedingungen sind von den Menschen, die an diesen Maschinen dran stehen oder sowas in Richtung. Nichts, null. Man kann es nicht nachvollziehen, was da passiert ist. Und in der natürlichen Diamantindustrie ist das eben möglich. Ja, ich habe es ziemlich gut durchbekommen. Am Ende, wenn wir die Fragen beantworten, Konkurrenz oder neue Verkaufschance, wie ich ihn vorhin erwähnt habe, 1/4 Marktanteil, USA, höherer Marktanteil. Kann ich es mir erlauben, jeden vierten Kunden, jeden zweiten Kunden wegzuschicken? Wahrscheinlich nicht als Juwelier, muss man dazu sagen. Also muss ich überlegen, wo macht es Sinn? Sinn macht es zum Beispiel bei farbigen Diamanten. Jemand will einen blauen Diamanten, ja? Der kostet halt Natur 1000-mal mehr, als was er in Lab kosten würde oder sowas in Richtung. Sonderformen, ein Bärchenschliff zum Beispiel, ja? Gummibärchen oder sowas in Richtung. Kann man halt mit Lab sehr viel einfacher umsetzen. Ja? Größere Steine zum kleineren Budget. Auch hier wieder. Ja? Ich habe einfach jemanden, der will einen 3-Karäter und hat 5.000 € zur Verfügung. Was soll ich machen? Ja? Weil es wird jemand anbieten. Aber hier ist eben das, was ich euch mit auf den Weg geben möchte. Es ist unsere Aufgabe als Juwelier, die Kunden anständig und ehrlich und offen zu beraten. Ja, wir müssen sicher gehen und sicherstellen, dass dies 2 Produkte sind oder dass die Kunden es verstehen, es sind 2 Produkte, 2 verschiedene Produkte. Und wenn wir das machen, dann tun wir unseren Job. Und letztendlich wird dann auch was passieren. Sie werden auch von uns kaufen. Und das ist, glaube ich, auch, was man als Juwelier auch dann letztendlich möchte. Einen glücklichen, zufriedenen Kunden, der offen und ehrlich beraten wurde. Ja. Ich hoffe, es hat soweit gefallen. Es hat ein bisschen Insight über die Diamanten und die Labordiamanten und wie sie verkauft werden, vor allem aus meiner Perspektive gegeben. Und ob es irgendwelche Fragen gibt, gerne.
Ja, gibt es Fragen?
German, English, Bavarian, English. Klingon, Chinese, you go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. My question will be, synthetic diamonds is not opportunity for jewelry companies. It is option for customers. Customers can choose laboratory grown or natural because of the price or whatever. So my question is, how we will protect the customers that they will be sure buying natural diamonds instead of laboratory grown? My opinion, there are some companies selling by telling it is natural, but it is not. So what will be the way to protect the customers? In the future, the customers will come to our shops with UV light or magnet to test it. How we will make them believe that it is natural? I believe there are some companies using lab instead of.
I think I know what you're asking.
Natural.
So how do you make sure the customer is not cheated, basically, right? Okay. One more.
Schieß los.
Okay. So if I understood correctly, the question was, how do you protect the customer that he really gets a natural diamond if he buys a natural diamond? Yeah. And for me personally, the way we do it in our business is we do trust and control. So I talk to my suppliers. I check, what are you doing to make sure there's just natural diamonds in the supply chain? and then I go from there, and then I test it myself. So we have a natural diamond, lab-grown diamond tester in our business as well. So here, every diamond that comes in, I can test if I'm not sure, or I should test if I'm not sure, right? And I tell this to my customers. I even get out the diamond tester and say, here, look, this is the lab-grown tester. You can put it in there yourself. You can try it out, see what it is. And then at the end of the day, it's of course trust. I tell it to someone flat out, if you don't trust me, then don't buy from me. Very simple principle if it comes to that. I hope that answered your question. All right.
We've got another question here.
Actually, I'm very cheeky. I didn't want to ask another question, but actually just to help complete the answer that Chris gave you. The Natural Diamond Council also kicked off some years ago the Assure program. The Assure program is basically a review process for diamond verification instruments. And we use external laboratories that do this testing, and they assess basically the quality or the indications and things that a diamond verification instrument says that they can do. We test whether they indeed meet that. So I would definitely encourage you with your business, if you use, just as Chris is doing, and that's total diligence, and I applaud Chris for doing that. This verification of diamonds needs to take place at each and every step in the process. Promote it that you do it. So for example, there is the Assure logo, which you can share with your customers afterwards to show that you've also taken this due diligence. So I definitely encourage you to transparently come and meet your customer in addressing this question.
Auch hier noch auf Deutsch kurz zusammengefasst. The Natural Diamond Council hat ein Programm, wo es verschiedene Geräte gibt, die man kaufen kann und die von einer unabhängigen Organisation geprüft werden, dass die auch richtig gut funktionieren. Ja?
Und die Geräte sind auf der Webseite gelistet. The instruments are listed on the website of the Natural Diamond Council under Assure, so you can compare them there. Another question?
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I'm wondering, do you think, as you spoke about how the lab-grown diamond industry has been really very genius at marketing, especially to younger consumers, and I know now we have the Natural Diamond Council and others, but as retailers and designers and people in the industry, have we really kind of not done a good job talking about the people and the humans in the industry? I read somewhere recently there's, I think, 1 million families a day feed themselves around the world off of natural diamond mining.
100%, yeah.
Yeah, I've been to a lab-grown factory. There were 3 people that worked there, including the marketing person and the CEO. Yeah. And there was one guy going around like doing all the robot arms and everything. Yeah. You know, it's no humans are working there. You know,
I would say, or let's go back a little. You know, we had the De Beers company, who was a monopolist for a very long time, who made a very secret world of the diamonds. You know, make sure, keep it low key, don't spill any secrets and stuff like that. And that's kind of mentality that went on for a long time. And thankfully, I'm sorry if I say it again, but here we have Raluca, Natural Diamond Council, yeah. They are there to open up those stories, to tell that, yeah, because that was not done for a very long time, yeah. And I don't think we're not doing a bad job at it. We just started a lot later than we should have. Yeah. So I hope that makes sense and that answers your question. Yeah. Okay.
Andere Fragen? Ja, hier vorne.
My question is, do you think that people who are buying the lab-grown diamonds, when they are showing it to their friends, their families, are they showing it as lab-grown or are they showing it as natural?
That's always an interesting thing to me to find out. So I have a couple couples in the store. They come, man and girls usually, and they buy the lab-grown diamond because she says she wants it, right? And then these are couples, I'm pretty sure, that say, hey, I got a lab-grown diamond. They give the whole list of why it's a good thing and stuff like that. And a couple of years ago, I would say it was probably more like, the guy did it a little more secretly. He needed a 2-carat, but the budget-wise wasn't that good, so he didn't tell her it was a 2-carat. But now the Gen Z that is coming now, buying the lab-grown diamonds, they are probably very much open about doing that. Now, I hope that made sense for you, or was your question a different one if I didn't get it? No, okay. Okay, perfect.
Andere Fragen? Any other questions? Yeah.
So thank you very much for the interesting presentation. As a gemologist talking to another gemologist, and I thought there were several ones here. I mean, the natural and synthetic diamonds, I know we say they are chemically and physically the same, but in reality they are not, because they have inclusions that are different, natural versus synthetic. The growth patterns are different, so those are the reasons why we can still, most of the synthetic diamonds, we can identify very clearly.
Oh, 100%. And I mentioned that, and if it somehow didn't come over, I'm sorry about that, but I did mention that you need special equipment to see it. A regular person will not see the difference with the naked eye.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. We don't see it with the naked eye.
But there, with the technological, like the lab-grown diamond testers I was talking about, growth patterns in certain inclusions. But here again, you have to be a trained gemologist to know what a metal inclusion in a lab-grown diamond is compared to maybe a carbon inclusion in a natural, if you put it
Exactly.
that way. Yeah.
So my question now is, I mean, when we look at the crystal lattice and the chemical composition, it's the same. But the nature always has some inclusions that are not occurring in synthetic diamonds. So should we really communicate to the end consumer it's the same product? Because actually it's not. We have silicone inclusions in, as far as I know, silicone inclusions in some synthetics, so it's not the same product.
I said it in German at the end. I don't know how the translation was in English, but I did mention that they are two different products, and we have to sell it that way. And if we don't sell it that way, we jewelers are going to have a big problem.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I 100% agree with that. If we say, hey, this is a natural diamond and it costs 10,000 euro, and this is a synthetic diamond and it's going to cost 8,000 euro, but you know what? It's the same. Just spend 2,000 less. We're going to get a lot of problems long term. Yeah, it might make us a buck here today, but it will not give us any revenue over the long term. It will maybe even be the downfall of the jewelry businesses, if you put it that way. Personal opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris, I have a question, because you see consumers every day. How educated are consumers about this? We talk about this at trade shows and trade magazines. We wonder about consumers' perceptions of lab-grown or not. What is the reality? Do some people know absolutely nothing about it? Do some people... What is kind of your feedback or your experience with this?
Okay, so...
Are we overestimating consumers, underestimating? Are we... What is it like on the ground in Bavaria?
So it depends a lot on the customer. So I got like I was talking, I'm here in Mosach, where a Bavarian car manufacturer is, and the engineer comes in. He's usually very overeducated and might cause a problem down the road. But let's say it like this. Usually when people are looking for an engagement ring, I go with the flow. I kind of look like, what is he looking for? He says, oh, I'm looking for a half carat and I want a solitaire. And if he's not mentioning anything, I assume he's going with a natural diamond, and that's what I show him. And on the other hand, the people who are looking for lab grown, they will flat out say it. They will come to you and say, listen, I'm looking for a 1 carat and I want it to be a lab grown because I don't want minors to be killed. And you're like sitting there, you have all this stuff in the head from the Natural Diamond Council. And you're like, no, the natural diamonds don't kill people, yeah? But you have to do it in a very subtle way of explaining it. So people, let's say, who come in who are lab-grown, they come in because they got all the marketing, they got all the information, and they tell you a lot of stuff that is usually not half true, to put it that way. But thankfully, till now, I always had a good solution for everyone. And of course, I'll be open. Me as a jeweler, I have to serve my customer if they want a lab-grown diamond. I make sure they get a lab-grown diamond. One thing I did forget in the presentation, but I can mention it now. Most lab-grown diamonds come from countries that don't have green energy. But for instance, what we do is we get them from the United States. Yeah, they're made in Washington State. They're cut in Dallas, Texas, and then they're. I know, you're from Texas, right? All right, everything's bigger in Texas, yeah. So there, when they are made in USA, there you might be able to say, okay, they are green, and then it's something else for the end consumer as well.
And otherwise, you can still offer them a beer if they're not happy.
Yeah, if all else fails, I offer them 10 beers, then I make the sale too.
Okay. All right. Andere Fragen? Any final questions? Final question. Okay, and then it's...
Do you think the competitive between this laboratory grown and natural diamond, could it be transformed, the competitive between laboratory grown diamond and natural colored stones jewelry?
Sorry, could you? I didn't hear it.
Okay, the competitive now is between laboratory grown and natural diamond.
Yeah.
Could it be transformed between laboratory grown, natural, colored stones.
Okay, so what's interesting in my business when we serve customers is that synthetic gemstones like rubies and sapphires have been around for, I don't know, 100 years or something like that. Yes, yeah, more. So it's been a while already. So what I see a little fight going on between the natural diamonds and the lab diamonds, but 99% of people who come to me for colored gemstones, they want the natural ones. Yeah, I don't know long term if there will be a battle in that area, if you put it that way. But here you see that diamonds is an issue, but natural gemstones doesn't seem to be a big issue at all. Okay, thank you. Anyone else? If not, Raluca?
I just got a question, and I wanted to clarify something on the chart that you showed in terms of the market share in the United States. The graph that Chris showed is a number of units. It's not a market share in terms of value, which makes a difference if you think of small stones, Swarovski.
Loose diamonds. I said loose diamonds, centerpiece for an engagement ring.
Yes,
Yeah.
so the market share for engagements in terms of units, that's not that graph. So the market share that you showed was the units that are being sold. So again, going back to Swarovski putting all sorts of diamonds, and you have the units over there, the value implication price and so on is very different. So I just wanted to clarify that, because it's not same as saying every second customer would like certain stones. So it's an important differentiation in terms of request and uptake of customers.
I'm 100% with you, but like I also mentioned, I have friends in Los Angeles. They have jewelry stores in downtown LA, and they're doing 80-90% lab-grown diamonds. And this means, of course, center stone and side stones, if you put it that way. Yeah. Eine weitere Frage?
Ja, heißes Thema. Also,
ja. Aber nachdem ich das letzte Thema heute bin, habe ich, glaube ich, noch eine Minute. Okay.
Keep the best for last.
All right. I'm the last one for today, so you guys can shoot away.
Ja, was denken Sie über Moissanite? Das ist ja auch nochmal was ganz anderes, ein eigener Stein. Wenn man jetzt über Labordiamanten recherchiert, kommt das Thema auch wieder auf, weil es halt nochmal eine noch günstigere Alternative ist. Es ist halt auch ein weißer Stein, der funkelt. In den USA scheint es ein bisschen beliebter zu sein. Wie ist das generell am Markt oder vor allem in Deutschland? Ist es ernstzunehmendes Thema oder ist es noch Zukunftsmusik?
Also meine Eltern haben vor 33 Jahren unseren Familienbetrieb angefangen und ungefähr so lange verkaufen wir auch Mosanit. Und es hat nie jemanden verstanden. So knallhart es klingt. Im deutschen Raum war es wirklich schwer, mit Mosanit zu punkten. Außer man hat eben diese Fälle gehabt, wo man sagt, hier, man braucht einen 3-Karäter für 2.000 € oder sowas in Richtung. Ja? Und
okay, also vielen Dank.
Also war noch nicht fertig, es war die Ansage. Ja. Aber ich kann auch weitermachen. Ja. Okay, also wenn es zum Hören geht, also die Lab-Grown-Diamanthersteller haben super Marketing gemacht. Ja? Die positionieren das als eigenes Produkt, als cooleres Produkt, als schöneres Produkt, als grüneres Produkt, auch wenn es nicht stimmt, sage ich jetzt mal dazu. Bis auf wenige Ausnahmen. Und da ist natürlich, wenn ich jetzt auch die Preise anschaue, wo Lab-Grown-Diamanten sind, da sind wir nicht weit weg vom Mosanit. Ja? Und ich tue halt psychologisch besser ein Lab-Grown verkaufen als ein Mosanit. Und deswegen Mosanit nicht so ein großes Thema. Ob es weniger Mehrwert, kann ich nicht sagen, aber ich würde jetzt eher auf weniger tippen, wenn man drauf gehen müsste. Ja. Super. Dann vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank, ja.
Also einmal vielen Dank ans Publikum, ihr wart super. Gell? An Dr. Laurent Cartier, vielen Dank für die Einladung. Inhorgenta, ich komme hier, seitdem ich ein kleines Kind bin, deswegen war das ein Heimspiel für mich und was Besonderes, hier eine Präsentation zu halten. An meine Frau möchte ich mich bedanken. Ja, sie hat diese Präsentation ungefähr 1000 Mal vor euch gehört, also da großen Dank und hat mich auch tatkräftig unterstützt in diesen Slides. Und dann möchte ich mich hier noch an die Damen in der Kabine hinten bedanken für die tolle Übersetzung. Gell? Also das ist, da gehört schon was dazu. Vor allem, wenn ich ins Bayerische reinfall, haben sie es super hinbekommen. Ich weiß, was für Arbeit ist. Vielen Dank nochmal dafür.